Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in today as we've got Thursday night football. Dun, 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 dun. So let's see if our Seattle Seahawks can keep the good times rolling on the back of 2 wins walking into this one. Hopefully able to take down this divisional matchup, as this is a game that's going to be very important. Not just today to go get this dub, but in the grand scheme of things, because if you fall today, you could look at being 0-2 in the division to start things. In a division that has looked pretty tough out the gate here. It doesn't look like we're going to get anything easy peasy here, and this is going to be a tough Cardinal game tonight on the road in a stadium where we've done okay. Fans show up well in the stadium, but certainly we've had issues in the past a little bit with injuries at times, so maybe something to keep track of a little bit. I want to, if I can, do a quick thank you to the sponsor of this show, which is going to be the Sleeper app. Sleeper is the number 100% sporting app on the rise. Everyone's using this thing, I'm telling you. And it's coming to Washington here soon. You can get 100% of your first deposit matched up to $100. So $100 from me to you, and you show some love to the channel at the very same time. I know right now in Washington, there are some limitations that have persisted, but I'm being told in October this is going to open up to you. You can get into the daily fantasy. You can get the over-under picks. You can see tonight they threw you kind of a free pick there with Wentz for this weekend at 0.5 yards passing. So that clicks in with the rest of my picks in this grouping. Barner, 16.5 yards over. Harrison, 46.5 yards over. Walker with a touchdown, and Myers with 2 field goals. Well, then I'm looking pretty good. How good am I? Well, as you can see right there, merely $5 is going to reel me in 83 if we're able to pull this in today. But a big thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show here throughout the course of this year. Again, use my code NEST, and they will match you up to 100% of that first deposit. Coming in October to a theater, to an app near you. Really appreciate Sleeper for doing that. And we'll see how the old picks go tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing how it rolls. I hope everyone is having themselves a very good night. As you guys do walk in the door, if you can hit that like button for me. We were able to pass very soundly the 20,000 mark. Can help get us onto the road now to 30,000. If you're not already subbed up, let's go. That's the next roll if we can. HHG, thank you for 2 years, 25 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, let's go Hawks tonight. M's game tomorrow night. Well, indeed, the Mariners have made the playoffs, and promises promised, promises delivered. I am going to be live streaming the Mariner playoff games as I can, as there is no overlap, and it's not something that I've already, pre-set up to do with the Seahawks stuff going on. But we will be going live for that to check out those games. I'm really looking forward to doing that, HHG. So tomorrow night's going to be a good one there with the M's game, and it feels good that they comfortably get into the playoffs here, because now they get an opportunity to really kind of rest up a little bit. You're not having to drive right up until the last moment, but you actually maybe get a second to where if there's some nicked up injuries, guys who could maybe take a couple days off and it wouldn't be the worst of things. Not too shabby to do that, huh? Not bad. Michael Austin, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael, very kind of you. Says, hey, Brando, let's put a whooping on Arizona. Let's go Hawks. Hey, just to your point, keep building on what you were doing here last week and what you've been doing the past 2 weeks. And you see a full team playing together. You see how it can all work together. You see an offense that is committed to running the ball, even if all times the running of the ball isn't necessarily 100% on point. But we've definitely seen the plan of the offseason put into place these past 2 games, and this is how we also want to win. This is by design and how we're looking to win. So let's do it, man. Let's go and get ourselves a nice, easy one here against this Cardinal team. Looks like we're going to kick off to start things off. Deep kick down to the 2-yard line. Cardinal returner will take it up from there, and he'll be knocked out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Mad Bohm, thank you, Mad Bohem. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Mad. Thank you for answering that call. You are very awesome in doing so. And man, here on to 30,000, man. On to 30,000. Kyler coming out onto the field. Good to see you guys. Brian Kennicott, Ivan, how you doing? Katic Slider Bogarty. Hey. Good to see you too, Brian Kennicott. Oh man, Art, Vandalay, Megan in the house. My lady from Danenda. Sean S. Hello. Herbicide, Addis, Space, Trevor, Adam Baum. Hello, Dwyer. All right, Kyle's going to start out with shotgun here. He's going empty to begin things. Dropping back to pass. Little bubble screen here out to Marvin Harrison. Harrison will take this up for 7 or 8 yards. Simple little easy play to just get him the ball there after what's been probably a pretty tough week there for Marvin on that side of it, with some of the people getting on him a little bit. Max Bailey, hey, Misfit, what's up? Good to see you guys. Brandon Jana, hello. Josh Whitfield, good to see you too. Hope everyone's doing. Fabrice, everyone's doing good. Dom, promise. All right, second down and short here. Still back in shotgun is Kyler. Running back to his right. Dropping back to throw. Easy, quick completion in there to Trey McBride. Julian Love takes him down. McBride's first catch of the game here. Probably one of many, I'm guessing. Highly utilized tight end in this offense. Very dynamic playmaker out there. 221 receptions in his first 3 seasons. Goodness. First down out the gate here for the Cardinals. Back under center here now is Kyler, or under center for the first time is Kyler. Got a 2 tight end look stacked to one side. Hand off to running back. Quickly corralled in the backfield and brought down. Good job by Ernest Jones on the penetration, and the cavalry did arrive to bring Trey Benson down before he could get back to the line of scrimmage. Seahawks running game, and just looking at it, evaluating again through the first 3 weeks, has been just so solid. Not solid, but like really good. And last year was definitely improved as the year went along, but this was something that has really risen up for this team here recently. Second down and 10. 13-19 to go here in the first quarter. Opening possession by the Cardinals. 4-man fronts again here from the Seahawks. Hand off. Oh, it's going to be a read option. Keep here to Kyler. Great play by Derek Hall. That's not an easy play. Hall able to track Kyler Murray from behind. Kyler keeps it on the read option, and that's a tough play for Hall in space. Not a guy that's necessarily known for foot speed necessarily, but shows you that he's a guy that I think had a pretty decent little 40 time, a little bit of explosiveness to him. And so nice play on his part. Sound technique on his part too. Third down and 7. This is where Seattle wants to have him, where they can stack up the box and look at maybe bringing some blitzes. Ernest Jones threatening in there with Drake Thomas. Press coverage on the outside from the Seattle Seahawks. Kyler Murray dropping back to throw. Kyler's going to roll out to the side. He is just going to heave this up. He's got a man who's not able to reel it in, who was open. The ball did get there. Wilson's got to reel that ball in from a Cardinal fan perspective and from a Kyler perspective. Seattle kind of gets away with one there. The ball's, you could say, very slightly underthrown here, but at the end of the day, the receiver's got to make this play. I mean, I think you got to just make that catch there. I might be being hard on Wilson, but that looked, I didn't see the $20 donation, Megan. I'm sorry. If you do the donation beforehand, it can be weird if it's before the stream. But I didn't see it pop up on that side of it. If you want to just put in the chat what you put in, thank you for the $20 donation. I'll look for it in the chat on that with the thing. But if it's before I start the stream, it's really important is that it can sometimes, like you saw the other night on the stream when I had to remind back to Zbot last night to like, oh wait, we have these donos on there because he didn't see. So if you guys do put down donos before the stream starts, it's a little wonky with that, and it doesn't always show up for us on the other side to where we can then see the actual dono. So I'd recommend probably trying to post, make sure till it's actually live to post so that we 100% can make sure that we get your donations seen. But Megan, I'll look for your deal in there. You don't have to put another dono in. I'll just put it if you want to put in the comments there what might be your deal. And by the way, the hotel room looked good down there in Sydney. Yeah, I love that. Or not Sydney, but down where you're heading to for the event there. Nolan, thanks for the $5 donation. He says, it's a well-known fact, Sonny, Jim, Cardinals take on the personality of their diminutive quarterback and always come up short. Go Hawks. That's kind of a good timing on Nolan's part there with that one because that's just what happened, didn't it? Came up just a little bit short there. The throw's just a little bit short. Just can't quite get enough on it there. That is. But break for the Hawks. But it is a little bit that way. And I mean, Kyler's, again, this is kind of that throw. There's also a little bit emblematic of what he's gone through this year is because I've been hard on him. Many people have started to be really hard on him this year. But it's actually not been, like to where it's necessarily been in the past as far as him having so many of the good share of the issues at play that's causing the offense not to go anywhere. It is as much now, back to some of the supporting parts around him. Some of a little bit of it's him for sure. But it's kind of like a mixture of all that stuff on that, Nolan. I like that Sonny Jim. Go Hawks, Connor, Concierge Nolan, and thank you for the donation, man. I don't want to. I'm kind of over with the smallish quarterbacks. Give me some prototypical size. Give me 6'4", laser rocket arm. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry again on the deal there. I'm looking down the chat. If you can put down, just post down what you're. Oh, there we go. Greetings from Sydney, y'all. Says Megan. I'm in my suite at the Star Grand Hotel and am nervously counting down the hours until showtime. Not sure how long I'll be here for Bob Gale is in town for the show. Ooh, you gonna have some fun, Megan? Get after it. Don't be too nervous. Got to enjoy it. You know what I mean? But thank you for the $20 dono. And, we'll be here all night on this side. Sam Darnold starting out in a pistol look here. Cardinals threatening the two linebackers into the A gap. And again, they just see the run play coming from a mile away on that. You got the linebackers easing into the line 2 and 3 steps. You haven't even gotten to the play action point. You haven't gotten to the snap yet. And the linebackers are already crumbling towards the line a little bit. No gain for the Seahawks. Trips to the far side of the field. Actually, 4 wide receiver to the far side of the field. Interesting look there. They're going to go out wide here. And Walker's got some space to work with. I think they caught the Cardinals a little bit unaware. Walker still up the football field. Wow, that isn't a crazy a look as you'll get. It's a trips with Walker behind the trips look. And the Cardinals were scrambling because the up-tempo play call to get enough guys out in space to go deal with it. They just didn't have enough guys, and he almost broke that play. What a unique design play there by the Seahawks and the timing of it to just sort of catch the Cardinals off balance. Ball goes all the way up here to the 43-yard line in Seahawks territory. 11:16 to go. Charbonnet in the backfield. Shotgun look here. Throw it out wide again to Walker. He's got Charbonnet. Oh, no, that's JSN. Sorry. And Charbonnet can't quite get the block laid on the lead man there, who's able to make the tackle on JSN for a short gain. Seahawks coming out with a little bit of a sense of tempo here. Quick snaps and getting after it. Second down and 8. Darnold goes back under center here. 2 tight end look. And off to Walker. Walker spun out, still on his feet, just nowhere to really go. Did an amazing job just initially get out the first tackle, but there was just too many people there. So bring up a 3rd and long. Seattle's done their best to try to stay out of these points in the season, especially with how they've stayed balanced in the running game, even despite the running game sometimes not working oftentimes or in this early part of the year. But yet they've oftentimes still found themselves into this sort of 3rd and long situation, which is just so hard to convert. Empty look here for Darnold. Blitz coming from the Cardinals. Got to get rid of the ball. He does so to Horton. Horton is able to make the catch, and oh my goodness, what an effort there by Horton. He got this ball all the way down within about a yard. It looked like he was going to be stopped far short, and he just did the old running back, keep your feet grinding, keep your feet moving, and he's going to make this a tough decision for Mike McDonald as to what to do next now, as you've gotten close enough to have to make the call, and you're right around just past that midfield stripe here now. So what will Mike do? Go back to the defense, or maybe try to say, hey, we were within a yard, take a chance here, but a nice job by Horton showing some of that yak ability, and Seattle indeed is going to try to go for this. They're not going to do the tush push despite being only less than a yard away. Darnold back in shotgun here. He's going to hand this off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet is going to be brought down. Man, why not the tush push there? So they go for it, but they will be stopped short. They go for a shotgun handoff. I don't know, man. I don't know on that. Why shot? You've had the shotgun looks have not worked particularly well for us so far this year. That's another one of those runs where some of the running game is just so telegraphed by what we're doing. I would have tried with your luck on the tush push stuff. I would have gone pushy. Yeah, rest of the chat seems like they're in the same place on this one where we've had luck with the tush. Just go to that, man. Like you're not running the ball well enough to think that you're going to get to outside zone on the 3rd and 1, which is what they just did. Is they tried to get out to an outside wide zone. I know Kubiak wants to work this in the offense and go, but you're getting nowhere on it. Like, you're not even getting to the line of scrimmage on those runs right now. Appreciate you, Megan. Thank you again for that double donation. Martin Lawrence, thanks for the $5. It's 1:15 a.m. here in Ireland. Moved Friday's work around so I could see the game live. Let's go Hawks. Hoping for a big win. Well, I know you folks are diehards for sure to have to get up at times so early in the morning to watch these games, and it can be even worse at times with some of the timing of it. But hopefully we can go get this tonight. I'm expecting it's going to be a tight, tough game, divisional matchup. These things just always tend to be just tough ones to pull out. But hopefully the Seahawks can find some footing here and keep this thing rolling. Get some of these wins stacked up. Get into this sort of mini bye here, Martin, and start to kind of take flight a little bit. Get that momentum working here. Start getting it rolling in that right direction like it has the past couple of weeks. But thank you for watching today. Appreciate it. We are worldwide here at the Hawks Nest. That is for sure. Joshua Carlisle, thanks for the $5 donation. He says, just wanted to say thanks for all the work on the streams this year. Listening along with you is my favorite part of Hawks Game Day. Well, thank you, Joshua. I really appreciate it. It's my favorite part in doing this channel has become doing these live play-by-plays and just rolling along with you guys, being able to experience this all together. It's made it a lot funner for me in enjoying these games and being able to take these games in with less emotionality, let's say. That's for sure. But thank you, man. I appreciate you for tuning in throughout this year, and it's my pleasure. I love what I get to do. Yeah, Cardinals came out there in a 6-man front, highly dissuading you to run the ball there. And then you're going to be left at that point, bare minimum, with Charbonnet dealing with a one-on-one situation with the unblocked defender. Say nothing if your tight end loses the block like Sauber did. You're in an even worse boat there. Peculiar play call there by Kubiak on that one, and we've got to stop the shotgun runs until we can get back, especially at least in high leverage situations, until we can understand that it's something that we're going to do well. 1st and 10 here for Kyler. He's in shotgun, dropping back to pass. He's going to go out, and the ball's going to get tipped away there by Boye Mafe. Nice job by Boye. Get his hand on the ball there. Kyler, you got to get your hands up. Shorter quarterback. He's going to give you some chances to knock the balls down there. And it's very hard for him to set this kind of screen up for this very reason, because you're oftentimes leaving a defender unblocked heading at you. It's a good job there. Mafi's kind of knocking himself, going, man, if I just put my hands out, that'd have been a tough catch. Boy, I think it's going to be hard to react that fast to it. 2nd down and 10. Cardinals dropping back to throw here. Kyler getting flushed. He's going to be intercepted. Picked up by Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant up the football field, but where he will be dragged down. Did he fumble it? He was carrying that thing like a loaf of bread. There's a pile of bodies right now and the officials are trying to pull out. Not yet a call on the football field. Cardinals are indicating that they have it. And the Cardinals have it. Damn. Kobe tried to get down and his own player just got shot into him. Why is he looking? Oh, he's looking backside and Tyrese Knight trying to come over there and help. I don't know. Does that challenge? I think you might have to challenge that. He looks like he was down to me when he slid, especially because he's the runner's giving himself up. Maybe is that just a quarterback thing? But if the runner gives himself up like that, isn't he down if he's doing that? Yeah, if he's doing a knee slide, he's giving himself up in the act of running at that point. So as he goes into the slide, the ball's not out of his hands until late contact by Tyrese Knight on the play. I don't know how you can't say that that's not down and challenge that from Mike. Mike's got to challenge that, and that's got to get overturned. It's kind of odd that they let it get to that point because the officials all the time are so sensitive about when the player gives himself up, getting to the whistle and activating the whistle before the slide has even been completed by the quarterback. And on that one, he's well through the slide and we still got no whistle. Yeah, Jeb, if he's a quarterback and he's there, it's like there's no doubt about it. The fact that they let that thing kind of get as far as they did on that sort of silly a little bit because Kobe gave himself up. Is it just the quarterback rule? It doesn't apply to other players? Because I feel like I've seen other players, BK, that they've gone to the knee slide in the past, and I've seen the officials go to the whistle, and we'll see. We'll see how they call it. As long as it's called down, I don't care. As long as we end up with the ball and Kyler Murray threw an interception, I will be a happy man. Yeah, Tyrese Knight's trying to come back for the. You see, as they went to slow motion there, that Kobe looks behind his back and the defender's pursuing behind his back. And I think what Tyrese Knight's trying to do is come launch himself backwards and kind of lay out to help out his buddy and take away that guy. But in doing so, ends up making contact with Kobe, he's not anticipating Kobe's going to give himself up there. You know, he's thinking Kobe's running, and then Kobe gives himself up as he's in mid-launch mode, and it was like the timing of it was just awful. The one thing he needs to do there is you're going to go down like that. You got to put two hands on the ball. You know, you saw him come off the catch there with that. That thing was totally loaf of bread style. I don't like that this is coming down to the refs. This is coming down to New York, spending 15 minutes trying to figure this one out. They're giving them the ball. Wow. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's BS, man. That's damn. Yeah, and the running player for a first down, the Cardinals out of it. You just know that's a momentum killer too, you know? You just had a second down interception. You just just a little deflating for the defense there. Oh, golly, Kobe. He's got the most gifted, easy interception, and he's just sitting there out there, and it's like he goes from going, I'm going to be Dion, to like, I'm going to go into slide mode, pick a lane, man. It's a bad, don't get me wrong, I'm not on the call board with it, but God, you could have removed the ability to even have the call on the table if you just take care of the ball, dude. You're not scoring, so just get what you can and get down and get two hands on it. Flick out in space here. Benson brought down after a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. 8 minutes to go here. We do have a flag. Not sure how they got to that review point on that call. It's like maybe a hold here against the Cardinals. Nope, face mask on the Seahawks. Okay. And yeah, Woolen got him. Wasn't egregious, but got him. I mean, it's right there in the open, so it ain't happening. It's not happening like a pile of bodies. It's kind of out there in the open. Cardinals down to the 16-yard line in Seahawks territory. Kyler is going to go a little bit of a reverse motion play here. Leonard Williams does a good job of snuffing it out, and it'll be just a short gain. Trying to look, kind of a little bit of a reverse back action there for the Cardinals with Dortch. Go one way, come back the other with him. Hey, sweetie. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Oh. There we go. We need your luck. We need the luck of the orange. The luck of the orange peel. Shotgun look, 2nd and 7 here, 7:10 to go in the first quarter. Too high safety look from the Hawks. Kyler dropping back to pass. He's going to go underneath here and hit McBride, is that? Short little gain. And this will bring up 3rd down. Kyler, shotgun, 3rd down and 5. 6:25 to go here in the first. Looks like Seahawks jumped off sides. Oh, they're calling the Cardinals. Cardinals jumped off sides. Huh. We got a little benefit on that one. I'm not sure. It looked like Leo initiated the contact into the stands. Shh. I know. Excuse my cat, please. All right, 6:05 here to go. Clock continues to roll. Cardinals have a drive going here. 3rd down and 9, though. 4-man front from the Seahawks. Looking at bringing a blitz. They drop out of it. Kyler throws it underneath here. He's got Dortch. Dortch fighting hard here. Seahawks got like 5 guys. Can't bring down Dortch. Goodness, Dortch just like trying to He-Man that thing. And they'll be about 5 yards short, which means the Cardinals will bring out a field goal attempt here. Northwest 12, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, get Woolen off the field. It's going to be an interesting call once you get Emanwari back and as to what they do at that point, Northwest 12, as to, who's maybe the odd man out on that. Coaching staff does seem to have this trust in Woolen, but, there's some moments here and there that have popped up. It's like the Cardinals were a little late getting the play in, a little delay of game maybe there. Hard to say. They're saying the play clock wasn't rolling. No, they lost 5 on that. Still fairly chip-shotty as far as field goals go. Thank you, Northwest 12. Appreciate that donation. What's going on here? Is the play clock broken? Kitty, losing your freaking mind. Chill. Yeah, they're having some kind of issues here with the play clock. My cat's not happy about it. Okay, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done for now. Here's the 32-yarder. Kick is up. Kick is good. Cardinals take an early lead here on our Seahawks. Okay, just 3 points. Fumble's tough, man. I don't know what Tyrese Knight's thinking on that play either. You can't hit a crackback block as it is. So even if you land that block, you're going to get a 15-yard penalty for the pursuer chasing on the backside of the play there. Say nothing of the fact he was nowhere close to actually landing the block. I know he's kind of thrown off by Brian doing what he's doing, but bleh. It's just use your melon, Yeah, Sean Lee and his team can be so frustrating sometimes with that. Like you had the hardest part of the play. You got the pick. You got him. Right? They give you these opportunities on the road. You got to capitalize in those moments if you want to win that game. Those are the moments oftentimes you come back in retrospect going, there was this, and there was that, and there was this. And boy, just those plays gone a little differently. Cat, I don't know what you want. I'm petting you, you're crying. I don't pet you, you cry. I know it's a hard game so far. We're all dealing with it in our own way here. Holani's going to take this up from the 20-yard line. He'll cut it back around and get pulled down to the ground there at the 21-yard line. Chill. Alrighty. Seahawks going to come out with their second possession now. First and 10, 4:31 to go in the first quarter. Guys, just gonna have to deal with my cat. I don't know what she's on today. Play action. Throw out in space here to Arroyo. Arroyo wide open on that play action from under center. Wow, look at that working. 12-yard gain and a first down for your Seahawks. The Cardinals are going to preload up on the run like the last two defenses had. Just like, let's take them apart in the pass game then. Don't run uphill for the sake of we gotta run on these stacked boxes. We really don't. Pitch play out wide here. Walker able to work off the first block nicely and get back up in space, bounce off Charles Cross and run for a nice 10-yard gain. Hey, a pitch play that went for 10 yards. How about that? That's nice. Well, they give him 9 on the play. Walker used the Charles Cross boost, hit the cross boost button. That got him an extra 5. 2nd and 1. Shotgun look here for the Seahawks. 2 tight ends. Walker bounces this outside, and he's got room to work with. Walker down the sidelines with a nice 20-yard gain there. Just kind of a run to wind it in out. I don't know if it's even by design on that, sort of set up to look like an inside run that they end up taking then wide, or if he chose that width, but right over Lucas's side there. Lucas getting a nice block on Collins. Really got good push on Collins as you watch that block with him, and they're doing a great job of showing the angle with that on Lucas, where he's getting the good 2 or 3 yards push downfield, and then when Collins looks to pursue outside his shoulder, he's lost the outside leverage, in addition to Lucas getting push at the line of scrimmage. Walker again, stay with the hot hand. Walker slips through the hole there and goes and gets himself another 8 yards. Just a little bit of patience to let things develop there, and then shot right through it. Second down and 2. Seahawks deep into Cardinal territory now. Playing with some up-tempo nature here. Quick snap by Darnold. He's got a long period of time to throw the ball. He's going to throw it down kind of at the feet of Walker. It's kind of a throwaway. Walker wasn't going to go anywhere. The pressure was kind of mounting around the backside on him. And so he just kind of dips it down, gets you into the 3rd and 2 here. Seahawks working with a little bit more tempo in this game on play-to-play basis than what we've seen through the first 3 weeks. Definitely purposeful on their point. 2:16 to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks down 3-0. Ball on the 32-yard line into Cardinal territory. Walker goes in motion prior to the snap. Darnold drops back, gets it into Cooper Kupp. 3rd down and Kupp, baby, first down. Sam Darnold, as he's done early on through this season so far, able to hit that back foot on a short pass, but a short pass into a tight window, and be able to flex that ball into the tight window with velocity. And that's where you got the accuracy plus a little bit of that extra push that you're laying on there with the ball, putting it also in the right spot for Kupp. But that's a real underrated kind of throw there from Darnold, and just recognizing that, get the throw out, but then get the throw out right place, right time with that heat. 1st and 10, back under center here. Charbonnet goes in motion, dropping back to throw, 3-step drop. He's going to let it loose over the top, and he's got A.J. Barner for a touchdown. Seahawks with a hell of an answer on that drive, and Sam let that thing go before Barner had turned his head around, before he was even 2 steps down the field looking back. That's called throwing with anticipation, folks, and beautiful anticipation at that as the Seattle Seahawks go get themselves a touchdown. Just a little kind of skinny fade there from the slot with Barner, and he just puts that so gently over the top with a nice layered throw there by Darnold. But he throws it he's able to not have to put that with as much juice on it because of the fact that he's throwing with anticipation there and putting it to a spot. Well-executed drive there by Sam Darnold all the way around, by the throws he made, by the decision on the 2nd down, and you got 2nd and short. You know here you don't have to force something in here. He's got pressure. The stuff that you wanted to set up on that one play was gone, so he just dirts it up, gets to 3rd and 2. We can convert 3rd and 2. That's makeable. So he's not worried about that. This little smart decision-making point within that drive that's so very important there. Sometimes it's the plays that you just get out of when they don't go right, get back into the next one. But a couple of very nice throws there with the Cooper Kupp, and then that fade ball down into the end zone there. That was a hell of a play for the Seahawks. And how about working the tight ends on that drive? Arroyo out in space off of the play action, going back across. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Slotty Bargardi says, rehire Kubiak. Amen. Big, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Big, you are big for doing so. And folks, please do, if you can, for me, hit that like button. Get subbed on up if you get a chance. I would really, really appreciate it. And I do thank you for doing that, big. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan, he says, get the mean machine to start throwing hands. Refs are dumb. Yeah, refs are a little bit rough there. They did give us the benefit of the doubt on that Leonard Williams call, I think, a little bit, maybe just a tiny bit. But it was definitely, it's going to be interesting to go back and look at that fumble to see how that thing wholly played out exactly. But they had a long look at it. I'll say that. They spent a good couple hours peeling that play back through the commercials they ran. But what a drive there! Holy mackerel, that is an answer there. 7 plays, 77-yard drive in 3 minutes and 4 seconds. That's called getting right up the football field. Be right back. 1 sec. Hotel Costeria. Your life, your comfort, your way. I will take care of you in paradise. Watch us Tuesday, 9 p.m. Yeah, that was a beautiful drive. That was a beautiful, beautiful drive. All right, the kickoff here. We'll go to the 1 yard line, brought up there by the Cardinals. He's looking for space and cut down his torch there by Derek Young. Nice job, Derek, about the 26-yard line. Cardinals have come out with their third drive. First drive ending a punt. Second drive should have ended in an interception, but got 3 points because of the fumble after the interception. So here we go on this third drive. Let's see what the Hawks have here. Nwosu, Mafe, Morris, Peely as your opening front four here on this drive. This is kind of a Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy take a blow drive, I guess. First down to 10. Cardinals going to change the play at line of scrimmage. Seahawks showing heavy run, stop and look here. Probably a switch to a run, I'm guessing, from Kyler. No, stays with the run play. Now go for about 3.5, 4 yards. Brandon Peely making the play over there. Nice job, Brandon. Brandon to Brandon Love. I see you. Second down and 7. Shotgun look here. 2-man backfield for Kyler. Play action pass. Nwosu brings him down. What a sack there by Nwosu, and how good you feel for him. This guy's had to take such a long road to come back. Takes the long road, gets a dirty play that knocks him out for another whole year. Has had to just strain to get through this offseason to finally get himself back to ready to roll, and makes a hell of a play here, looking quick off the line of scrimmage. The Cardinals tried to play. I hate when offenses do this, where you yank a guard and you try to pull a right guard back out in space to turn him into a left tackle post snap. Third down and 15. It doesn't often work out too well. And Nwosu able to stutter step him as he was having to climb so hard to get out. So you take that right guard and you pull him back in space post snap. That guard's got to just be, those big fat bastards have got to run their happy ass out there just to get out there in the first place. And then you got a guy who's already got a load of steam coming the other way at you, and it can set up just for that, where he stutter steps you and your momentum's already taken you one way and he goes the other way. Hell of a play, though, by Nwosu. Hell of a play by Nwosu. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, he's back. Back again. Murphy's been out there misfit. I think that you're gonna see a rotation though. And as much because this is a Thursday night game, and even with the fourth quarter, they got to kind of take off, you're going to be a little mindful of the fact that you want to try to protect your players, I think, a little bit with the snap counts. 3rd down and 15. Seahawks showing a 5-man fire zone kind of look here. Jones will drop out of it. 4-man come. Kyler's going to try to run away. He's going to run out to the side, and he's going to take this for a very short gain. Maybe a yard or two. The clock will wind down to the end of the quarter, and the Cardinals will punt. Great job by the defense. Get that ball back to that offense, averaging 8.8 yards per play. Yes, please. Yes, please. Let's go. Cardinal fans are going to hate that pass protection. Look with that. Adams going to the side like that. Woo, they're going to get mad. They're already mad at Petzing. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Yep, thank you for the $5 donation, Martin. Appreciate the double dono. Excellent drive. Good mix of run and pass. That's how you reply to their score. Darnold is running this offense, and it looks good. All I got to say to that.
Enough said.
Enough said. Yeah, I think he's operating with a lot of comfort, and that we thought this offense would meld really together well with the skills that he brings to the forefront, the decision making, the quick decision making, an ability to have a upper level NFL arm and on some of these throws, and you can feel that from him, and that you can kind of tie all that together. Are there some things within his game you want to lean away from too? I don't want to turn him into a superhero quarterback here, but this is the reason why through the first 3 weeks, this guy is the number 1 rated quarterback by PFF. It's not by accident. It's not by he stumbled into it and got a freebie touchdowns that put him over that top. It's because he's executing this snap in and snap out at a very high level right now. And it's impressive to watch. And it's what we had all hoped in the best case scenario. And like we talked about last night on the Seahawks Syndicate, that his raising himself up to a ceiling of what we thought he could be when he was drafted, or what the greatest heralders of Sam Darnold thought he could be when he was drafted, and him reaching up to that level for this particular team, if he can get there, that takes the upside of this team to such a high place as far as their potential and what they can go and where they can go on the back of that. We'll see in the sustainability part of it. We'll see as this goes through this game. We'll see it through the rest of this year on that. But he's certainly showing some early little tidings here of this possibly heading in this way, as I've maintained that if it looks kind of this good out the chute with the new coordinator on the new team, with the new quarterback on the new team, with the new coordinator, well, then how does it look when that stuff starts to get a little bit even more settled down the line, and they have the opportunity? It looks like DeMarcus Lawrence is walking around. Is he all right? Yeah. They're talking about DeMarcus Lawrence. Hopefully he's okay. All right, here is the punt back to Horton. Horton will bring it up and run into 2 men there like a car crash and get spun down at the 25-yard line. Yeah, Murphy was out there for at least a snap. So I think what you do sometimes is just say, we're going to run you 2 series, and then the 3rd series, we're going to bring somebody else out, and then we'll get back into the 4th quarter. We may just run you 24/7 by that point. But you're going to try to manage the snap load on these Thursday night games. It's part of why we don't I'm not always the greatest of fans of these Thursday night contests, because the coaches really have to adjust, since you have not expanded the rosters in a meaningful way to allow them to overcome this kind of stuff. Not necessarily. It's like DeMarcus Lawrence something's going on with him. I don't know if it's a concussion or what. He's walking around, but I'm sure they're telling you guys on the telecast. 1st and 10 here. Darnold, hand off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet almost pulled down from behind, able to fight through that block, then run a man over there to finish the run off nicely for a 4 or 5 yard gain. Wild card. That interception fumble was wild Madden stuff. That was very Madden-y. That stuff has definitely happened to me in Madden. 100%. And you're like, this is unrealistic. 2nd and 7. Handoff again here to Charbonnet, staying with it. He again runs over a man. Another short gain though. Ooh, is Barner okay? A lot of bodies down on the ground right now. Not everybody getting up particularly fast. We do have a flag on the play. Looks like holding, which probably means Seattle. No, holding on the Cardinals. We've seen this recently. Back last week, we had a call on this as well on the defensive side of the ball, where they're holding our linemen up from being able to get to the second level and pull out. And yeah, that's what he's doing. It's kind of, it's not egregious. You could definitely see that not being a call that's called on a play and play basis, but at the same point, he's kind of holding up, locking, kind of hooking a little bit of Sundell there at the center position and not allowing him to progress down to the second level. Pitch play here to Charbonnet. Penetration in the backfield, and boy, that play goes nowhere. Charbonnet can do all he can just to have it turn into a negative 3-yard gain. Seahawks sticking with that running game. And they're sticking with those pitch plays. We are going to make this work. And Wilson down for the Cardinals. Very important inside linebacker for them. Mac Wilson been playing a hell of a year this year. Leading the team in tackles in this particular game with 4. He's kind of down the turf right now. Maybe a little bit of a cramp thing going on there. They're grabbing onto the back of the calf. That's usually a crampish kind of area. Man, Sundell whiffed that block. Oh, did he get leg whipped? No, he got leg whipped. Zabel leg whipped him, not on purpose. Wasn't a purposeful leg whip, but it was right across the old shins. That stings. That's one of those ones you got to bend over and it's not quite up to the nut shot rating of pain, like it's not quite to that level, but it is probably past funny bone, front of the shin shot. 2nd and 12. So I guess it's holding on Seattle. Oh no, you lost that's right. 2nd and 12 here for Seattle. Darnold under pressure and he is going to go down. Baron Browning, Calais Campbell. I guess nobody open there. Fairly quick pressure on the play by the Cardinals coming off that right side of Seattle there, but it was both Browning and it was Campbell, both Lucas, it looks like, and Bradford got. Yeah, Lucas just doesn't get out to the edge on that play at all. And Barner's with a weird chip on that play. He's got to bring that back in. And route him back into Lucas. He can't let him get to the width out there before he gets into his thing. So Walker's going to get cut down here on a short run here on 3rd and forever. Seattle's just going to say kind of wave the white flag on this series and get the punt off. But you've got Baron Browning aligned really wide. You've got already Barner out there on that edge. Barner just kind of does a weak ass, doesn't chip him, but kind of stands in front of Lucas to kind of hide where Browning is as a player and get at least a hand there on him and get him held up a little bit off that line of scrimmage rather than letting him get shot out of a cannon like he did to be able to have the free run at Darnold on the play. And then Campbell, who just has been a nightmare for us for 20 years, just will not go away. He might be a zombie. Punt return here for the Cardinals up to the 27. Nice job by Dortch giving this sign, saying he almost could have busted it. Almost broke it. Semi, Centurion, thank you for subbing up the channel, Semi. Appreciate you for doing that. Corsos D. Gutierrez, thank you for the $2 donations. Is K1 stays giving the ball to Kobe. Thank you, K1. Indeed, the second interception for Kobe Bryant here against, that's the 3rd pick now, right? So that's the 3rd interception Kobe Bryant has had on Kyler Murray. He picked one off in the first Cardinal game last year where Witherspoon's bringing the heat, and then that was a pick 6. And then you have the interception last year where Murray tried to go after him a second time, and he was able to undercut the route and get the pick there. And then today, so 3 picks. Yeah, he's definitely, he plays Kyler seemingly pretty well. He's got a good feel of what Kyler's kind of seemingly trying to do back there in the pocket. Hopefully he can go get another one in this game, Corsos, but that's good good catch on your part. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Kyler looks considerably slower. Well, I mean, I am going to say, he's maybe not fully to the age of where we had, Russ at, where we saw with Russ, there was a little bit of the slowing of the down after having it, so dynamic, being, a real pure 4-5 guy. And with Kyler, you wonder, is he more of a 4-5-ish guy now, more than that 4-3-7-ish guy he was coming out? And I think there's probably something to that a little bit there, Sanchez. I do. I mean, that you come back out those ACLs, it's not always that you're going to come back 100% the same. And he's now getting closer and closer to the age of 30, which, you should still be theoretically a little bit in your prime, but, kind of like we saw with Russ too. It can be sped up a little bit as well if you've had to use a lot of those legs through the early part of your career to get by. But I'm seeing kind of the same thing there. I wonder on that Derek Hall play, for instance, if a younger Kyler Murray doesn't just, bunny hop his way out of that one and get up the football field. Faero, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Faero. Appreciate you for doing that. Folks, please do hit that sub button. Like on up if you get a chance. It's free, and it helps them out, channels like mine, in a tremendous, tremendous way. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. What do you think about going for a solid right guard or center around the trade deadline? Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks. I will get right back over to that in just a sec. Here's we got the action kicking back off here. 11:57 to go on the second quarter clock. Calais Campbell rallying the troops over on the sideline. Kyler in shotgun here, setting up from his 27. Hand off here to Benson. Benson finds a crack, able to push his way through for a gain of about 8. Second down. I think that if there is any kind of trade you can make center or right guard wise at the trade deadline that can substantially help the team out, Peter, I think if you're just going for a lateral move, Cardinals are going to go with a hurry up here, quick snapping like the Hawks had here. And Kyler just sort of throws it to no man's land as Marvin Harrison didn't adjust his route like Kyler thought he was going to. A little miscommunication as these two just sometimes just don't seem to quite be always on that same page. That was nowhere close. He's expecting him to cut that route off, and he just runs it up the field. Cardinals, 3rd down and 2. 4 wide. Seahawks bringing some pressure here. They're able to get a first down completion to Wilson there. Kyler, he's going to go hurry up here. Sometimes you try to do this with an offense to sort of generate some rhythm, is get them just up tempo, upward momentum here. Witherspoon out in space. Almost pulls the fumble away. Almost rips the ball out of his hand. Very close there with Benson. Did allow Benson to get about a yard or two there, but it's a very short gain nonetheless. Smart play there by Devin, though. He came really close to being able to rip that thing out. Cardinals going to keep trying to go up tempo here on the Hawks. 2nd down and 7. Kyler in shotgun, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Ball's going to be tipped at the line of scrimmage. Leonard Williams got his hand on it. Big cat, put a paw on the ball. See if Mike dials up a little bit of some pressure look here on 3rd down and 7. I know he's hesitant to do that when you get in 3rd and shorts, but these longs, he's usually a little more willing to kind of give you a little bit more flavor, and that's what he's going to do. Heavy blitz look here from the Seahawks. They're going to drop out of it post-snap. Kyler under heat, under pressure, completes the ball. 1st down. Yes. Man, I don't know why Josh Job's dropping so far off depth there. It's like he goes right to the first down marker and Job takes another 3 steps back off of him. Like, climb up on the route. I hate when you just do the zone to nowhere, where guys are just dropping in a space and not picking anybody up. It's just what they just did again there. McBride with another catch. Come on. 15-yard play over the top. No one's covering him off the line of scrimmage. No one's picking him up in zone. Like, you got to pick somebody up in zone. You can't just drop into a space and look emptily at space. Like, you got to be kind of aware at times. And Hawks on this particular drive right now in a couple of these plays, they're sitting too soft on the zone, trying to protect against depth, and it's just getting them beat up in front. Kyler going over the top here. That ball is going to be thrown out of bounds. Kyler gives his guy a chance there. He just kind of let that thing sail on out of bounds there on the throw. 2nd down and 10. Man, that's a throw just as a fan drive me crazy. Kyler's like, just put it to the back of the end zone, let him try to run under it and give him a chance. 8-play, 41-yard drive here by the Cardinals. Job, nice job overall in coverage on that last snap. He squished that down to the sideline there as they were running down the sideline. 2nd and 10. Kyler dropping back to throw. Tyrese Knight able to get his hands on him and slow down Benson till the rest of the group can arrive. Short little gain here, 3rd down. Now let's see if Mike decides to finally, still no, I don't think you blitzed once so far in this game. Not that you necessarily have had to. 3rd down and 11 here. When they have brought the stack boxes, the couple of times that they have Seattle in this game, they have fallen out of it each time. 8:43 to go here in the second quarter. Ball on the 34-yard line, Seahawks territory. Kyler in shotgun. 4-man front coming at him. He's going to get rid of the ball quickly up in space. Ball's going to be picked off. Ball's picked off here by, I believe that's Ernest Jones. Ernest Jones up the football field, and he's still on his feet. Dragged down with a nice return. I think he just picked it out of the hands of, was that Harrison? Did he just grab it out of his hands? I think he just took it, stole it, candy out of a baby, sitting like a little toddler there. Just, give me that. Yeah, it was a pure drop. He didn't even pull it away from him. Just a pure drop from Harrison. Kyler giving the look of death at Harrison. Harrison grabbing his stomach. Like, it was the hit that caused it. That's why I didn't catch it. It was the hit hurt. That's what made that happen. That's why, because that thing did that. No, it wasn't my hands. It was the belly. He got my belly. That's why, Kyler. Please don't shun me. Please don't shun me, Kyler. Yeah, somebody gave a nice little shot in there to Marvin. He struggled to bring that ball in. I'd like to see another angle on the throw in there and how good that throw was as far as he could reel that in, right? That was a reelable in ball. It was catchable. I'd love to see coming back after turnover like this. It's kind of the old thing. It's like, it's sort of like almost cliche that this thing goes back so many years, but you have a turnover like that and you come right back with a play action pass and you just dagger it down the field. You get a matchup down the field and go take the chunk. Hard part is the Cardinals do a good job of staying in depth with their defense, so they're not always going to be compressing routes and giving you some openings on the backside. But that's sometimes what you like to do with this momentum. You get a flip to the other side. And Ernest Jones with his 2nd interception of the season. Thank you, Rams. It's the moment of the show where I thank the Rams for giving us another good player. Your 5. Let's go, Mariners. We got some Mariner updated news. Your Seattle Mariners have not only clinched a playoff berth, your Seattle Mariners have not only clinched the division title, your Mariners have now, maybe almost even more so than just even those two, have got a first-round bye in the Major League playoffs. And we will be streaming every single Mariner game as long as it's not overlapping with some Seahawks coverage here on the channel. So I am looking forward to that. Marvin's definitely getting to the point where you're going to start to wonder about, and look, it's still early on this. It's early in this game. This is football, where stuff can look so bad and things can kind of sometimes bounce back. Let me see this play really quick and what happened here. Yeah, he's got to catch it. I mean, that's part of the reason he gets cracked is because he doesn't reel it in initially. And he lets the thing dance on his fingertips for a couple of steps, and that puts him vulnerable to get just whopped. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks here, setting up already in Cardinal territory at the 49-yard line with 8:20 to go here. And that's just what they're going to try to do. Take a step back, take a shot down the football field, looking for his man. Almost reeled in by Torrey Horton. I told you guys it's cliche. It's what you do, but it is what you do. You come back and take that shot, and Horton, beautifully thrown ball there by Sam. He gave Horton a chance there on that to bring that in. Horton had it in his hands. It's not really as much, I think, a pure drop there as you got a defender hanging on you for sure. I mean, Max never turns back and looks for the ball. Nice throw there. Nice throw there by Darnold. Almost reeled in by Horton. Love the aggressiveness from Kubiak there. Just love it. Love it. 2nd down and 10 here for Seattle. Sam dropping back to throw. Coming back underneath here. He rips the ball to Jake Bobo there for a 1st down. Nice 16-yard play there to Bobo. And Darnold just letting the gun fly. You could hear the shot from here, man. All the way from Glendale to here, I'm hearing the reverberations. Things coming off him like just... Nice catch by Bobo there to reach back for the ball. I think he's coming on it with some smoke coming off the back of that pigskin. 1st down for Seattle. Step on him. Step on him. 7:33 to go. 1st and 10. Hand off to Walker. Walker met in the hole. Dances past the first man. Sidesteps his way up the football field for a gain of maybe 3.5-ish. Clock continues to roll. 7:15 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Seahawks up 7-3. Second down and 6. Hand off here to Walker. Walker gets the edge. Walker, nice tackle in space there by Clark. Cardinals, if he didn't make that tackle, Walker's got a chance to potentially house that thing. Nice gain still nonetheless, bringing up a 3rd down and short. We do have a flag on the play. Cardinals are signaling it's on the Seattle Seahawks here. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Walker for taunting. So it's post-play as well. Jeez. What was there to taunt about? You got a 4-yard gain and he tackled you. So the guy pulled his ankle down and turned his ankle down. Then he threw the ball at him. It was the throwing of the ball. It wasn't really Walker talking to him. It was throwing the ball at Clark. You can't throw the ball at the player. Why these guys? Gino did it last year. What do you think they're going to do? Trying to set up a screen here for Charbonnet, and he's going to be drugged out of field goal range now after that 2 play. What a horrible play by Walker. An absolute, you have a full chance there to think that one through a little bit and process. These football players sometimes, when they make the dumbest of errors, you just go, what is the upshot? You're not hurting him with the football. You're not going to disrespect him because you hit him with the football. You don't look tougher because you hit him with the football. I understand your emotions are up, man, but you got to control that stuff. That's a field goal you wiped off the board because you were mad that he twisted your leg a little bit. That's an awful play there by Walker, man. Just awful, awful play there by Walker. You got to be smarter than that. It felt the same way with Geno last year in the Bills game. Just like throws it off a guy's forehead. Like, good for you. You know, you cost your team. Well done. Holy crap, man, that was stupid. Well, at least get your money's worth, man. Go punch him under the helmet or something, for God's sake. Weak ass throw the ball in his general direction. Come on. Again, Peter, sorry, a little late on getting back to your dono. I'm open to getting a center or right guard to the trade deadline. I do think that you need to find something that you know is going to be better than you just sort of doing the rearranging the deck chairs sort of thing at the position, where you're just getting another guy that's doesn't know the system, that's playing about the same level of what you got. I'd like to see them actually try to get a somewhat substantial upgrade if they're going to go look to do that. But I do think that there's really not going to be a trade that's going to be on the table to be made with that, because, Peter, if you look at trade deadlines in recent years, you don't tend to see guards or centers being moved. Maybe there's a guy like Jackson Powers that, you know, he's in the doghouse at Carroll, and maybe you can kind of go grab him as a guy, and then I'll be in favor of it. So I ain't turning down any of those trades. If there's a one on the table to be had, let's do it. But I think it's going to be hard to find one that's going to be a guy partner willing to actually give up one of those really good linemen. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Says awful offensive play calling that drive, and I think he's not meaning this one, but the prior drive that we had on that. Yeah, there's been some hit and miss stuff here with Kubiak a little bit in this game on it. You are trying to stay with the run, which is commendable. You are up 4.3 yard per carry average, which is at least nice there, but there are still, you know, some struggles, and you've got almost a 2-to-1. You've got a 2-to-1 rate here as far as your run to pass rate. And when you are looking at Sam Darnold, 5 of 6, 78 yards with the touchdown, 158 rating, you do wonder a little bit on, okay, you're having some hard time running the ball once again here. Do we maybe want to go with like the path of least resistance just a little bit on this one and lean back into a little bit more now of trying to maybe just a little bit here pass the ball, because this is what you're doing very effectively right now, and what you're doing in running the ball is not terribly effective right now. Brandon Taylor with a $5 donation follows up on that and says, why in the world did we run 3 straight with Charbonnet? Play calling is so bad every other drive. Can't capitalize on good defensive stops. Shaking my head. Yeah, that's one that's going to hurt here a little bit. You get the interception, they get you on a short field, and you can't even come away with any points. I don't know. I understand that they want to stay committed to the running game, and I'm wanting them to, you know, keep in that place. But there's a difference between we're going to stay in the running game, we're going to throw in space here, and finally Brock down the ground. Seahawks having a hard time bringing Greg Dortch to the ground tackling today, whether he's punt returning or catching the ball. He's shaking defenders right and left. But I get the commitment to running the ball, but there's a difference between we're going 50-50 and we're going 2-to-1. And you're in it. You've had a few of these games now where you're in this 2-to-1 phase of things. And if you're running effectively, it's one thing. But if you're not running the ball effectively, nice hit by Julian Love on Trey McBride after the catch. Very short 3-yard completion, but this will bring up a 3rd and short here for the Cardinals with 5 minutes and 2 seconds to go here in the second quarter. I don't quite get that part of it, Brandon. We'll see how this game goes along here, but you got to start to think from Kubiak's standpoint of like, all right, maybe we got to kind of take advantage of the fact that this Cardinal team's down so many cornerbacks, for instance. 3rd down and 2. Cardinals will check the play at the line of scrimmage here with Kyler. He's seeing something he doesn't like, so he's making some adjustments here. Seahawks showing a 5-man front with Julian Love up around the line of scrimmage here. They're going to try to run the ball, and they're going to be stopped short by a good yard and a half, 2 yards there. Nice job, Boye Mafe, Derek Hall in on the tackle. The whole group kind of arrived there right where the run play was at. See what the Cardinals decide to do here. It's a long yard and a half, and you're in your own territory here. Kind of a strange time to go for it if you do, but maybe they're feeling ballsy. No? You're probably thinking about it there because the Seattle Seahawks have an opportunity now. Punt will drive back. Horton deep. Horton's going to have some space to work with here. See what he can do. He cuts past one. Can't get past the second guy. Great punt. Great job by the Cardinal punt return unit to rally after just a bomb of a punt there back to the 10-yard line. Seahawks will have a long field, but 3 minutes and 45 seconds and 2 timeouts to work with here. And the opportunity to where if you can wind out this clock, go get some points, you can kind of, in a way, steal a possession here where you could maybe close out this half, walk back into the half, and come back and get the ball after halftime on the kick. We'll see if there's an adjustment made on this drive. David, Brandon, thank you for your donations. If this is one we're going to maybe see now a little bit of, hey, let's try to work a little bit maybe the early down passing attack here. Cardinals are kind of preloading up a little bit on our running game. Let's try to get them playing this a little bit more even Steven, if you will. And again, attack these corners. You're down Will Johnson. You've got, Melton's busted up. You've got some places that should be where you can go after here on this secondary. First down and 10. Sam Darnold under center here. Quick snap, dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's going to roll out here. He's going to let it go down the field. And he's got Arroyo with a catch. Nice catch by Arroyo, reaching up to go get it. And a nice soft throw there by Darnold, a real catchable ball down the field to let the bigger tight end go up there and steal it away from the smaller defender. You get Arroyo matched up there against, is that Sweat? So you've got an edge basically against a tight end. That edge is not going to get his head turned around. And Sam Darnold recognizes this. That's part of why he's so ballsy in throwing this, even though there's not any separation on the play, because you have an edge trying to cover that guy down the football field. You're going to trust that your guy on that, especially the ball skills that they like with Arroyo. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's going to run this. He's going to go. He's going to run. He's still on his feet. He's still running. Darnold, let's go. Down to the 32-yard line. Opened up like the Red Sea on him, and he took it. He said, "My people, follow me. Follow me to freedom." Fake pitch play, looks back, quick decision-making there by Darnold, feeling the pressure was going to mount if he tried to hold on that and wait, and just quickly gets up the field. 2:28 to go here. Ball on the 37-yard line. Pitch play here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet got some room to work with. Charbonnet getting up the field, still on his feet. Wound down at the 18-yard line. Nice run. Best run of the day for Zach. First down, Seahawks. You got to imagine that they're going to let that thing wind on down now to the 2-minute warning. As again, try to come down here, bleed this clock down, go get some points, get the ball back at halftime. That will take us the 2-minute warning. So nice job there by Sam Darnold's decision-making is on point. My man playing some great football right now. Grade A football right now. Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation, Nolan. B, prep Mike AZ fan to call Denver for a trade. Denver might be on point. You mean for Marvin Harrison? Like they would want, they'd try to go get Harrison on that one? Hey, maybe. Maybe. I could see Denver being in on that one. Oh, Mike was saying, though, the other day with that, Arizona's again one of those teams that doesn't do a lot of the trade deadline thing as much. They did do Barrett Browning last year. Credit to them on that one. But they do tend to be a little bit quiet when you get to the trade deadline and what they're looking to do. Lowell Prince. Mr. Prince, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Very commendable. I appreciate you for doing that. Folks, please hit that like button. Sub on up like Lowell has. Really appreciate you guys doing that. So we're now on the road to 30,000. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Marvin Harrison Jr. was a number 4 overall pick. Cardinals are gonna Cardinal. Yeah, I think it's a tough situation here too for Marvin Harrison because I'm still a Marvin Harrison in a lot of ways. I know he's having a hard thing where he's at right now, but I am a backer. I think some of what he has going on here is there's just that confidence thing that's a big factor in every sport. And that when you sort of lose your mojo a little bit, that, makes you look worse than you actually are. And I think that you're going to maybe get to the place with this if it continues that it's as much of he just needs that, new kind of environment. And I've kind of always thought too, it's the pairing between Kyler and Marvin Harrison. I just didn't always know if it was the greatest of pairings, and can't fault Kyler on this. He's put some balls here to Marvin the past 2 weeks that Marvin's just straight dropped. So, that's not on Kyler. It's just that kind of wondered with Kyler, it's better combination is to go and find a guy that's, kind of your guy that can bust into those secondary routes and take advantage of Kyler when he's out there scrambling behind the line of scrimmage and buy you that extra time to get free. But it's looking like a rough trade right now for the Cardinals, especially I think it just gets put on a brighter spotlight, Sanchez, because of the fact the Cardinals didn't do anything to address the rest of their wide receiver room. You've gone with Dortch and Wilson and McBride's great, but you really haven't gotten a lot of other help. It's kind of like you put all your chips into the Marvin Harrison pot, and if it was going to fly or sink or swim, that was going to be all on the basis of that, and that's kind of a rough way to go too. First down and 10 here. Seahawks in shotgun, Charbonnet to the left of Sam Darnold. 3-4 look from the Cardinals. Seahawks are going to try to run into it. And he'll be knocked down to the ground there. See if the Cardinals start trying to hit some of their timeouts. You're kind of running predictably there, but you're doing so for a good reason, because as much you want to let this clock already start to roll. You got your 2 timeouts. It's not a factor for you. You just don't want to give the Cardinals much of anything left back on the clock, no matter what happens on this drive. It's part of protecting and setting your defense up for success on the offensive side of the ball. Second down and 8. Sam under center. Play action pass. He's going to roll back out to the left. Incomplete pass, but we do have a penalty flag. Looking for Arroyo in the back edge of the end zone there. And it was almost completed. The flag came out very fast on the Arizona Cardinals there. And that will be an automatic first down. They're going to get Budda Baker. And I love Sam attacking that mass match. Go back again. The safety's not in play here. You got Arroyo 6'4" up against a 5'9" Baker. Baker's going to get a little bit worried about having that matchup down the football field. And Sam, again, like he did earlier on this drive with Arroyo, and this is what you should be doing, attack the mismatch of size. You've got a guy with ball skills who's got 5-6 inches over the top of the guy guarding him. Go after that. Attack that. Budda's known for a lot of things that he does really well in this sport, but necessarily covering down the football field against bigger players is not necessarily it. First down and 10, or first and goal, from about the 1 yard line here. Hand off to Charbonnet, stumbling Sam Darnold. Charbonnet will be brought just short of the end zone, probably about a half yard lost, maybe even, or a quarter of a yard lost. Cardinals will probably call their first time out here. Darnold had his foot stepped on there by Bradford. And kind of doubly so there, because then Bradford doesn't get his guy blocked either. So he steps on his quarterback's foot, and he doesn't block his guy, and that guy is in on the tackle. Oh, Anthony. 1:11 on the clock here. Cardinals took their first time out. They got 2 remaining. Seahawks with 95 yards rushing, 35 yards for the Cardinals on the other side of it. Time of possession slightly in Seahawks' favor, but pretty evened up. Second down and goal. Seahawks coming out again in a heavy look formation here. Play action pass. Sam Darnold's looking, and he just throws it through the back of the end zone again, looking in Arroyo's direction here. And that will bring us back to third down and goal now. Gosh, you'd love to get this punched in. Yeah, I think if Sam threw a little early, he had a chance there with Arroyo. I think he was trying to make sure that Arroyo was going to clear fully there off the play action, and that extra beat that he kind of held onto the ball was enough for the defender to close the distance, and you didn't have enough space to work with there on the other side. Third down and goal now. And they're going to hand this off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet, he's hit. He's pushing in for a touchdown. Zach Charbonnet was held up at first, but then his men came up and pushed him in through the other side. They said, you ain't getting stopped. We want this tutty. We need this tutty. We're going to go get this tutty. 7-play, 90-yard drive by your Seattle Seahawks. Charbonnet stopped initially there by Max Melton, and then Charles Cross came in there and picked him up like a baby, put a ba-ba in his mouth and said, you are getting in that end zone, young man. And you will like it. Touchdown, Seahawks. Let's go. Let's go. Kick is up and through. Seattle Seahawks take a commanding 14-3 lead. 1:01 to go here in the second quarter. Mike with a big old Tiger Woods fist pump. Yeah. Hell yeah. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. David, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, bench Walker. That could cost us the game. I think certainly there's going to be, when you look at that next drive there, David, to your point, why don't you see Walker out on that last drive? Walker's averaging on the day 5.8 yards per carry, and you don't have him out for even one snap in that drive. I think that's very much kind of the coaching staff going, Kenneth, that's going to, and I think you got to have a lot of patience as a coach at times for the emotionality of the sport and stuff that can happen bang, bang in the moment. And that these guys are operating with this level of intensity that's going to just, bleed over at times to these type of things happening. But there's also that line you can't cross over into like that, where you got to have a little bit more of the discipline there to keep that just a bit more in check and to that line. And he kind of went past it. And that's going to be one of those things where the coaches go, look, we give you so much up to the line in allowance that for you to go past it is a real kind of egregious sort of thing. And I think we'll probably get Walker back in this game at some point. But yeah, does not surprise me that the next series, they're like, why don't you just take a second and chill out? Chill your happy ass out and catch a second here, huh? Adam Baum, thank you for the $2 donation. We love to beat ourselves with stupidity, talking about that Walker play. And sorry, a little slow to get back on that one there, Adam. But yeah, this team, avoid the shooting of yourself in the foot. Avoid the self-owned mistakes. You're good enough to beat these teams, and just don't have the stupid stuff that you're hurting yourself with. Walker with the throwing the ball. Kobe Bryant, get two hands in the ball. You're carrying that thing like a loaf of bread there early on in the interception, and then the ball's loosely knocked out. So, those are the things that you just cinch down these final little details a little bit, and you can dominate. Let's see if we can kind of eliminate some of these self-inflicted wounds. And I say that as we're up ahead 14-3. Robs, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Appreciate that, Robs. Why won't Madden let me punt like that? Man, goodness. Yeah, Madden doesn't let you get off the bombs like that, does it? Like, even if you got a little bit of, like, quote unquote wind at your back, man. Like, that thing was a freaking World War II. That was impressive. He freaking blasted that thing. And then the fact that he put it up so high in the air where his kick coverage unit could get back down the field to actually then be right in Horton's face when he received the ball. How about Charles Cross in that play, making that happen? Playing to the echo of the whistle, playing with high effort, high energy. I mean, that's, just what they call it, extreme energy, extreme something, I think is what they call it on that, where they're like, Mike's got some term for it they use. Shocking effort, I think. 1st and 10, 54 seconds to go here. Kyler goes empty out the gate. He's going to let it fly. Woo! Julian Love almost got himself an interception as he jumped in front of that route. And Love goes, I was so close. I'm so close. Trey McBride trying to work Trey. And at this point, you got to double Trey, don't you? And that's just what Seattle does. You got Drake underneath, Julian Love jumping the route. And why wouldn't you do this? He's got probably little to no faith in Marvin. 2nd down and 10. Kyler dropping back to throw. Pressure mounting here. Ball's going to skid in front of Marvin Harrison. Cardinals got a 3rd and 10, 46 seconds left. Seahawks have 2 timeouts here. On these 3rd and longs, 3rd and shorts, Mike's basically kept things pretty vanilla as far as the fronts go. See if he does remain so in this territory here. 3 wide plus McBride. Seahawks drop out of a blitz look. Cardinals are going to try to hit the screenplay, and they get it. Man, Dortch. Golly. God, you'd at least like to be blitzing if you're going to get having the price paid on the screenplay there, wouldn't you? You still end up dropping out of it anyway. 38 seconds to go for the Cardinals. Yikes. Ashman55, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Ashman. I appreciate that. Tamika Sunny Duncan, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. I really appreciate you doing that. We're trying to get on to 30,000 now, and you guys are helping us get a little bit closer there, and I do appreciate it. All right, 1st and 10, ball at the 38-ish in Cardinal territory. Pressure again on Kyler, and he's brought down to the ground by big Leonard Williams. The big cat had himself just a sensational game at home against the Cardinals last year where he just owned Evan Brown, and he will bring Kyler to the ground. Kyler is going to try to still set this up here. Clock continues to tick, 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 tick. Cardinals only have one timeout. Again, there's pressure. Kyler is going to then just take a seat here, and maybe the Cardinals just let this thing wind up and say, let's just get to halftime. Kyler's got it, half his jersey tugged out. He's got green grass stains all over his jersey, walking with a little bit of a Kyler limp, or maybe it's just his toddler shuffle. I don't know. And the Cardinals will call a final timeout here where I guess they're just going to maybe see if Kyler can do a Hail Mary throw here with 2 seconds to go. Does Kyler got a 60-yard arm? I don't know if I've ever seen Kyler. I know Kyler's thrown that one Hail Mary to DeAndre Hopkins back in the day. But does he actually have, they're still fairly far away on this one. I'd call a timeout if I'm Seattle. Yeah, good timeout, Mike. Good timeout. Get you guys back over. Get them an extra second to just kind of just some details, guys, on this. Cardinals are really far away. You know, you'd ideally like to be about at least the 45-yard line, even in your own territory where you're heaving it, to give it to where it's not just the yardage you got to get down the field on the Hail Mary. It's also that you've got to get it to get the air underneath it, ideally, as you'd like to do, or you really get that Russell Wilson moonball kind of throw to it. So it gets hard to do that if you got to cover so much more distance to get the ball down the field. Again, I'm not sure that Kyler's got a 60-yard throw in him. We'll learn in a second on this one. Are they maybe they'll just try the little throw and do the little lateral shuffle thing. 3rd down and 13 for the Cardinals. They're at about the 35-yard line, their own territory. Seahawks are the 3-man front. They're going to run a little bubble screen here to Wilson. Wilson will get drugged down to the ground by Devin Witherspoon. No problemo. And that'll take us into halftime. So a very, very solid half of play by your Seattle Seahawks. 14-3, led by a great defensive effort. And Sam Darnold playing some very sound football, some very smart football from the position. Love what he's doing right now. Love it, love it, love it. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate that double dono. No, triple dono today. Sorry. He says, I was meaning a trade for Kyler. Maybe Denver needs another short quarterback losing his athleticism. They're going to make it a thing. They're gonna, and then 2 years from now, Nolan, then it's going to be the Bryce Young show. Then in Denver, you know, they're just known for that. They're known for the thin air and the small little tiny quarterbacks. Hey, everyone's got a type, Nolan. You know, don't knock those short kings. Don't you be knocking those short kings. They're people too. Don't add me. Thank you for the $5 donation. Is JSN indirectly getting people open? Opposition's defense worried about JSN. Well, to your point, don't at me in the first half. JSN does not have one target. And I would reckon to guess that some of that's built a little bit around the fact that probably, and it's hard to tell because they haven't given us any kind of 22 shots to really pull this away from. So I'm guessing this blind. Don't hold me to it. But I would reckon to guess that there's a little bit of the sliding of coverages in his direction so far. I think the other thing, don't at me, is you only have 10 passing attempts in that first half. You were so heavily skewed to running the football. I mean, you got 17 passing attempts to 17 rushing attempts to 11 passing attempts in that half. So when you only throw the ball 10 times in a half too, it just kind of makes it artificially look a little bit wonky, because of that as well. So We'll see if they get him a little bit more involved, or if there are a little bit more shots that show us if there's a double team being kind of broached in his direction. But I would reckon to guess a little bit of that's going on, especially considering the Cardinals probably don't want to have JSN matched up at given points off of some of these backup quarterbacks that they have out there, like a Denzel Burke, because they know that guy's going to get probably smoked. Though I will say, Denzel went to Ohio State, so he probably did a little bit of covering JSN in his time here and there. I would think so, Dad. Don't at me. I don't know for sure, but I would think so. Gabe Lewis, thank you for the $5 donation, Gabe. I appreciate that. It's weird we don't put Milroe in when we're on the 1, but they put him in when we're at midfield on random second downs. Yeah, I think maybe with the 2 times they brought him out there, Gabe, that we'll see if there is a moment that you look otherwise to bring him out. But I'd reckon to guess that some of this experiment, even the fact that we've only seen 2 times of him brought out there through the first 3 games, I think that the coaching staff kind of recognizes just in that minimal amount of utilization that this isn't quite really working right here out the gate. We had an idea of how this could work, and it's not quite going, so we can force this down and try to make something happen with it, or just kind of accept the fact it's, maybe we put this in our back pocket for later on, maybe even just for later on in the season. But you're right. I would think, like, again, that 3rd and 1 situation where you went for it, you had Sam in shotgun, like that would have been the kind of moment where in preseason, especially, Milroe was running those tush-push plays, and he was getting like 1.5 yards, 2 yards on those plays. Not just getting you a couple inches, but like running it strongly like we see Hurts able to run it. And so I would look for those if you could use him in those moments for that. But again, I think that there's going to be some of this where they're looking to probably put him on the shelf a little bit with this, because it has just looked so out of sorts when you brought him out there. And then the other part of this too, Gabe, is the fact with Sam playing as well as he is. Do you want to take Sam off the field? You want to remove a snap from Sam in the decision making and what he's doing? Probably not. JD, Pacific Northwest, thank you for the $2 donation, JD. He says, give Kenneth Walker the freaking ball. Indeed, I'd like to get him some more snaps in this half. Hard on him, and rightfully so, for that little moment there of flipping the ball in the direction. I get that the next series you're going to go Charbonnet, go out there, and Walker, you learned a lesson, but you need Walker to win you these football games. And he's shown in this game why, because he's a dynamic runner of the rock. He's averaging 5.8 yards per attempt on 8 carries. Charbonnet's got 8 carries. He's averaging 24 yards. Keeping in mind, Charbonnet's pushed up heavily by a 15-yarder that he's gotten within the spectrum of those 8 carries. And I don't think Charbonnet's some huge backward step from Ken. Just Ken's a bit better and a little more effective. And considering how much we want to run the ball, I think we need to put the most effective guy out there if we're going to lean this much into it, where at times we're almost running with a 2-to-1, variance to it, or split. Thank you, though, JD. I hear you. I feel you. I agree. David Pugh, thank you for the $5 donation, David. Don't ever want to hear that dude Mike call Kyler a good quarterback ever again. I will be spending money at the round table to clown him. Oh, goodness. Yeah, they've definitely, I think, tried to have to kind of talk themselves into it a bit with Kyler at times here in Arizona. And it hasn't always been the easiest evaluations, because there are other things that they don't have right. And this is the whole point about having a QB and being in a decision of having to whether you pay a QB or not. Make sure if you're going to be in a position of having to pay this guy these high water mark amount of money, that you have the other parts in place so that you're making the decision that's the right one, and you're not making the guessing game, or you're trying to project. Once we do this, once we do that, then we'll have him in a great place for success. Then the money we're giving him will make a lot of sense at that time. You start to do a lot of imaginative things in arriving at that spot. But with Kyler, he's a guy with limitations. And that's fine at a quarterback. You can have limitations, but then you need to be, when you have what he does have on display at those limitations, great in so many other areas. And I'd offer he's not great enough in the other areas as far as if you're going to be paying him this kind of money. That would be the real thing with it on this one for me, is it's like, he's a starting quarterback in this league. I think he's top 20, top 50, he's probably in that area of things, but he's not a guy that's going to carry you like they're paying him to carry a little bit. He doesn't have it on that. And hey, Mike's, I think that if this continues to fit the form, I think Mike's going to start to acknowledge, as well as even started to me last week on the behind enemy lines, of, this is one that may come down to just, this being potentially the last year here with it. But we'll see. Cardinals are trying to make that thing work, David, and the fans are trying to They've given him the support out there. I'll say that too. For a quarterback that has been there for 6 years and has had some of the down moments in there, that they're pretty supportive of him out there, considering where I think a lot of other fan bases at that point would have been like, okay, I think we've seen enough. But that contract, man, makes you hold on to the guy because we have to eat this much dead money if we get rid of him. Let's just hold him for another year. How much? What's the cost? Let's ride with him another year. Sunk cost fallacy. A little bit of that too. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5. Stop the game. There's a toddler on the field. Never mind. That's their quarterback. And by the way, Harrison is bad. Holy moly. He looks the confidence seems sapped. And maybe it is that he's just was an overrated prospect. I mean, even as a guy that has been a pretty big backer of Marvin overall as a player, I've got to acknowledge that at this point, that may be a part of this puzzle. He didn't have a bad year last year, and the fitting between him and Kyler's not the greatest. But coming off last week's game with the 2 brutal drops, and he's got a couple of routes in this game where Kyler and him aren't on the same page. And it's the interception that he has that it's right there in his hands. Kyler delivers a very good ball there. It's kind of tough. He looks like it. You don't often see this with professional athletes to where you can really tangibly feel it. But when you get in those close shots of Marvin, and I felt like this last week when he's in the press conference and talking to him, where you just did feel like he was like, he's going through it a little bit. It's got to be tough. Still a long way to go, though. There's the redemptive arcs that are there in these kind of games. That's part of what makes these sports so interesting, is the turns it can take. Still got to put them away. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. Bet run goes off this half. Bets run goes off this half because they're worried about the explosive. Oh, okay. So you're betting that the run game goes off because they're more worried about the explosive plays down the field. I could see that potentially. I've got to feel like and I thought this way with the coming into this game, if you can get down to the place of a mismatch between Arroyo and Buda Baker down the field especially, and you see with Sam on that throw that he made with Josh Sweat down there in coverage, where he can put a ball into a given spot, and he's got a little bit of that layer ability to put it in there, especially if he's doing on kind of part of the plan kind of as the play. And I would go back to attack that again there with Buda Baker down the field, because that's a size mismatch, that's a ball skill mismatch. You're definitely going to want to lean on the run game with having the 11-point lead in this game, and with being a Thursday night game, the more you can kind of shrink this down and remove the possessions and get off this field, the better. But I think you also got to be open to the fact that Sam's played a hell of a game here up until this point too. And if the run game does get a little bit clogged up in place here to begin things off in this half, that you think about coming back and maybe into that second or third drive then and going, okay, maybe we lead a little bit more back with the passing here a bit because Sam's doing so well with it. And again, I think that Cardinal team has some vulnerabilities in that secondary right now. It's much due to the injury side of it. Bam Bam Cam, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Bam Bam Cam, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I really appreciate you doing that. Kivers, thank you for the $10 donation. That is very kind of you. Thank you, Kivers. It's been a while since I last donated, but I still watch and appreciate what you do. Thank you, brother. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Kivers. It's, as I always say, if you can donate, but it ain't a requirement here. You watching, you taking the time, you checking the channel out, you hitting the like button if you get a chance to do on the side of that, you're doing plenty right by me on that side of it. But I love what I get to do. I've got one of the greatest jobs in the world that you can have, and being able to cover football and talk about the team that I love and being able to hang out with you guys on these kind of games. It's such a tremendous experience for me. I never thought that was going to be this way, and doing these live coverage of games when I started out on this channel. Didn't think this was going to be a part of what we did on this channel, but it's really just been so much of the awesome experiences hanging with you guys, and it makes these games easier for me to watch. When I'm alone, it's like I just get in my emotions and I'm angry, and I'm an angry elf when I'm watching games alone. But with you guys, it calms me a little bit. I got some others going through it with me at it, both on the good and the bad. But thank you, Kivers. I appreciate that, man. Very kind of you on the donation. And I ain't going to stop. We're going to keep on rolling here. We just crossed 20K, and we got 30K in the sight line now. We're going. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Says it was a good half. It was a good half. But we left too many points out there. Indeed, you had some opportunities in that half a couple different times there to maybe put this team away and put them away thoroughly. And you've not put this team away. This is a Cardinal team that's very capable of coming back into the second half, of getting some heat and some steam. Marvin Harrison finding some confidence with a catch here and a catch there. So you do have to now kind of put this away a bit in the third quarter, but you do like the position that you're in this one where that you're not out of flux with the time possession in the first half. You've got the 11-point lead. You're well set up to be able to be in position to where, this is a team in the Seattle Seahawks, I think, that plays pretty well from ahead. We'll see eventually to where how they play from behind at times, but I think that we do a pretty good job so far, at least, under Mike McDonald in this way of playing for ahead, and certainly to give him a little bit more room for error with his defense and maybe bringing out some more creative packages into the second half. Not that you feel like you need to. You kept him down to 3 points without blitzing, without running any real simulated pressures. So maybe just kind of stay pat with it. I could understand if they did. But you're right, David. Definitely could be even more further up in this one. There was a couple of different spots where you could have got a little bit extra there. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $5 donation. Got to give John Schneider credit. We haven't got ourselves locked into bad situations, like giving huge contracts out to underperforming quarterbacks. Indeed, to your point on that, it's a great point at that one, Glenn. And I think that especially on the win here this week, if we can get it, I think a big part of what I'm going to talk about is going to be talking about John Schneider and some of the decision-making that has worked in the right favor. And it's a place that has always stood out to me with John with the quarterback position here over the last few years. You can get caught up on, should have traded up for C.J. Stroud, should have gone out there and tried to get Anthony Richardson, as many Hawk fans want to see. But it is sometimes more than you finding that great next quarterback. It's as big a point of it, as monumental importance as it is to finding the quarterback, is the avoiding of the landmine quarterbacks, the selling out for the wrong guy, the hitching your wagons long-term to the guy who is not it. And then in that, like you say, giving out that huge contract that then ends up weighing down the rest of your ability to build a roster. And John has avoided that and avoided it very well since Russell Wilson has left. And it's part of what's allowed him to build this team up like he has had, because he's not impacted by that contract like some of these other teams are in that way. Like I do believe the Cardinals have been with the Kyler Murray deal. So great point on your part, Glenn. Thank you for the donation. And I agree 100%. It's such an important part. We don't talk about it a lot. Here's the opening kickoff now. This will be fielded up by Derek Young. Young's going to bring this back up and get a nice return here out to about the 33-yard line. The Seahawks offense will take over with a 14-3 lead. Jatulia, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Jatulia. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Darren Toy, thank you for the $2 donation. We got a fire into the house. Darren, I salute you, sir, for what you do. He says, love your coverage. Watching from Fire Station 49. Let's go. Well, shout out to the boys out at Fire Station 49. Let's go get this dub today. And thank you for checking us out. Hopefully we don't get any fires here in the second half. You guys get to just chill back. No alarms. Just hang, First and 10 here under center. Play action pass. Sam dropping back to throw. And we got a fumble. Oof. Scary play there. Fumble bounces forward to a Seattle Seahawk. He is able to pick it up. Sam's had a couple times here where the Cardinals have been able to, on the secondary drops, be able to take away what he's trying to look at on that primary read. And even getting back to the secondary there, just didn't have a chance, kind of just holding the ball a little too long there from a Sam perspective of things. You got to be a little quicker on the decision-making to that. That pressure is going to wind around there. Charles Cross didn't get just purely beat there. It was kind of a slide around deal there, but scary moment there. So 2nd and 11, only a 1-yard loss there on the sack. JSN goes in motion on 2nd down. They're going to slip this out to JSN. JSN's up the field nicely here for a good gain where he'll be drugged out of bounds there. And it's going to bring up about a 3rd and 1 and about a half or so. Nice little creative pitch play to Jackson Smith. They haven't run that this year yet. Just a creative fashion, haven't been able to get the ball in his hands yet. That's what good offensive play callers do, is get the ball into your hands, your playmakers. Don't just be like, well, the defense is taking away the thing. Find a way. Tough call here for Seattle now. You're 3rd and a little over the 1-yard line. Can't really run, I think, the tush push here. They're going to go under center with Darnold. Cardinals, a lot of congestion up around the line of scrimmage here. JSN goes in motion. He's going to turn around here. He's going to run it. Oh, no, he's run it. He takes it to Barner. Darnold looked like he was going to run it and then threw it to Barner just before he was going to start to get up to the line of scrimmage. Barner makes the catch. First down, Seahawks. Let's go. Yeah, they're definitely, so they're showing us some 22 now of JSN on the tape here. He's got some good coverage there. There's a one-on-one. There's a little bit of double teams there, but yeah, see, they're sliding 2 to him there in space on that. I think there's a general role of Seattle trying to be a little protective there. Walker, drug down. Walker. Walker with a fun run. He gets like 2 yards, then he gets knocked backwards, stiff arms one guy, then he's got to haul ass to get to the edge, then stiff arms another guy to get back the little bit of yards he lost. He works his butt off for some 2 or 3 yards gains like you wouldn't believe. Clock rolls here. 12:30 to go in the third quarter. Second down, 8 for the Seahawks, up 14-3. They have climbed here over to the Cardinals side of the football field on this opening second half drive. 3 wide. Barner goes in motion. Shotgun look here for Darnold. Drops back to pass. He finds Barner. Barner steps out of bounds, 2 yards short of the first down. Bring another third and short up. This is what you want to do in these third down situations in this offense, is get down into those third and short ranges. You got a lot in the playbook here to call upon in these kind of instances. Versus once you were in those third and 8s, third and 9s, third and 10s kind of things. Darnold trying to hear the play call. He gets it. They went with a play action last time on the third and short. Charbonnet in the backfield here. Under center, heavy look from the Seattle Seahawks. They are going to hand this off to Charbonnet, and Charbonnet is going to roll over a man there and go get the first down. Like that better than the shotgun look. See, you can see the difference why I lamented so much the 3rd and 1 shotgun handoff versus that handoff, because you're giving the running back the actual ability to get up to speed as he gets to the line of scrimmage. So if there's contact at the line of scrimmage, he can fall forward off of it with forward momentum, with some actual movement coming at it versus kind of the standstill position you are from shotgun. Play action pass here, heavy pressure mounting on Darnold, and he is going to get sacked. Walker with a weak job there on the play action on picking up the rusher there. He just kind of olayed him and put Sam Darnold in a tough position on that one. Second down and 10. Looks like we got Jordan Birch down for the Cardinals right now. Walker's got to step into that block a little bit more heartily. You got to get into the lane, and he kind of let the guy get through the lane to where then he had more room laterally to then draw around Darnold on that. Ryan Eddy, thank you for the $2 donation, Ryan. At the game, and the aura is ours. Hit that like button. Thank you for that, Ryan. Do you please hit that like button? Ryan holding it down in the stadium. I'm sure we got a lot of Hawk fans out there, and that's good to hear. The general feeling feels right and good. So hope we can continue to maintain this. Let's go. Let's go, Ryan. Let him know. All right, so Jordan Birch comes off the football field. Seahawks will come back down here now on a second and probably about 12, 13 there. Probably lost a couple yards on the play. Ooh, 5-yard loss. Yikes. We got a 4 wide, 3 wide, 1 tight end situation here for Seattle. Pitch play to Walker. This is the shotgun pitch play that he scored on out there at Pittsburgh. He'll gain about 4 or 5 yards here on this particular play. Good opening drive for the Seattle Seahawks here to start the second half. You're hoping to take a little control of the time of possession, work into this Cardinal defense that you have to think is a little bit tired coming off of a short week like they are, a little beat up like they are. You just kind of keep hammering them a little bit on this. I know I've been advocating for the passing attack, but I don't mind staying in that rushing attack either and just control this clock. 3rd down and 11. Play clock winding down. Sam gets it off. Dropping back to throw. Got to get rid of it. He does to Charbonnet. Charbonnet short of the first down, but a nice little play there that gains almost 10 yards to put you in a position here to potentially go and knock in the field goal. Are they going to go for this? They got body language like they're going for this. Yeah, no, they're going to do the kick. I was like, I was like, yeah. Smart play there by Darnold, though. It's going to be hard to complete a 3rd and 15. But to go get 10 yards and make this a little bit easier for Myers could prove to be pretty big. Myers, 6 of 7. He's got a 56-yarder on the year so far. 44-yarder here. Hold is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. Jason Myers with a nice kick. But like the decision-making from Darnold there, you don't have to as much take the shot in that moment. But to get the 10 yards and get that up that much closer, to take it from being what would be a 55, 56-yarder down to a 44-yarder, 54-yarder to a 44-yarder, that's a nice play. Again, part of good decision-making there by Darnold in that moment to get you up into that spot there to go and get that done. So 3 points there could factor in pretty bigly in this game where points are hard to come by all the way around in certain respects of things. So love that drive, man. Wound off almost darn near half the third quarter clock. And go get yourself some points. Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, Josh, 2 tutties, just a tie. What the hell happened to the connection thing here? Oh. What's going on? Do I have to do a refresh? Am I refreshing? Is that what I need to do? Yeah, I got to refresh it. 1 second. Let's go, let's go. He's got a little bit to work with here now. Kyler, first half, 14 of 23 for 83 yards. He's averaging 3.6 yards an attempt with 2 interceptions. The Cardinals' rushing attack, 9 carries, 39 yards for a 4.3 yard per carry average on the day on their side of it. So it's been tough sledding for this offense, the Cardinals. And yeah, we're playing some great football space. You're right about that. Beautiful shot of Glendale. Nobody looks like they're outside at all, though. The town is just empty. All right, here's the kickoff from Myers. He's going to send this end over end to the 5-yard line. Dortch will take it up from there. And the Hawks will, man, Dortch has just been a problem bringing him down. He does get to the 35-yard line, fighting hard there. See what the Cardinals' answer is going to be in this. You have to think that you're going to lean into trying to, as they were doing at the end of the half, they were trying to sort of take away the Trey McBride option, the security blanket option there for him, and lean that direction if you can a little bit defensively, especially because you're dropping so many guys into coverage at depth. You can kind of afford to sort of peel the 2 defenders into Trey's direction of things if that's going to be the case. Harrison, 5 targets, 1 catch, 8 yards on the day. 8:46 in the third quarter. Kyler starts out under center here for the Arizona Cardinals. We got handoff here to Benson. Benson eaten up in the hole there by about 3 Seattle Seahawks. Knight, Hall. I think Leonard Williams was in on that play as well. They'll go for about 1.5 yards, maybe 2. Second down. Cardinals are going to try to stay with this up-tempo look. You're down by 2 touchdowns. I suppose you feel the need to have to do so. Shotgun. Kyler dropping back to throw. Kyler's going to heave this thing deep over the top, and we've got a hold on Woolen here. And we'll see if they hit him with a PI. No, they're going to hit him with a PI there. Okay. I don't know if that ball was entirely catchable. I'm good with a hold, but I'm not sure if that was. It's definitely a hold, no doubt about that. Maybe. You're doing a lot of advanced math to say that ball was catchable for where Kyler put it. I'm just saying. They've got some bennies in this game. They've got some bennies. They get on the Hawks side of the field here, 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. Handoff here to Benson. Benson, not much space to go with there. He might get 2 yards on the play. That's a weak call. I don't mind the hold there, but the PI, that ball was pretty far off the spot there. Whatevs. 7:55 here in the third quarter. Clock continues to roll. More up-tempo here from the Cardinals in shotgun. Dropping back here. Pressure. Nice job there by Byron Murphy. We do have a flag on the play. Kyler was trying to escape through the front door of the pocket, and Murphy got a nice meat hook on him. Was able to bring him down. And it's going to be holding on Paris Johnson there on the play, which will back them up 10 yards. Nice job by Byron to time that right. He's pretty smart about that when he does have guys go past him. We saw last week he picked up that sack, able to kind of jump up into the pocket as he was wounding around there. Uchenna Nwosu was able to cause the hold there. Yeah, that's definitely a hold. Got him around the throat. 2nd and 17 for the Cardinals. Kyler in shotgun. 4-man front again from the Seattle. That's how they have lived here in this half. They're going to throw this as a check down in here to Benson. Benson tries to get somewhere, but a great tackle there by Drake Thomas in space. He got a hand on the thigh and wound him down to the ground out in space. Looked like Benson was going to make a little bit of something on that play. DeMarcus Lawrence, by the way, for the Seattle Seahawks is out with a thigh injury. So hopefully nothing major there with him, but he is out of this game with an update on that one. 6:53 to go on the clock and a big play in this football game right here. 3rd and 14. Seahawks showing a stacked box. They got 6 guys up on the line of scrimmage. They're bringing Devin Witherspoon late. Witherspoon. He's coming. And Kyler is going to try to throw it off his back foot and just throws this to no man's land. You haven't blitzed at all in this game. So when you finally were going to dial up the blitz on Kyler, it's the first one he's seen. You're even on that one where Devin kind of showed the hand of that a little too early. Like Devin pulled the trigger a little too early on that before the snap, showing what they were doing. Even in doing that, though, you were still able to sort of disrupt Kyler on that. One of the rare moments you've kind of brought that out. And I love that call from Mike on a 3rd and 14 because what you do is you bring the blitz and you don't allow the time for those long developing routes to get to the sticks. You're essentially getting the pressure on Kyler before the time he needs for those routes to get to the proper place, especially if you run press to the outside and you can disrupt the routes and slow them down even that much more. So here's the punt. Fair call by Torrey Horton. Seahawks will take over deep in their own territory here with 6:26 to go in the third quarter. Go get yourself a touchdown drive here. You put this thing away. You put this thing to bed. Be right back, folks. Uno momento. Uno momento. Man, Kyler Murray's rating is 33.1 in this game right now. Isn't it like you're 37 if you just throw an incompletion every time? It's a 37 grade. Like if you just threw it at the ground every single time. Yikes. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation, Mumbles. Man, Woolen looking bad. Haven't seen, but penalties. Couple penalties in this game from Woolen. I think the coaching staff, if they came back in there and they were to ask, where I think a lot of the fan base would wonder a little bit on this of, why Woolen out there? Why do you guys still rock out there? And some of it's the trust to the upside that they think is still real and does exist in him. I think it as well as, there's a stat that I saw it on Twitter here before the game, kind of some of those advanced coverage stats. How much weight do you want to give him? There's some of those new agey sort of stats of, him tight in coverage, him not allowing separation on routes. And when you do look at the end of the day with how he'll be targeted, let's say in this game, and how many completions he's given up, and it's been very low. He's part of the contributing factor to that 33.1 rating from Kyler Murray. But there's been a couple bad moments too here from him with it. That's puts that, maybe makes the day look even a little bit more worse than it perhaps is. But I think that's what the coaching staff would say. I'm making a guess here, Mumbles. I think the real tough decision on this one's going to come down to once Emanwari comes back, and now you have. Essentially, you're going to be a nickel most of the time. You need three corners. Who are going to be those three corners on the football field if you're kind of guaranteed to have at least Witherspoon and Emanwari out there? Be a tough call for Mike McDonald at that point, but a good problem to have. That's for sure. All right. Seahawks coming out, trying, looking, seeking to put this game away. Darnold will start out here in shotgun. Empty look. Cardinals showing a blitz. You got to feel like they're going to try to dial something up here a little bit. Another pitch play out wide here to Jackson Smith. He's going to get cut down in the backfield there. Nice play by Clark of the Cardinals there. He's shot right in that backfield there, and JSN comes up a little bit gimpy there walking off the field. Second down, 11. Sam drops back to throw. He's got Cooper Kupp wound down right after the catch. It'll be about a gain of 2 yards there. Zaven Collins out in coverage. Cardinals doing a lot of dropping with the edges here into space and coverage. Be ad call. Yeah, we are due for a sleeper call. Shout out sleeper on this one. We'll hit that up on the next. Thank you for reminding me of that, Lou. Get that out on the next commercial. 5:11 to go in the third quarter. Third down and 10 to go for the Seattle Seahawks here. Sam in shotgun. Cardinals threatening with a 5-man pressure look. They got a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage. They drop out of it. Stay to 4. You got pressure, Sam. Get the ball out of your hands. Ball will get knocked away there. Clark playing a pretty good game here. That's Melton. Melton made the play there. Nice job by Melton. Knocks the ball down. So the Cardinals defense gives their team a 3-and-out. Rare 3-and-out in this game here from the Seahawks. Seattle, again, just kind of, despite offensive effectiveness, still kind of at times just struggling to get into sort of those third makeable positions where you just very often still find yourself in that third and 10, 11. You try to run first down. You get a negative 1 yard loss. You try to throw short. You only get the 2 yard gain. Just despite the attempts to try to get into third and more makeable, it's been hard. Punt here by Dixon. He's got some pressure bearing down. Nice punt by Dixon. Boy, he put that thing right at the 35-yard line, it looks like, and not able to be returned. So 4:50 to go in the third quarter. Cardinals will take back over from there. See where this thing stands. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, the Red Sea tide is turning against the Cardinals. Those are boo birds, I hear. Love to hear the frustration of fans that had delusions of grandeur. Indeed, they thought we just are going to keep building. First year of Gannon, good. Second year, we keep building. Third year, it's just going to keep on rolling. So they're putting the heat on them. I'm still worried here, man. There's still a lot of this game left, and this Cardinal team still, you get that Cardinal backed up into a corner, that wild animal with its beak. That's when they become the most vicious, Nolan. That's when they're at their most dangerous, you could say, perhaps. But understandable why. It's been a tough offensive showing for the Cardinal team so far out the gate here, especially from the passing offensive side of things, where it just looks disjointed. And Not well put together as it's kind of set up right now. But sometimes it takes just a couple plays too. The thing the Seahawks defense has done a nice job against this Cardinal offense, especially the passing offense, is not letting ever Kyler just, hit one throw here in rhythm, get over to this throw over here, back into rhythm. It just, you kind of get a completion here and it's sort of a couple plays later, you might get a little dump off over here. They're not able to let them feel like they can really, get into that rhythm a little bit. Part of why I'm still scared on this Cardinal game and this one before we kind of can fully potentially put it away is just that it can happen quickly. With that momentum shift and stuff in the NFL, it can happen so very fast. But Cardinal fans are getting a little bit dicey. Understandable. Last week's performance had them up in arms just a little bit, and they were really in preparing for this game and looking at kind of where the Cardinal fans were and what they were talking about with Kyler and Marvin. There was definitely a little bit of a sense of, especially towards Kyler, fair or not, that getting a bit to the point of the fed up spot of things. So maybe you're feeling a little bit of that in the stadium too as well. But thank you, Nolan, for all of your donations and support today. Very kind of you. We're showing some of the pressure stuff that the Seahawks have been able to supply in this football game. It has been impressive where you've got the 3 quarterback hits and 2 sacks on Murray with 25 dropbacks, and you're doing that as much on the back of not blitzing, just 4-man fronts, as you have throughout this year coming into this game. Not even a lot of simulated pressures, really. First down and 10 for Kyler here at the 38-yard line in Cardinal territory. He drops back to throw. They're going to go back over here to Trey McBride for a very short gain of maybe about 3, maybe 4 yards. Second down. 4:32 to go in the third quarter here. Seahawks up 17-3. Three wide to the far side of the field for Kyler. Dropping back to throw. He's going to find Trey Benson in space. Trey Benson wide open, nobody around him there. First down. Seahawks dropped way into coverage there. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. It's the clean play and discipline in all phases that gives me hope it's going to get better from here. Me as well, man. That is your hope to this, is that these different, all 3 phases of your football team could kind of play like this. Throw here to the back shoulder on Marvin Harrison, and he's going to complete on Tariq Woolen there on the back shoulder. So finally a connection, a good connection there between these two guys. You're running reek and press coverage there. Kyler puts a nice throw to the back shoulder of Marvin. Woolen doesn't get his head around on the ball. First down Cardinals. Second one of this drive. And they're working into Seattle's territory now. Ball at the 32-yard line. Flea flicker play here. And they're all over it. Witherspoon back there that time. Bring in Witherspoon on the blitz, and that's the worst time to have the flea flicker run, is when you got the blitz coming. Excellent timing by Mike McDonald on that play with the blitz, as he's done it so infrequently in this game. But Witherspoon came flying off that edge. McBride could not get back to him. I think Job's going to get technically the sack because you blitz Job the other side. So Mike getting a little aggressive here. Why not, right? 2 touchdown lead. Dial it up a little bit. Second down and 17 for the Cardinals. Pistol look formation here for Kyler. 2 tight ends. Play action, dropping back. He's flushed again out of the pocket by Byron Murphy, but he's got a little bit of space to work with, and he's going to slide out of bounds. Maybe takes a half a yard loss there. Ernest Jones in pursuit. Jones might have just got the cheapest sack of his career. Oh, he's in the right place. Not Jones there. Yeah, Seattle were just running press to the outside, and they're saying to the Cardinal receivers, we don't think you can beat us off that. Third down and 17. Cardinals 3 of 10 on third downs. They're going to go to the bubble screen here. That ball is going to bounce around. And Dortch unable to catch a bubble screen. Yeesh. Cardinals are going to come out for Is this a long field goal attempt you're going to try, I guess, would be what I would suppose. Oof. Boy, that guy with the face paint. Yikes. Retire that look, my man. That is not flattering. And they are going to try a 57-yard field goal for the Cardinals. Kick is up. And it is good. What a hell of a kick there, boy. He hit that right down the middle. Right down the middle. 17-6 Seahawks. Good defensive stand there to keep them from scoring touchdowns. Offense can't get too conservative here. There's too much of this game left. Way too much of this game left. Telecast doing a good job showing in coverage how tight Seattle is. They're just all over the routes right now for the Cardinals. 1:39 to go in the third quarter. Jay Gundy, thank you again for that $5 donation. And the future should be bright for both, moving into the future of this team and this season. As you're hoping the more of the offense comes together, the more this goes along, the more comfortable Darnold gets with the personnel, and that it is all three phases that are helping you take you to where you're getting in these games. And this is another game of that way today. Myers hits his kick. Dixon's punted well. You defended on the punt returns and all of that as well. And kick returns really well in this game for the most part too. So it's the full aspects at play a little bit there. I agree. Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez has been celebrating 7 months, but much longer than that as a mod of the channel. Thank you for all you've done for the channel, Jose. We got the kickoff here for George Holani. Holani up the football field nicely here before he's cut down about the 33-yard line. He says, Kyler's seeing ghosts. Well, Jose, he's definitely getting jumpy in the pocket, and Kyler's already a little bit jumpy in the pocket. He already gets a little froggy back there, but he's definitely feeling the heat from the Seahawks front four. He's been flushed a good amount of times in this game. And if you start to dial up a little bit of that blitz look, maybe you're starting to get him thinking about that as Mike in the second half slowly turning up the volume on that pressure look there, Jose. It's good to see you in the house though, brother. And hope you're doing well. You kind of seeing a little bit of Spectre, a little bit of Casper look out there maybe. All right, let's see what Kubiak looks to do here now. It's been a bit hit and miss here, a little bit at times on some of these drives. Shotgun look here for Sam Darnold. JSN's going to go in motion prior to the snap. Handoff inside here to Walker. Walker will fight hard and grind his way for about 3 yards or so. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate that. At some point, we need to talk about these outside runs. Seems like every defense we play sees it coming a mile away. Are we giving tells on it? Hard to say. I got to look back at the tape a little bit because I haven't looked at it with the eyes of, is there a tell? I mean, early in the game, you had a pitch play, I think almost to start out the game. And I'll get back 1 second on this. So we got 2nd and 6 now, 55 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Darnold, play action pass, pressure. He's got to just kind of throw this away as pressure got back there way too fast at that point. 3rd down and 6. Offensive protection. The Cardinals have a defensive line they built up to be problematic for you, but you certainly have struggled at times considering how little you've dropped back in this game. The pressure rates are not going to look great from a Seahawks perspective of things. 3rd down and 6. Come on, offense. Find an answer here. Blitz is coming, Sam. Have an answer for it. They're bringing it. What's your answer? Jason with a 1st down. That's it. Punish them on the blitz. You got one-on-one to the outside. Go after it. Go get that. JSN a little out route from the slot there. 1st down, 3rd and 6. Zach Charbonnet with a great blitz pickup there. The Cardinals showed their hand a little early on that with Budda Baker and the linebacker Wilson getting up onto the line of scrimmage a little bit too quick there. And you're able to make them pay the price because of it. 1st down and 10 now. Seahawks, 3 tight end look here. Walker bouncing around, nowhere to go, just completely blown up in the backfield. The running game just going nowheresville right now. Guy named Goodlow's blowing the thing up. My God, we can't even block a guy named Goodlow? Who the hell is that? Kind of getting a spot here, and even in this game with the lead at this point where I'm like, just let Sam throw short passes and try to just work the short passing game. I mean, you're just running the ball we come back again to it. It's like, I get you want to do it and you want to lean on it so hard, but like it's not tremendously being effective for us here. And we're just having too often, we're losing so many yards on these plays. Good goodness. So I don't know if it's tells, Jeffrey. I don't know if it's that the Cardinals are just selling out so heartily for the run. But to your point, you're seeing these outside runs coming a mile away somehow or another, it would seem like. Or the guys are just completely blocking it badly. I mean, there is a bit of that on tape from prior games. I will say that, where you go, there's moments here you're just not landing your block and you're just getting blown up. And that play was a great example of it, where guys shouldn't be 3 yards into your backfield. You know, maybe you don't get the win on the rep and getting pushed off the line of scrimmage, but you shouldn't get dog walked into the backfield so quickly that the second the guy's got the handoff, he's got you with a hand on him. The defender's got his hand on the guy. I mean, that's awful run blocking at that point. So I don't know if they maybe look to be a little more aggressive here to close this out, but you can't just try to lean on run, throw on a third down and hope we can convert drives like that, and then we're going to eke out the win here. I don't know if that's going to work on this Cardinal team, even as bad as their offense has looked, even as good as your defense has looked. I would, if I was Mike McDonald, go over to Clint here and be like, look, let's take a look at the bottom line tax. We've run the ball 7 more times than we've thrown. We're averaging 4.5 yards a carry, but that's really buoyed up by the Darnold 24-yarder that he had to really make that look a lot better, or else you'd be averaging about 3.7 yards or something like that a carry. Darnold's 13 of 18 for 159 yards and a touchdown. It's like you're doing a lot more, you're being a lot more effective at throwing the ball right now. And again, this Cardinal corner room is a little bit weak. Maybe see if they're going to go back at this in this fourth quarter a little bit more. Board Skyler, thank you for the $5 donations, Board Skyler. He says, have you ever thought about doing Tom Grossi style sketches? I honestly think you would be great at that. I have. I feel like just so many are doing it. It feels a little bit in the hacky point to do it, because so many, that's just kind of the standard issue thing that they kind of do with it. But I have thought about it. I'll try to maybe put something together and see if folks would dig it. You know what I mean? See if it would be something that people would be into. Because they're great sketches. Tom does an awesome job with it. Very funny. But that's the only reason I haven't done it, is I thought it's been a little bit, so many are doing it. It's like, would it really resonate? But then again, nobody in the Seahawks fan base is doing it on it. So there is kind of an opening there, Skylar. Great suggestion, man. And thank you for the donation. All right, 2nd and 15 for your Seahawks, losing 5 on a running play. Shotgun look here for Sam. Drops back to throw. He's got a good pocket. Whips it out here to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp does a good job of keeping his feet, and nice job by Kupp after the catch there of really extending that thing and bringing this now into a position of a 3rd and makeable. Nice throw by Sam. Pressure was bearing down off the edge there, and he was able to kind of sidearm that thing and sling it out into space. Third down and 4. Cardinals threatening a fire zone blitz here. Sam feels like he's getting the blitz. He's going to change up the play just a little bit here. Cardinals don't bring the blitz. They drop out of it. Sam, he's dealing with some pressure, breaks the pocket, still keeping his head up. Got a flag here. And Sam's pointing towards the Cardinals side of the field like the flag would be on them. He certainly wasn't anywhere near the first down. Are they going to get him defensive holding there? Let's go. Defensive holding on Cooper Kupp. Yeah, he drug Cooper Kupp to the ground, did Thompson. And that'll draw that flag. He's shaking his head, but he pulled him to the ground. Big first down there. Big first down right there. 14-14 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks are going to move on to the Cardinals side of the football field here at the 42-yard line. See, this might be a place if I'm Kubiak, I'm thinking about aggression. Everything here to the Cardinals says you're running the ball. They've got a single high safety look. They've got Baker up around in the box. Everything's kind of screaming for you to hit him with like a play action here. He does. Play action pass. Darnold drops back, gets Kenneth Walker. Can't hold on to the ball. 2nd down and 10. Love the decision to get Walker work there. That's a 6-7 yard. That's the way to get that short passing to where it's like it's a rush play, essentially. Walker, you got to hold the ball, though. Got his head turned upfield there a little bit too fast. But love the decision from Kubiak there. They're leaning into this stop and the run. They're loading up that box. Anticipate it. Counter it. There should be a countering play call to that if they're going to commit to that. 2nd down and 10. They're going to go too high safety here now. More on this. Look on this one. Dropping back. He's got JSN. JSN spins out of one tackle, falls forward for a 1st down. Nice job by JSN. Looked like he robbed himself of the 1st down by trying to extend the catch after the catch initially, but then was able to spin out of the tackle, reverse his field, lean forward, fall forward, go get the 1st down. And Sam Darnold just with an uncorked 95-mile-an-hour fastball to fit that thing into the tight window there. Nice job by Darnold. And like the aggression from Kubiak there. 2nd and 10, come back to the run, bleed the clock. No. Let's go to the path of least resistance here a little bit. They want to stack that box, punish them for it. 1st and 10. Hand off here to Walker. Walker dips around the first tackler. Good job by Walker there to turn that into a 4 or 5 yard gain. That did not look like a 4 or 5 yard gain when he took the handoff. Kind of able just to carve his way out there for a couple of yards. And that clock continues to tick away. 12:45 to go in the 4th quarter. Walker, 13 carries, 53 yards in this game. 2nd down and 6 for the Seahawks. Cardinals bringing a lot of people up around the line of scrimmage. They're anticipating run on this all the way. They're stepping towards where they think the run is. Handoff, Walker. Walker breaks outside. Walker's loose. Walker, the 18, down to the 10. Walker knocked out of bounds at the 5 yard line. Walker showing that a vision and cutting ability. And he just cut that completely out wide. The defense loading up into the inside to try to take that away, sensing this is an A-B gap run, following where the fullback's kind of going. And then he just winds this back outside with that explosiveness and quickness that he possesses that makes him so unique as a running back and what he brings to the table. Completely reverses his field off the rip there. And you don't even necessarily block it wonderfully. 1st and goal for the Seahawks. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet bounces nicely. Charbonnet with another bounce wide. Charbonnet is going to take it in for a touchdown, but we got a holding call. Woo! Brilliant cuts there by Charbonnet, but they're going to get us for a hold. That second cut was nasty. Jackson Smith can't believe it. He's going to get hit with the hold. First down. Wow, what a nice run there by Charbonnet. So what'd they do? How'd they get him on this? So he gets it right there. Oh, come on. The officials today can kiss my happy ass. I'm going to tell you that right now. How many of these freaking calls today? Stop trying to keep the Cardinals in this damn thing. How's that a hold? He runs over Jackson Smith and Jigba. What is the official effing seeing on that play? He loads up on the box. The guy runs him over. Oh, this official, get your head out of your ass. That's a dumbass call right there. And then that's not the first one tonight, by the way. That is not the first effing one tonight. Give me a break. A dumbass guy. So just a ticky-tack BS. I'd be pissed too if I was Jackson. Like, are you kidding me? Wish officials would have to explain themselves on some of these like calls that are just over the. What did you see exactly? Okay, I got run over, so I'm going to penalize the other guy. Handoff here to Walker. Walker takes this down inside the 8-yard line there. Well, it will be 2nd and goal. Yeah, nowhere near hold. That's not on the line. That's not in. It's kind of close. Nowhere near. Ryan's got faith. He says, we'll still get the tutty. Just take more time off the clock. I'm with you, man. Let's go. First down, 2nd and goal here. Arroyo goes in motion, and Saubert gets hit with a false start penalty here. 2nd and goal. Game is definitely like slowed down into the mid-third quarters. You get that lead, man. The game just starts. That clock just tick. This is like being back at school, trying to wait through third period. Like, I still got half this day left. 11:04 here. Shotgun look for Darnold. 3 wide. Handoff inside here to Walker. Walker, nowhere to really go here. That'll bring us up to 3rd and goal. Man, you had a duo block right there at the point of attack, and Buda Baker's just coming down the box the whole way. They were selling out on the run play all the way. Third down and goal. Might as well just hand it off and just eat the clock at this point of year. And they do go to Cooper Kupp here on a bubble screen. Kupp will get maybe about 2-3 yards here, make it a little bit of an easier field goal attempt for Myers. And you do keep the clock rolling. So see if they can pull 3 points, extend this back out to 2 touchdowns. And you have been able to work a good amount of the clock on this drive. Despite that stupid ass call, that dumb official. Hold is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. There we go. Kick is good. Nice job, Seahawks offense. You need a nice workable drive. You want the 7 points, but if the officials want to keep the Cardinals in it, what are you going to do? You get the 3 points, is it, I guess. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for another $5, man. Says, now I get it. The Cardinals are shit and got some splatter on their uniforms. That's true. The splatter is not the desert sands. That is that they got pooed upon. And they didn't wash the jersey out enough. It's still, the residual is there. It's hard to wash out when you get the poo on you. You don't want the poo jersey. Poo jersey is negative aura. I think we can say that at this point. Poo jersey equals negative aura. Now, rivalry 1 isn't working for them. It isn't giving them the mojo. Thank you, Nolan, for the dono, bro. Appreciate you, brother. Strike, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, why can't coaches challenge penalties again? Yeah, something about don't want to have games last too long, right? But it remains the place within this league that becomes, one that frustrates so many fans. And look, I think sometimes we as fans will get caught up on it maybe too much, into where we let it sit in our brain as too much of the forefront of what drives a win or loss at times, but it is a spot where when you see calls that are made that are they're like that one you saw with JSN, where there's really no on the line, where it's like, well, you could go either way on that one. It's like the defensive player collapsed him. Like the defensive player completely forgot about the ball carrier and was just like, I'm going to dump JSN. Well, that's not a play on the line at that point. And that's one where, you'd love there to be some kind of functionality within this could come back and give you ability to sort of check and balance them. But we saw a couple of years ago, Strike, even when they put in the ability to challenge just merely defensive pass interference calls, that the official, there was this sort of like protect the shield thing going on where they weren't going to overturn the calls because of the fact that they don't want to make the officials look bad. So they haven't put these checks and balances in that should be there. And the NFL would be smart to maybe try to find a way to put them in as they can. I'm not saying it would be easy, but maybe try to take some steps at times to put this sort of stuff in to give people a little bit more assurances on some of the ways that the game can sometimes be called odd. Let's call it that. Called oddly. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. Terry What's-His-Face on the broadcast said it was a good call. What a joke. Yeah, I have you want to tell me on the fumble with Bryant, he wasn't touched or got the kickoff return here by the Cardinals. They'll take it to about the 27. You can maybe make an argument to me on that fumble with Bryant. Okay, even after looking at the review, I'm still kind of like, I don't know about that. I don't know if I really buy in, but I can be talked into it, I guess. You're not going to talk me into that being a hold in any way, shape, or form. Not even close. Not in the vicinity. His hands are in the right spot when he initially blocks. He gets leaned over there a little bit, and that's a great cut by Charbonnet, which should have been a reward on that play. But yeah, not a good call for sure. Shotgun here for Kyler Murray. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Dropping back to pass. Short completion to Marvin Harrison for about 3 yards. 9:17 to go here in the fourth quarter. Second and 7. Empty look, 5 wide. Kyler dropping back to pass. He's going to step up in the pocket and scramble around here a little bit. He's got a little bit of room to work with. Damn, up the field, all the way down the field there. Nice scramble there by Kyler. You've been able to contain him really well for the past couple of years, not just this game, but last year especially. Did just a great job of keeping him in that pocket and contained. Seahawks pass rushers maybe getting a little wild with it as they can kind of smell blood in the water. 1st and 10 onto the Seahawks side of the football field very quickly as Kyler. He's going to scramble again here and look around. He's going to slide down with Devin Witherspoon, able to keep him to a short gain. Kyler, 19 of 30 for 119 yards and 2 interceptions. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Shotgun look from here. Seahawks stay in their 4-man front. Eight minutes to go in this football game. Kyler's going to change some things at the line of scrimmage. Looks like it's going to be a run here. Seattle all over that play. Ernest Jones, Byron Murphy, Nwosu. As you've seen tonight in the run game for the Cardinals, when they try to go to run it, it's a collection of Seahawks defenders finding that running back. It ain't one guy making a play, getting off the block, making the tackle. It's you're surrounding that guy and swallowing that running back up and giving him nowhere to go. 3rd down and 8 for the Cardinals. Seahawks bring a pressure look here. Julian Lupp around line of scrimmage. Drake Thomas, Jones down there. They're going to drop out of it post-snap. They do that thing, though, where they drop out of the post-snap and then nobody picks up anybody in space, and then you just let Trey McBride sit down. So it's all well and good to show that sort of stacked front and make it look like you're going to blitz and fall out of it. But then you've got to actually pick the guy up in the zone when you do that. And they didn't there with Trey McBride. Handoff off of a quick snap here to Benson. He will get the carry and gain about 5. No doubt here from a Cardinal perspective, this is probably 4-down territory on this drive. Field goal doesn't really get you a whole hell of a lot here. Clock continuing to roll. 6:43 to go here in this football game. Kyler, quick snap, dropping back to throw. He's going to let this rip up over the top. Woolen again will be penalized here. He got his hands all over the player, never got his head back around for the ball. Officials have given the Cardinals 60 yards in penalty yards in this game. I don't know if I can fault it on that one, to be honest with you, though. As much as I don't like it, that's one where he doesn't get his head turned around. He's got contact down the field on the player. You got to get your head turned around, and this has been a problem with Reek this year. He's not getting his head turned around in coverage. He's getting isolated up on the guy, but not getting the head turned around. And then if you're creating contact, they're going to call it on you on that. First and goal. Dropping back to throw here is Kyler. He's under duress. He's going to be brought to the ground by Uchenna Nwosu with the second sack of the game. Oh, what a great sign to see Uchenna coming back, playing well. Very helpful to this edge group. Clock continuing to roll, 6:16 to go here. Second down and goal. Let's close this out, defense. Come on, baby. We saw Nwosu earlier go outside in. This time he goes inside out on the pass rush. A little counter up there. Ball on the 16-yard line. Kyler dropping back to throw. He's going to go over the top here. And that ball will be caught by Marvin Harrison Jr. for a touchdown. This game ain't even close to over. I told you, folks, we can't play around this game. They're still going to mount something. Cardinals aren't done. 8-play, 73-yard drive, walked right up the football field on your Seattle Seahawks in 3 minutes and 43 seconds. He barely had them work any play clock there. Devin Witherspoon up on Harrison in the slot. He's tight in coverage. He gets his hand back for the ball, but Harrison just makes a better play on the ball than Witherspoon did. Flat out. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. Terry, what's his face on the broadcast? Oh, sorry, I remember that already. And the kick is up and good. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. The revenge of Frog Face Ref. Remember him being a part of a terrible officiating from the Seahawks in games past. He is such an ass. These calls are going to loom bigger and bigger if the Cardinals do come back in this football game, won't they? And taking and wiping off a touchdown on the board for that stupid-ass block that they did really feels like it weights in heavily, especially now. And it's very annoying. It really is. I'm not saying it's just been completely slanted for the refs in the favor of the Cards, but it does feel like a couple calls this half have kind of allowed the Cardinals to be able to kind of hang in here just a little bit more so than they would otherwise. I ain't going to lie. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $10 donation. I got hit by a city bus today. Guess I have to pay the city? That call was trash. Glad it's not close right now. Go Hawks. Well, they got it a little closer since your donation. And yeah, that's it. You run over a guy. It's not the guy's fault who got run over. You can't call a penalty guy on that. That's you imaginatively coming up with a penalty that's out of nothing. I mean, people are going to watch that replay over and over again, and no one's going to be able to validate that throughout this week, especially if the Seahawks end up, God forbid, losing this game. And it's part of why I was bothered by it so much in the moment. That's a big call in that moment to make that. And you as an official, if you're going to make a game-changing penalty call like that, you better be damn sure it's the right one. And that wasn't close to being the right one. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, dumb play calling after that penalty. Definitely rolled a little bit more conservative at that point, and it seemed like you kind of tucked your tail and said, we'll just take the field goal and try to bleed the clock. And they've tried as they can in this half. I mean, it just does feel like it's a centerpiece of this half for the Seahawks offense, where you found the drive, you got the 3 points, but a couple field goals in this half with you starting out with the ball. It has been a little bit conservative, I think, here in this one. You are trying to kind of eke this thing out a bit. And you got 30 rushing attempts in this game to 22 passing attempts. So that great disparity is still existing. Now, granted, you got the lead. You're trying to put it away. But again, the running's been a little bit uphill for the most part today, too. See what he does here. You got to dial up a drive now from Kubiak's standpoint. Can't just be like, let's get one first down. This thing's over. You're going to need a couple on this one to close this one out. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can we just be done with Woolen? Well, I think certainly once you get Emanwari back and Witherspoon's out there and you got Job doing what he's doing, it's going to be harder and harder for Woolen to retain his job at this point. 3 penalties in this game alone. All of them probably pretty valid. I'm hammering the officials, but I think the penalties for the most part on Woolen in this game have been probably pretty fair. All right, here is the kickoff for the Cardinals, taken up by Holani at the 2 off of a bounce. He'll bring this up to the 22-yard line and will be brought there. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Jackson Smith and Jigba is too cocky. Witherspoon's underwhelming. Reek has got to go. with Witherspoon, it's tough play in there. I think he's played a pretty good game around this. I don't think he's been picked on too much in this one. But, with Reek, like we're talking about below there with Jeffrey, I think this is going to be more and more of a conversation with Emanwari coming back probably next week. First down and 10 for the Seahawks, 5:44 to go in this football game. The Cardinals have all 3 of their timeouts. You've got to go take this game if you want it. Do you want it? Dropping back to throw is Darnold. Darnold letting it rip here to Arroyo, and it will be incomplete. Thank you, Ski, the $5. Second down and 10. Hand off here to Walker. He will fight and roll forward for about 4 yards, bringing up about a 3rd and 6 here. Third down and 6. 5:15 to go in the fourth quarter. Please do, folks, if you're listening today, hit that like button. Help out this channel tremendously by doing so. Cardinal fans, try to get loud here. 3 wide. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to let this loose over the top here. Jackson Smith-Njigba with the catch. Great throw by Sam Darnold. Ice cold. Ice cold. Oh my goodness, that was cold-blooded. He's going to take the top off the defense on a 3rd and 6. Stop and go route by Jackson Smith. Melton was squatting on it a little bit, squatting on it just enough. And you got the 2 feet inbounds. Great play by your Seattle Seahawks on the first down. What a throw by Darnold. That thing was picture perfect. Nice pocket by the Seahawks offense to give him the time on that throw because it's a stop and go route, so it's a little bit of a longer developing route to get the success on that one. 4:52. First and 10 here for the Seattle Seahawks. Calais Campbell coming off the field a little bit in tough shape, it looks like here. On to the Cardinals side of the field, the 38-yard line here. They're going to go with a heavy look formation. Bobo in is the only wide receiver here. Hand off to Walker. Walker able to just fight forward for a yard, and he was lucky to get that. I really wouldn't mind still staying with the throw here. I know there's the pull to just run the clock down a little bit here, but second down and 9 here for the Hawks. Clock at 4:15. Ball at about the 37-ish yard line here. Right at the depth there to try to go and get the field goal. And Seattle's going to go ultra conservative, lose a half yard. This second half has been very, very conservative approach from the Seattle Seahawks and a pretty conservative approach overall in this game because you've really tried to lean in the running attack, and that's versus the offensive passing attack working pretty well. I know you don't want to go to a high volume place with this and let the pass rush of the Cardinals kind of hunt. But as well here, you're going to kind of try to lean into this being a long field goal that Myers is going to hit to get you extended to 10 points to me. Versus, go close the game out. Like, let's close this thing out. One thing, if you're getting like at least the 3 yards when you're running it, but you got penetration and push into the backfield, like they're hammering your run game, man. Just hammering it. 3rd down and 9. Shotgun look here. 3 wide. Darnold is going to hand this off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet is going to try to fall forward for a gain of 3 yards. Ew, Louise. That is ultra conservative by the Seattle Seahawks. Oof. This is a long field goal attempt. $53-yarder here for Jason Myers. Kick is up and it's no good. Yeah, you could see that coming a mile away, couldn't you? Like, it gets tight and you get tight with it. Your play calling gets tight and you try to play not to lose the game. That's how you lose the game. You gotta go with a little bit of, we're going to go take this, Mike. Come on, man. Come on, Clint. 3 straight runs and you got 3 minutes and 16 seconds. You weren't in a position to do that at that point. And trying to trust on 50-yarders, like, come on. They lose this game, and they're going to lose it on the back of the coaching staff getting too conservative in this game. Sam Darnold was dealing in this game. Sam Darnold's 17 of 24 for 220 yards. He's averaging 9 yards an attempt. Yet you have 34 rushing attempts in this game. And you take away the Sam Darnold 24-yarder, you're averaging less than 4 yards an attempt. That's not smart offense at all. Hopefully Mike's defense has got the hold here. 1st and 10, Kyler dropping back. Complete this to DeMarcado for 6 yards. Golly, that was so stupid. Come on. We're not trusting Darnold, man. He's been holding it down for you. At least let him throw in the final one and try to get 6, 7, 8 yards closer. Second and 4. Incomplete ball, back shoulder throw to Wilson. It'll be 3rd and 4 now. Oh. Kyler, 3rd and 4, 5-man pressure look from the Seahawks here. Jones lined up in the B gap. He'll drop back out of the B gap. Trey McBride, good job there by Witherspoon. He closed that route down and squished. You know that you're going to hit the Trey McBride. I've been hammering the fact you've had the zone coverage drops to nowhere, where your guys drop out of zone and they just kind of sit to the spot. They don't sink to the man. And Witherspoon really squished down to the man there to take that away. So 4th and 4. Potentially this here for game. Three minute, 1 second on the clock. Kyler changing up the predictions. He's got Jones, he's got Mafe down there and they're going to call a timeout as Seattle. They don't like what they're seeing, I'm guessing there, McDonald. Smart timeout. Get yourself into the right play. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the triple $2 donation. Says, okay, Sam Ghost is earning his last name back. He is that. He's Mr. Darnold. Mr. Darnold to us. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation as well with the defensive head coach play calling. Shame. Yeah, that's a little bit of the worry you'd have with a defensive play call in the moment like that, where it's like you wonder if he's in Kubiak's ear saying, just run it 3 times. We'll trust the defense on this one. Just play it kind of protective in your approach a little bit. And it didn't like seeing that. That's not a great. I'm hoping we don't get bit on this one, but not what you want to see. I just want to see. And Joe says, this is the kind of play calling that cost us the Niner game. Exactly. Part of why I've been so worried about this is we had been down this road a little bit in the Niner one too. Heavy pressure look from the Hawks on 4th and 4. They're bringing it, drop it back out. They're going to throw, and he makes a one-handed catch on 4th and 4. Of course he does. Of course. God, why do they pull out the miracle plays with the last second on the line? Doesn't even see the ball coming. Hand off to the running back. He's got a big play for about 7 yards down the field. Thank you, Jeffrey, for all the donations. God, this is frustrating to watch. Second down and 2. Dropping back to throw. Kyler under pressure, trying to escape. He's going to be brought down by Drake Thomas for a sack. Clock will roll, maybe getting us down to the 2-minute warning here, as it looks like the Cardinals will probably let it take down to that. This will bring us up to 3rd down and about 9 for the Cardinals here. Great job by Drake Thomas there to be able to wrangle down Kyler Murray in the pocket. Kyler was about to twist out of that, and he was able to pull him down. I'll be right back. Oh, boy. Heart attack Hawk game here. Heart attack Hawk. Thank you again, Jeffrey, for the donations. Folks, if you are watching here, we got a ton of people in the house. Hit that like button if you get a chance. Maybe sub on up as well. We're on the road to 30,000 here. And help us get up over the spot by subbing up today. So you got the Cardinals on a 3rd and 9 here. 2 down territory. No doubt about that. Plenty of time on the clock. They got 2 timeouts. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of talk, I think, after this game, a lot about where they are with this rushing attack. And I think what's happened here is we've moved into that place of, you got a course correction and you go a little too far overboard, where you start to be like, well, last year we didn't run the ball at all. So now we just need to do nothing but run the ball. And it's like, that wasn't the answer. It's balance within this offense that's the answer. And there's too many of the games so far here for us, offensively speaking, where we're skewing too hard into running the ball. 34 rushing attempts to 24 passing attempts is too much in a game where you're barely holding on by 7 points here. Especially when the offense, the key point on this too, is that the offense is so good in what Darnold's doing. He's the highest rated quarterback in the sport. He's averaging almost 10 yards an attempt in this game. Lean into what you're doing well. All right, Hawks showing a pressure look here. 2 linebackers up in the line of scrimmage with the other front 4. Cardinals spread it out with 4 wide, trying to get them to not be in that look, I'm sure. Kyler looking over at Marvin Harrison with an adjustment. He's going to throw this underneath on a little tunnel screen that's going to go to Dortch for a 1st down to the 29-yard line. Good adjustment by the Cardinals there on the play call. 1:47 to go. Dortch has been a problem today. Kyler running clock. Getting the play in the right place here, 128. He's going to look out here to Marvin Harrison, who's got nobody out there on him. He'll make the catch for about a 4 or 5 yard gain. Cardinals have plenty of time here. 121, 2 timeouts. Yeah, they've got to keep going up the field, but there's not a horrible sense of urgency here from their standpoint on it. Come on, defense. Come on. 2nd and 5, 1:21 to go. Ball on the 25-yard line in Seahawks territory. 4 wide for the Cardinals. Kyler throws it high. Julian Love jumping up for the ball. Can't reel it in. Trey Bride looking for a flag, but Julian Love was making a play on the ball there. You can't call a flag on that when he's doing that. It's a good play by Julian Love. 3rd down and 5. Love almost able to go snatch that thing. Nice job playing that hot. There we go. 3rd and 5. Play clock winding down here for the Cardinals. And they've got to call a timeout. Yeah, the play clock was about to wind all the way out. Gives your defensive line a chance to kind of catch a blow here, catch their breath, load up on the next snap. Cardinals with 1 timeout remaining, 1:16 to go. Been a grind of a game in the second half, man. Very grindy second half. Third down and 5. Seahawks showing that sort of 5-man, 6-man pressure look here. Dropping out of it as they have for the most part here today. Going up over the top, and Devin Witherspoon gives up another completion to Marvin Harrison on a trust ball. Attacking Devin Witherspoon out of the slot with Marvin, and it's worked today a couple of times now, deep down the field. 1st and goal, 1:02 to go on the clock. Hawks got to think about calling a timeout here. Or not. Don't do it, Mike. Just don't care. Let the clock roll the way out. If they get the touchdown, then there's no time on the clock. That's smart too. 1st and goal. Hand off inside here. Timeout. Push off with Harrison. Definitely looked like a bit of a push off there that they let him get away with, yeah. But we learned this about into the second quarter of this game. We weren't going to get the calls in this game. Like, it didn't work in our favor in that way. If we got to lean back on the officials in this one, it's like, it's not egregious. He didn't get it wasn't a super, Witherspoon's not in the right place as much as anything else there. We called the timeout because we're trying to preserve time so that we can get the ball back to do something if they score a touchdown here. That's what you're theoretic. That's why you're calling the timeout. You don't want to let the clock run out. They score a touchdown, then you go to overtime, right? Time's not an issue for them on this. They're in close enough place here that they're fine on that. 2nd down and goal here. Kyler dropping back to throw. He's going to have a man wide open on this play who's going to get in for a touchdown. Wow. Hell, dude. I hope you're happy, Mike and Clint. I hope you're happy with your stupid-ass freaking offensive play calling in this game. It's on you guys in this one. Could have had this thing freaking closed on out. I've seen it so many times through so many years and so many decades of football. When you get a team that starts angling in the direction of trying to eke out wins and trying to play not to lose, you end up losing. It is a mentality that Mike McDonald is very well aware of, and that you've got to push back against that. And as a coach, there's going to be, especially defensive-minded coach, there's going to be a pull inside you to do that. And you got to fight against it at times, man. You really do. And the Seattle Seahawks in this second half have been playing like they want to just eke this game out. They didn't want to go take this win, and they deserve to have this Cardinal team. I hate the official calls in this. The officials certainly have allowed this team to do a lot of what they did to stay in this game in the second half and come back with some real crap-ass calls. But you could have neutralized that too as well if you had been a little more aggressive offensively in this game. And you're trying to just get by offensively at this point. And if Sam Darnold was playing like Sam Darnold of Jets days or something like that, maybe you could understand that. But that's not been the way that this game's played. That's not how Sam's been playing recently. This is just a terribly frustrating game and really hard to understand why they're trying to play it so safe like that. But I mean, straight up right now, it's like, you kind of don't deserve to win this if that's how you're going to play it. You go up against a team at home like this in the Cardinals that's going to find footing eventually, that's going to find, they're going to hit, they're going to swing desperately, they're going to land some. You got to do more than just sort of try to eke your way through it, man. Ooh, we got a penalty flag here. And that's a big penalty there. So the ball will be placed at the 40-yard line as they were offsides where the Cardinals there. The ball did not land inside the 20-yard line where they pooched it. And so that means that you will get the ball automatically at the 40. The Seattle Seahawks have one timeout and 28 seconds on the play clock. 28 seconds on the clock here. You got to get about at least 20 yards to give yourself a chance. You'd like to get 25. First down and 10. Darnold dropping back to throw. Where was that? Second down and 10. He's got him. JSN gets out of bounds too, potentially there. They're not going to say he was out of bounds. Okay, they got to spike it. Spike it up. JSN down the field. Seahawks take their final timeout on another little fade ball on Melton there. Gets open. Seattle is in field goal range right now. I don't know how they don't have that as being, again, the officials in this game. He touches the ball on the out-of-bounds marker. Why is that not a stopping of the clock? Every freaking call in this game. Like, he's out of bounds. That should save the timeout. Why is it every single one of them? Good, they're reviewing it. Trash-ass officials. I hope you sit on a cactus. I'm going to blow our time out on this with it. Just like, how isn't nice just every time, every call. Like, sorry, all the whining, Kendra. It's a rough game with the officials on this, man. It's not been a fun ride with the officiating on this one. And all the other three games this season, even the one we lost against the Niners, I would argue have been well officiated games. But this has been awful. And they did overturn it, by the way. And it was obvious he got out of bounds as it was. So we got to keep the timeout, which is good. First and 10 for the Hawks. Cardinals will take a timeout. Yeah, I'm finding there's not to crash on the refs too, John. Like, goodness. Come on. So interesting play call here. You've got 18 seconds and a timeout. You are already in field goal range. You would love to get another 10 yards if you could sneak it. But then there's also going to be that push, I'm sure, in the back of Kubiak's mind to just take the 3-4 yards you can get running the ball here, maybe. Sam Darnold in shotgun. 1st and 10, ball on the 38-yard line in Cardinals territory. Seahawks are going to hand this off. Charbonnet able to fight well there to get something out of that. Like Walker, there was nothing there to be had, and he got what he could. Maybe about 3 or 4 more yards. 4 more yards, we'll call it on that. And here we go. Seahawks come out. It's going to be a long field goal. This ain't an easy one. Four yards there for Charbonnet on that carry. $50-yarder here for Myers. $52-yarder to be exact. 4 seconds on the clock for game to go to 3-1. The hold is down. The kick is up. It's sailing to the right. He got it! He got it! It went through, boy. That thing was twisting and turning and pulling to the edge of that upright. It wanted to go and squeeze over. It wanted to doink its way over, but Myers is able to put it through. And it wasn't pretty at the end. You grinded your way out. You got a little conservative down the line, but you got the dub, and that's what matters most. Boy, what a huge turn of the fate, getting that kickoff to land outside the 20-yard line to give you the 40, not only to give you the ball at the 40-yard line, but then to be able to give you the opportunity to not take any time off the clock on that kickoff. As we saw, they needed every last second to get down there to get themselves in the position as they did. Hell of an answer offensively, and Jason Myers totally redeems himself off the miss. Hell of a kick for game there, man. That thing was squishing. That thing's at, if Zach Charbonnet doesn't get that 4 yards there on that prior play with the way that kick is sailing in that direction, that kick might be a miss. That's how big that 4 yards was of Charbonnet just to get you in there. But Seattle Seahawks go to 3-1. There are no style points in the NFL. Yeah, you got a little conservative down the line. Maybe some lessons to be learned from that here in other games if they do get up on opponents. But also, how about Sam Darnold in this game? Cold-blooded Sam Darnold. Ice cold Sam Darnold. The assassin that is Sam Darnold. Throughout this football game, making just big time throw after big time throw when you needed him to do it. And down the line in this game, clock's ticking, little bit of time. You need to get up the football field in that moment very quickly, as you don't have a lot of time to do that. You're not going to have a lot of plays to do that. And he hits that fade ball in there to JSN. Huge play there. Huge play. Hitting that ball there and a big time throw, as he made a couple of those throws to JSN in that second half, but he made a variety of throws in this game, considering the fact the Hawks didn't exactly give him the reins in this game to let him go drive this, being Sam Darnold. That there was so much of this game where you were going to limit down the passing attempts and try to just run so very much, so very often, that he didn't get a lot of opportunities to shine necessarily. Only 26 passing attempts in this football game. But for the man who walked into this game as the number 1 rated passer in the NFL by Pro Football Focus, he is, I can guarantee you, I can put the absolute Men's Warehouse, I guarantee it, stamp of approval on this, that he will be your number 1 rated quarterback through 4 weeks of the NFL season after this game. 18 of 26, 242 yards and a tutty. He was absolutely awesome in this game and what he supplied to your team. And again, showing you that you can put all of the fears to rest with the Sam Darnold ghost. All the fears to rest that this guy's going to regress back to the quarterback he was as a rookie or second-year player with the New York Jets. This is a brand new man, and we've got a really nice quarterback in play on this team, and his ability to execute this offense and not just merely be a game manager here. It's not a game manager down the line in what you're asking him to do with some of those throws in this game. A lot of positions that you still found yourself in because you could not run the ball consistently, seeing him in 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10s, yet still finding a way to execute, still finding a way to put some points on the board, get those consistent drives overall, very few 3-and-outs. But my goodness, what a heart attack game that was. And boy, that was just ripping your heart out with the 14 unanswered points by the Cardinals. Woo! Gotta catch my breath. Gotta catch my breath. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Conservative isn't the right word here. It's more like cowardice. 6 minutes is too much time to shut it down like that. so frustrating. I do hope that there's a bit of an acknowledgement to your point on this, Peter, from Mike McDonald in the presser after the game and kind of going, yeah, we allowed ourselves to try to slip into trying to eke this one out a little bit too much. And we've got to learn from that. That it was, we played this like, to your point, rather than being like it was 6 minutes, you played this like there was 2 minutes left in the game and how you were running this offensively. And there's no reason to necessarily have to be that conservative with it. Were the Cardinals at times here and there able to generate a little bit of pressure in this game? Sure. But they had 3 sacks. They had 3 quarterback hits. Darnold wasn't being inundated by pressure left and right when he was dropping back. So to be so protective at times, I think in the play calling was a bit unnecessary. And you do hope with that's one that you can really learn from that lesson on this one and walk away and go, okay, future, we got to put the gas down on that. And I've said, as I've watched it through years, I lamented it so hard because in 4 decades of football watching, whenever you feel a team start to get that energy and going in that way of things, it's kind of, luckily Seattle able to turn that back around because it can be a momentum thing because it's the team can kind of sense in full, not just the offense, the defense can sense you're a little bit of taking the foot off the gas there. And now everything just eases up just enough then for that other team to have the success there. And so it's something to definitely hopefully learn. But my goodness, what a game. What a game, Peter. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. F these refs. A couple of the key calls in this game don't go the other way, and this could have been a blowout in a much bigger fashion. And I'm not one that likes to go after the refs. I've been very happy with the first 3 games and that they've been wonderfully officiated, in my opinion. But this was one today that there's going to be a variety of calls that I have issues with coming out of this game. And the calls that were on the line that you would say are questionable. I don't know if there's a lot that I go back to Seattle on. There's the offsides on Leonard Williams that they called on the Cardinal offensive lineman, which may have been the one break we got on the 5-yarder there. But boy, there was a lot of calls on this one that did not go your direction of things that were a little dicey to me onto that other side of it too as well. We overcame though. That's what a good team should do. Tina's crazy for life, or Tina's crazy for life. I added a 4 there. Sorry, Tina. Tina's crazy life. Thank you for subbing up to the channel, Tina. I really appreciate you doing that. Folks, if you do get a chance today, well, over 1,000 people in the chat, if you can hit that sub button, like on up if you get a chance. It does help this channel grow, helps me show, help us get bigger and bigger on YouTube as we're heading for 30,000 now that we've crossed that 20,000 barrier. But thank you, Tina. Appreciate you. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Hopefully the coaches learn from this. Too close. That's where this really is. It's less about lamenting what you did and how it had to go down in this game. And it's more about learn from this. This is a universal rule in football. There are universal rules. There's just universal things that are proven to be just truisms. And you can kind of go, why is it a truism? What you can fight against why or what or who or how, or you can kind of accept it as reality. And that reality is a football team, you can feel when you've told your team, or you can feel when you're having your play call being impacted by trying to kind of get yourself through and just go eke out the win a little bit. And you don't eke out wins in football. You don't just kind of slide and glide your way to wins. You got to go take wins in football. It's that kind of sport in that way. And the second, with the level of intensity that's at play, the second you take your foot off that gas, that other team will sense it. And I felt like the Cardinals did have a little bit of sense of it. Was it the desperation of the moment and they're just going to start to kind of throw it and let it rip and we're getting down to the line on it? Yeah, a little bit of that. But it was also that you kind of step back off things just a tiny bit there. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Samuel, he says, I feel like Kendrick needs to get more snaps. I think you're going to come out of this game having a hard time from a coaching staff perspective, especially with an elongated extra time of a week here to get on to next week and looking at the Woolen situation and feeling comfortable with Woolen out there as your outside corner right now. I think you're going to have some big time issues in making this happen. And I think Samuel, here's the other part about this too, is that it's going to be hard to get Kendrick still on the field after the extra rest to getting us to Tampa Bay because of the fact that you're going to get Nick Emenwari back. So, who comes off the field, who doesn't, and you want to get Emenwari out there. He's going to probably play ahead of Kendrick at that point. So still Kendrick will be off the field at that time. But I would have to think that Job will be the guy on the outside at this point with Witherspoon as your 2 and out outside corners, and that Woolen will probably go to the bench on this one. Woolen with 3 penalties in this game, got hit on a back shoulder fade on Harrison. Had some good coverage numbers around it as well, so it wasn't, I think, just a patently bad day from him, but just more of what we've seen from him at times that has started to sort of grow with times as far as some of the warts on the game here with us just a little bit. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. He said, whoever called the Charbonnet run field goal needs a raise. There we go, man. Good call on your guys' part with that one. And great run there by Charbonnet. These backs today with Walker and Charbonnet, man, it's not easy for these guys. They're very talented running backs, and they're not really always being given the chance to really show what they can do just because of so much of the penetration and congestion down there at the line of scrimmage on just about every type of run the Hawks do go at. I mean, it's looks at its worst kind of when you're in pitch plays and outside zone, but it's all across the board. Guys getting walked into the backfield, penetration into the backfield, multiple defenders in the backfield as soon as the handoff is being undertaken. There's just way too much of that stuff, and it's making it so hard on these backs to find some headway. But Charbonnet on that last run, fighting past the guy in the backfield, getting through his tackle, getting past the line of scrimmage, keeping the feet just churning and going and fighting, and knowing, hey, every yard you get there, 3-4 yards, and the difference that made on that field goal attempt is that thing's starting to drift and slide to the right there at the end. It was a great effort by Charbonnet on that one. Could have been very easy on a day where it's been a long day for the running backs to kind of fold up and be like, look, it wasn't there for me. We just aren't run blocking well. I'm going to call it good on that. But he tried to make it happen there, and he did make it happen. And I'm going to be interesting to go back and see how close that kick was crossing the upright, because I'd wager to guess another 5 yards back, that thing's probably a miss. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $20 donation, Michael. Very, very, very kind of you, bro. I really appreciate that. Let's get you a little applause for that. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Let's go. He says, I honestly believe Sam could match his numbers with the Vikings last year if the Hawks let him loose. I'll always take a win, but let's trust Sam. He was drafted third round. He was drafted third overall for a reason. Let's go, Hawks. Hey, let's go, Hawks. Let's get a nice little Hawk chant here. Come on. A little good vibe Hawk chant. Let's go. And I think you bring up a great point here, which is just that you want to always be reading where your team's at. And Sam's development saw him have a really great year with the Vikings, and that he's seemingly able to kind of carry this thing forward. And what you've seen him do, remembering this right now, 3 sacks today, 3 quarterback hits, wasn't like pristine pockets at all times. Has a running game that kind of comes and goes, is not consistently there. In a lot of third and longs, much more third and longs than would be, I think, the ideal plan for this offense as you were trying to set the stage for it this upcoming season. I mentioned these 3 kind of negative aspects because within those negative aspects, Sam is soaring. Sam is playing like the most efficient quarterback in the entire NFL. And so if that's the case to me, and that it's not all being set for him to be downhill for his success, that to your point would lead me much more, Michael, in the direction to say, put more on his plate at that point. Give him more attempts at that point. Especially because a lot of these issues come back, and I can't say for sure on the tape this week. I got to go back and look at it to be sure. I'm going to make a guess it's probably more of the same, which is that the last 2 opponents, the prior 2 weeks, and I think this week as well, you're seeing extra men up at the box, extra men in the line of scrimmage. You're seeing a Cardinal team that wants to live in a cover 2 shell, but instead is bringing Budda Baker down into the box in this game to take away the run. You know, they're doing everything but opening the door, flinging it open as far as what you should be attacking in your passing game then with that. And it's going to come down to simply that, where that's your answer to it. There are teams out there that would give their left nut to be able to have so many teams commit so much to the line of scrimmage like we're seeing defenses commit. And that they would then be like, look, we're going to have so much space on the back end to attack when they do that. And the Seahawks, when they have attacked in the back end against those fronts, have indeed found success, have indeed found big chunk plays down the field, have indeed seen dimes from Sammy D dimes. So it's not only there to be had, you not only have had success on it, but you haven't worked it as much as I think you possibly can as we move into the future if teams are going to play you like this defensively. I think it'd be one thing if you were trying to run against light boxes, but coming into this game, your Seattle Seahawks were second in the NFL in the stack box rate that their offense was facing. If I was talking about an open door there being in the passing attack with the stack boxes, it's a freaking closed door with the lock, with the chain, with the lock that you do the wheel thing on. If they're going to stack it up at the second highest rate in the entire NFL, 2 to the other side. They are daring you to throw the ball, daring you to punish them over the top in the deep passing game when they're going to stack this up this much. And I think it's a lack of trust in Darnold. It's a lack of trust in the playmakers on the outside to be able to punish them if they leave them one-on-one, like we saw GSN one-on-one at times. So go after it, man. Let's get aggressive with that. Let's attack that. I'm with you. Let's read the room. Let's read where Sam is at right now, not where he was at 3 years ago. And if he's going to play this efficiently, this smartly, if he's going to be averaging like 10 yards an attempt every game, which I believe coming out of this game now with that big throw he made to JSN, 9.3 yards an attempt. So Kyler Murray in this game, 4.9 yards an attempt. That's scoring the 2 touchdowns. That's with those late drives. Still not even able to average 5 yards an attempt. Sam Darnold almost up at 10 yards an attempt. Double that of Kyler Murray. But do you see the Cardinals in this game? Now they're down. Obviously, when you're down, you're going to throw. But if you look at the disparity from the Cardinals in this game, Cardinals averaged 5.2 yards per carry. Seattle Seahawks averaged 4.4 yards per carry. The Cardinals ran the ball 17 times, averaging over 5 yards a carry. The Seattle Seahawks ran the ball 35 times, averaging almost a yard less a carry. So it's kind of all signs a little bit there point to try to open up a little bit more. Typo, 3rd overall. Ha ha, Hawks, ha ha. I get what you're saying. No, you're right, man. And I'm with you 100% on it, Michael. I think this is as much not about, again, look at the game and going, oh, we should have thrown. It's more about, look, this is what we can do pivoting forward. Pivoting forward, you can put more on Sam's plate. You can trust more in what he's doing, I think. Byron P. with a $2 donation is in alignment with me on this item of things, thinking it's time to replace Woolen. I like the kid a lot. I'm not anti-Woolen at all, and I understand completely from a coaching perspective of why you have tried to see if you could make this work all the way down the line. And that if that talent can kind of realize and the light bulb can come on and you can fully realize all of the potential that does exist in this player. But it's been a backtracking over about the last year and a half. And it still remains the situation where Woolen played his best football as a rookie. And that we're in his 4th year now and we're not seeing that step coming forward. And it's happening at the same point in time where, unlike other years, you've actually got quality corner play behind him. Guys playing hungry, guys playing with urgency, guys playing effectively. And it's going to be very hard, I think, for the coaching staff to come off of this mini bye and looking at the tape on Woolen. And it's not all bad. He's not been a complete just nightmare out there. This is where people can sometimes overstate the case, but it's just that Job and a Kendrick are playing so well and him and Wari coming back. You've got options. You don't have to be stuck on the dead end road of, we got to take the good with the bad on this player because we got no other options. Not the case with Woolen. And so I think you're probably getting kind of to that point, Byron. I'm going to be interested to see the coverage numbers with him on targets to receptions in this game. He's not been well graded by PFF through the first 3 weeks of the season either. On top of this, there's a lot of arrows that are pointing in this direction here with Woolen at this point. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation, Cameron. Good to see you in the house, mate. Says 3-1, and we have a mini bye. Myers is money. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. Thank you for the $5 donation. 3-1, folks. How's it feel? 3-1. Now you get the mini bye. Now you get a little bit of time to get yourself straight for the Buccaneers. Buccaneers got Tristan Wirfs coming back just off arthroscopic surgery. Down Cody Mock. We'll see if they've got Luke Godecki ready to go in that one or not. I've heard varying reports on that one. Kalijah Cansey out for the year there. He's gone. Mike Evans will be out for that game another week, and you get to play it at home. 3-1. 3-1. Let's go. Feels good. Whew, feels real good. The Real Cheese, thank you for 11 months as a Hawks Nest member. It says, could we trade Woolen for a ham and cheese? You might get some bread for him at this point. You might get some brioche. But I don't know if you're getting some actual, meat and cheese. That might be a bit much. And I think where the rather than it being a trade deadline thing, or you would just sit on Woolen for the year. He's part of depth at that point. Maybe there's a team out there that would look for it, but the unfortunate part is that where his play is kind of sunk down to, there's no real trade value to be had with him. It's been kind of a pretty decent drop on that side of it with him. And again, there's some good, maybe there is a little bit there. I mean, there are some coverage numbers with him that are actually pretty still good around some of the bad that does kind of stand out with him. But I think you're going to be probably stuck on that situation to just kind of ride it out a little bit. Born Skyler, thank you for the $2 donation. Walk and hype us up for the Bucks game. Let's effing go. So Born Skyler says, let's get Christopher Walken hyping us up for the Buccaneers game in 2 weeks. As good as you can ask. Seahawks now. The stage is set. Skyler, recognize, if you can, now's the time for us to strike. Trade deadline on the horizon. We're going to make a big move. We got money in hand, picks in a wallet, looking strong. Now you got the Bucks rolling into town, the big old pirate ship. We're going to sink that ship easy. It's going to happen, I know. They're going down the bottom, Puget Sound. We don't abide by pirates in the Pacific Northwest. They're cannon fodder. I'm telling you now, going down that way, Skylar. 19 Stray, thank you for the $5 donation, 19 Stray. Our run game sucked all night, but on that last play with Charbonnet, they all knew the necessity level and what they had to do and made it work. Beautifully put, 19 Stray. I see it the very same way. There was a fight and get after it of spirit there with Charbonnet on that run. You've got to give credit to this running back room as far as this game and what they've done this year so far with both these two guys. They're running as hard as they can, set up against a backdrop where it is very hard to find any kind of success. And the loaded boxes as they've had to face and teams really, really leaning into that has made it hard. And it did on that last run, but that is going to be just such a big run by Charbonnet there. The biggest 4-yard run maybe of his life there. I do think I would maintain that you just don't get that, and that's probably a missed kick. That thing was drifting. That Myers kick was just like the wind had taken it. It was heading for that. It was heading for that pole. It was wanting to kiss that pole. You could see the lips off the ball. The lips came up off the ball. It wanted to kiss that pole. Just slid just inside with that extra 4 yards of space you had there, 19 Stray. Well said, man. I felt like there was a definite sense of urgency on that run from Charbonnet, and that's a run where maybe in the second quarter, maybe you go down after 2 yards. But when you're at this last play of the game, this is our last opportunity to get as close as possible to get that field goal attempt, you're going to keep pumping those feet until you can't pump them no more, which is what he did. Tremendous play. Tremendous play there by Charbonnet. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Sanchez. Don't let this win hide the fact that John Schneider is not capable of building an O-line, and he needs to be called out by ownership. Well, I think it's going to be hard on the call out. I think that the ownership, giving him that extension in the time frame that they did Sanchez, was a very big, we feel like you're doing a great job. And I'm not speaking to where my opinion is on this. I'm just speaking to, as you're referencing ownership, where their opinion would be on this. You got a general manager who's got his team at 3-1. And having hired the right coach, and that I think that this is where I'd always guessed a little bit, and I don't know for sure, but I think if you had ownership in the house on this, that they might even acknowledge that there's maybe a little bit of some issues there with John on building the O-line, but that he also does a lot of stuff really good in his team building conceptually, and looking at how he got the thing right with Mike McDonald, how he's got this right with Sam Darnold. I would say that, when it comes to the O-line, you look, there's no one's going to be more in agreement with you than me, Sanchez, when it comes to, I want to see more investment in this offensive line. It's got me frustrated beyond all belief that we just year after year after year will not hammer the thing. We're always going to we'll kind of address it, just sort of do a little bit of addressing. But we don't really go all in on addressing it, to your point. And then you're led to having games like this, or like we've had through the times of this year so far, where you just go, man, just nobody's getting any holes, and there's multiple failure points on run plays over and over and over again. I do wonder a little bit, Sanchez, if it is a bit of a newer development this year in regards to the offensive line failures in the run game, that I don't believe that we'd be looking at the same stack box rate in the last 2 years for Seattle, as much because you had DK Metcalf out on the outside, and he's going to usually force you into the too high situation. You're not going to bring the extra defender around and by the box. I want to say that a lot of your run game failures in recent years have happened even when defenses have a lighter box down in play. And the difference this year that is maybe the part that's maybe not as much on the offensive line. I'm not saying I know this whole hog either way, Sanchez. I'm just making guesses here. But then maybe more of the failures to this year's accordance come with an alignment to you're dealing with the second highest stack box rate in the NFL. You're still trying to stay committed to running the ball within the nature of that because that's just your philosophy. And then it's just going to be tough sailing if you're going to do that against defenses of the modern era. Because so few defenses do this. But the proliferation of the cover two shell defense, more often than not in the NFL, you're getting defenses with two safeties, 12 yards off the line of scrimmage. More often than not throughout this year with Seattle, it does feel like you're getting more of a sort of a single high safety up in the box, eighth defender down there, a lot of purified 3-4 looks. I mean, 3-4 is coming back in a major way this year with the 12 personnel and stuff like that that's really been brought on board, but you're getting a lot of it. You're getting a heavy heaping of that 3-4 stuff and the man down in the box. And that's where I just come back to it on, I'd like to, I guess, say, Sanchez, that I can get to the place where I'll be in agreement with you on it being a line problem. I want to see us attack more of down the field and see that get negated on the back of these stack boxes before I quite arrive there. If that makes sense. Let me see you take more of these shot plays down with JSN on one-on-one situations and Arroyo down the field when you have mismatches with him up against a 5'9 safety like you did in this game, or with an edge that's trying to cover him 30 yards down the field. Let me see if you take more of those and have those fail first, and then I can maybe arrive at that. But I think that that's as much the counter now as anything else, is making them pay the price down the field with chunk plays if they're going to bring that much traffic up around the line of scrimmage. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. I appreciate you for that. He says, nothing makes me crash out harder than refs with blinders on. I do too struggle with this one because you started to sense early on in the game as you were starting to run away with it. Oh, there's a call that went against us. That was a little weird. And you got another one. Oh, okay. It was just, okay. Right, just right off the back. No problem. We flushed that one. Sometimes you don't get all the calls going, okay, another call. Oh, okay. And then you get in that second half and there's a couple of them and that Jackson Smith holding call, which it's, as I always say, when it comes to sometimes getting annoyed at the refs, it's not as much the refs calling a game against you fully to where like, we don't get any calls. They're just calling everything against us. The fix is in. It's the timing of the calls, on those real key moments of the game where it's on the line. And that's really a moment where you got to be swallowing your whistle and letting the players play. Let the players decide it. And there's too much of this game where there was times to me where it got a little too close with the little too close with the other side of it on that one, Jordan. But I was getting to that point too. I was fighting that urge as well. I was like, really? We lost that touchdown. Now they're going to walk this thing back in and tie this, and we got to go to overtime. We got to extend this game on a Thursday night. Visions of that 6-6 nightmare Seahawks game in Cardinals from about 5-6 years ago. Remember that one? Holy Lord. That was a brutal. That was a Thursday night game too, I want to say. I was starting to think, we're heading in this direction. Pulled it out though. Thankfully the refs, they tried hard, but it wasn't enough. We're too strong for them. We're too good. Tommy, thank you for the $5 donation. Tommy, I really appreciate that. He says, good news, our issues are fixable. I predict we only lose when we beat ourselves this year. No ass whoopings, no blowouts. Love y'all. Go Hawks. Well, much love to all of you guys out there today too as well. Thank you for all of the great turnout this evening on Thursday Night Football. Appreciate all of you guys hitting that like button, all the new people that subbed on up. Very, very kind of you guys on that. And I think Tommy brings up some great points here. You took your foot off the gas pedal. Easily fixable. Good problem to have, huh? Good problem to have. You didn't take as many of the shot plays trying to kind of ground out the running because you're so committed to running the ball. You can easily adjust off that to throwing the ball just a little bit more, to that side of it and getting maybe a little bit more aggressive down the field with it if they're going to open the door to that in that way. Penalties at key moments, you get an interception from a Kobe Bryant, just doesn't get the two hands on that as he's getting down and it gets knocked out. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of the stuff in this game that does not feel like it's inherently flawed in the fibers of your roster. It feels more of these are things that can be fixed / kind of quasi easy adjustments. Not taking your foot off the gas is a quasi easy adjustment you can make, I think. So you're 100% right. You're 3-1, and the issues that you do face, and every team's going to face its issues. It's got to figure out. Even teams at 3-1, even teams still undefeated, have things they'd like to get improved, and those things are in your control to improve. And they don't require a trade. They don't require something to turn on its ear in a way 180 degrees from what it is. Just some little slight adjustments within there, and you're much improved. Great points, Tommy. Love the optimism. Robney Prescio, thank you for the $5 donation. Good win. However, a little disappointed in the defense. With all these picks and money on the D, and to see the Cardinals march like that, frustrating. Yeah, a little frustrating there at the end, watching the D go down like kind of it did. And, they did get a little bit in the soft brand of things, I think, defensively at times in this game and sort of sitting back to depth and trying to take away the depth stuff. Cardinals made some plays down the stretches, I'll tell you. You got some back shoulder throws into Marvin after he struggled in that first half. Catches he might have had that dropped in that first half he was making. You got the fourth down throw to Wilson that he reels in the one-hander. He doesn't even see the throw come out on Kyler. He turns his head around, sticks up a hand, and he sort of stabs the thing in there. So little disappointed there. To me, I think the defensive problems wouldn't be as bad as if the offense had put more of the foot on the gas, gotten a little bit more than 2 field goals, 3 field goals in the second half in total, but 2 field goals through most of that half. Got just 1 touchdown on the board. Defense has this thing put away, and that one kind of led to the other. I guess I just felt like, Rodney, it almost felt like a momentum thing. It was more than even maybe the defense kind of getting like soft and sitting back into things. It was more of just kind of like you gave the Cardinals a little bit of like some life by how you kind of went offensively in that game and gave them a little bit of a shot in the arm. But that's a feeling thing. I don't know that for sure, Rodney. It's more of it felt that way to me than anything else. But bottom line was a lot of frustration into this game, even in the win from a Hawk fan perspective and how that second half played out. But maybe that'll just make this team all the hungrier as they go into the mini bye. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, Cards are scrappy. We played sloppy. Should have, could have put the cards away. Got too conservative on offense. But division games are always close. Take that dub. That's right. You don't feel bad about no dub. You don't sit there and go, oh, it's this or that. I think you captured exactly the way that this game kind of went. You've got a Cardinal team that's hungry to not go 0-2 in this division, that they're at home. They want this win. You're going to get them swinging their best punch in that second half. They weren't going to just lay over. I know they looked a little bit like they were ready to kind of maybe collapse in that first half, but they were going to come back and give you a shot. They were going to swing. And like you say, division games tend to be close. This is the nature of the beast in these games. It was close in the Niner game in the first week. It was close this week in our game. It was close in the Niner-Cardinal game last week with the Cardinals on the road in that game. So this is how it goes. You've got to just get these ones and find a way to take the dubs on them. You've got to just find a way sometimes. And it's going to be messy, and it ain't always going to be fun, and it's going to be a rough ride. But if you can just come out the other side of that with that dub like they did today, man, the Seattle Seahawks, Randall, have set the stage so very well up for the rest of this season. Because now not only do you get a bit of a mini bye to a little bit of a very good Buccaneers team, but a Buccaneers team that's not at its full strength, and how the schedule is set up for you to be able to kind of start to put some things together, say nothing of the fact that a winning record, 5-1, a 6-2 Seattle Seahawks now is in a position, maybe from a John Schneider perspective, to go out there and look to go and make maybe an aggressive trade. Maybe, God forbid, there's an actual offensive lineman out there at like a guard or center position that you could grab that could be a true tremendous upgrade for you. We'll see on that. But hell of an opening of the season for your Seattle Seahawks. Hell of an opening of the year for them. And hey, says something to how good as a team you can be that you end up a little bit sloppy like that, but you still get the dub. Trey Griff, thank you for 15 months, working his way to 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. I thank you for that. How many times does Spoon have to get killed in coverage for Mike to take him out for Kendrick? I think it's going to take a little bit more than just the one game back for him on it. I think that the plan in place on this 2 Trey is going to be to move with Devin Witherspoon. I think a little bit what's happened here is Devin played all on the outside throughout training camp. They had him slid back to being an outside guy, and that's where he was going to be living. And now, as Emanwari's injury happened, you kicked him into the slot here. And I know he's played a lot of slot in the past, so he's pretty comfortable at playing in the slot. But with him now having that injury, it's kind of like he's sliding back into this place that I always thought with him that the best position for him would eventually be to the outside, to let him just play outside corner, that he could function really well out there. So I think that this is a decision trade that's going to come more into play next week when now you've got Emanwari back, and now Emanwari can be potentially that slot or Kendrick. If Emanwari's, it's going to be a tough call there. You got three guys that can do it, but I do think that whether it's Emanwari or Kendrick, Trey, with Woolen also struggling to the outside, I think this all shuffles things around to pushing Witherspoon to the outside, and then it's probably Emanwari in a slot or Kendrick. And then Job would be your other outside guy at this point. I would wager to guess that's the way that they'll roll with this one. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. All cornerbacks get got. Spoon is fine. First game back. True. Been out a couple games here with it. So maybe a little bit of rust there too as well. Marvin Harrison, I know we're banging on in the first half. And like I was saying, to me, it's not really as much always fully with Marvin on this being like a talent issue. It's as much about a confidence issue. And make a couple catches, get your confidence rolling, and you're feeling good. And that's what, Harrison was able to do in this game as you got into that second half. And you're right. Some guys are going to get got. They are. Witherspoon also made a really nice play in Trey McBride in this game. Got in there and knocked the ball down in tightened coverage. So I think Witherspoon's a really good player. But I do think with Witherspoon that the transition to getting him back to the outside, and that's what the plan was in place here throughout this offseason to do this as well from the coaching perspective, that's going to be undertaken. And I think once you get Spoon to the outside, he will, back to Randall's point, he will be fine. He'll look very good out there. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Remember the game? The Bills' whole game plan was to not run. Remember the game, Bills? Remember the Bills game? Their whole plan was not to run. Yeah, I think I vaguely recall that. It's kind of tough to remember the exact details of that one because that was such a painful game for me, Sanchez, to watch. But I do believe that they threw the ball a good amount. Like they were letting it rip. And that's going to be a little bit to the defense. What Mike's done, I think, in a lot of ways is he's tried to kind of protect up against the run, and then he's trying to protect against some of the deeper passes and the chunk plays, and then he's going to leave things open on his defense to more of the shorting passing game, which is, of course, then into the strength of what the Bills do really well, which is work off of that short passing game really, really nicely. And they were able to take, I think a Bills team is kind of a bad matchup for Mike's defense, a Josh Allen quarterback, but Josh is that way for a lot of defenses too. So we're not alone there, but he's a particularly tough matchup for us, how we structure, I think, our defense up a bit. Hard to kind of remember that one, Sanchez, for me a little bit. On those details, at least. T-Mac345, thank you for the $5 donation. T-Mac, I like Witherspoon, but he can't cover downfield. May need to knock the rust off from missed time, but it made me want Kendrick back. I think part of this is just how good Kendrick has looked in that position. And I can get that. He's looked fantastic. Kid's got 2 interceptions. He's had his hands on all sorts of balls over the past couple of weeks. But I think Witherspoon's a really good player. I do. I know he's had a couple of moments here, and last year got a little bit in coverage at times last year too as well. But I think this kid's going to show out. And again, it's just back to me moving to the outside. I think many of you are caught up on Witherspoon in the slot, and I get that. But the plan in place is to get Witherspoon to the outside. And I think once you get him outside versus working in the slot, you're going to see him at his best. You're going to see him really shine out there, especially with some of the stuff Seattle's wanting to do on the outside, because you're seeing Woolen getting beat at times trying to run some of this press coverage where he can get into press, he can lay the press, he can even then run step for step with a receiver, but then he completely loses track of the ball. And I think with Witherspoon, he's able to do that press stuff and then stay on top of the ball through the phase of the play. He doesn't get as lost on that as Woolen does. And I think Woolen up until this year has been so much more in kind of the off coverage and able to have a little bit of that space between him and the receiver to kind of read things where he's not as comfortable, it seems like, in doing that. He should be. He should be a monster as a presser. But unfortunately with Woolen, you don't get to feel that quite as much. But I think this all gets mitigated once you look at Witherspoon getting moved to the outside. And then you just look at, who does the team feel better about with Emanwari or Kendrick? I think you go with probably Emanwari, but if Emanwari's not up to snuff, then you got Kendrick sitting ready to go. On that. I'd be very surprised if we come off the mini bye with Witherspoon still at the slot. I think you'll see him back to the outside by the Buccaneer game. Thank you, T-Mac. Appreciate you though, man. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother in the house. Thank you for the $5. Didn't like us going limp on that 3rd and 9 where Myers missed the field goal. Go Hawks. Hit the like button, y'all. Yeah, that was a ultra conservative call there from the Seahawks perspective of things, Mr. Kane. And you know, you feel this way, I know, as well as I do on it, and that you can't get to a position in football, and there's a pull to do this. It's a pull that everybody's going to feel. You get up on a couple touchdowns. Hey, let's just try to keep that clock moving. Let's just try to keep that thing rolling. Let's just make sure this thing don't stop. Maybe we can just roll this clock out, you know? They're just going to run out of time. Yeah, that's how we're going to do this. And you got to fight that urge. You really do. It's one thing if you're down the last 2 minutes of a game or whatever, you got 6 minutes remaining and there's a lot of time. They've got 3 timeouts. You got to play it with a little bit more aggression, I think, to your point on that. And, you know, I think we're all pretty universally in the same place on that one, Mr. Kane, looking at it in that second half and going, you were definitely guided in that second half by the fact that you had a 2-touchdown lead and it informed your play calling. And it should to a degree. It probably should to a degree. There's plenty of stories of those coaches that have a big second half lead and they just get pass happy and get themselves into trouble that way. You know, bad interceptions, bad turnovers. But I think you went the other direction. We went the other direction with it. We were on the other end of the scale with that one, Mr. Kane, to your point. Board Skyler, thank you for the $2 donation. Missed my Super Bro? I got you did the walk-in hype. Yep, I did the walk-in hype. Yeah, I got it on there. So Skylar, I did the walk-in. Skylar, if you can respond in the comment section, if there's another one if I missed, just put it in the comment section, but I don't see a different donation on you on the other one there that I missed. I'm definitely going to be a little bit behind on the donos here a bit because we've had a bit of a dono train. But I do believe that I caught it on that, Skylar. I did the walk-in. We're going to win. We're going to win good. I'm telling you now. Write it down. Seattle Bucks. We're going to hammer them. It's not going to be Baker anymore. He's going to be the gardener. Downgrade him. No more cooking for you. My rock with your Hawks out. Thank you, Skylar. Appreciate you, man. But again, Skylar, just put in the chat if I missed what I might have missed on your dono there. Sorry about that. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. I feel better about being 3-1 this year versus last year in hindsight. Yeah, last year you went through those 3 wins and you played against lesser opponents, Dolphins team, Denver with the rookie quarterback starting his first game. They got to the playoffs, but that wasn't the same Denver team at the height of their powers in week 1 that you got to play. And the Patriots, one of the worst teams in the NFL in week, 2 or 3 there on that one too. So yeah, I feel the same way about it. You know, you granted you started 3-0 and that was a really tough loss against the Lions that really brought you back down to earth. But this feels like a more solidly built team. This feels like a team that's progressed, that's taken a step forward from where they were last year. And I feel very optimistic about where we're heading. I know I was down after week 1, and rightfully so, as it was a disappointing game there against that Niner team with how lame they were, how beat up they were. But all that being said, coming through 3-1 through the first 4 games is, I think, about as great as any of us could have asked for as a bottom line. And you've taken these games. You've won these games. These haven't been gifted to you. You've had to go grab them. It's been very impressive, Jordan. Agreed. Nolan, thank you for the $10 donation. Nolan, very kind of you, man. Says the Cards are missing their top 3 defensive backs. Have a good defensive line. Stack the box. The Hawks choose shotgun run over pass play action. I don't understand football. Ooh, so thirsty. I don't understand football either. This was the problem week 1, of course, right, Nolan? You come out against the Niners and you decide you're going to live in shotgun a lot of the time. And in this game, you were in shotgun a lot of the time. And you're trying to run out of shotgun. There doesn't seem to be as much play action in there, to my eyes, as well. I would guess that maybe some of this was a little bit of the fear that the Cardinals, who will run some pretty inventive blitzes, and they will bring some guys from some funky angles. So maybe there was a little bit of worry there that with the Cardinals being willing and embracing so much of, we'll bring some creative blitzes from different angles, that you might run that play action and Sam comes out of the play action and he's got a guy right in his face running free as a blitzer. I can't guarantee that this is the reason they're doing it, Nolan. I can just try to educatedly guess that that's it, because like you, I share the frustration of not understanding where you've been so deadly on the play action. Yeah, back-to-back weeks with the Steelers in the game last week where you hit a touchdown off the back of the play action. That why not go back into it again and stay into it up from the under center stuff. We had the 4th and 1, I think it was, that we tried to run out of shotgun with a run out of shot. It's like, why are we doing that? And then we came back and learned later on in the game where we had a 3rd and 1 and you got back under center with Charbonnet and let him get downhill. But the use of shotgun has been a bit of a strange part of the offense so far. I'd agree with you in that it just seems like it's being used a bit too much, maybe. Come back to the thing. It's like a little bit like the Darnold thing where you look at your team and you may have an idea about the way you want to run your team. You may have an idea about a philosophy of how you want to drive your team. You may have, this is our plan. Everyone's going to have a plan in place, but you got to read as your team as well what you do and don't do well. You got to read as well what the defense is trying to do to you. And you can't just blindly operate from the standpoint of, my God, Cat. You can't just blindly operate from the standpoint that, we're just going to run what we're going to run, and we don't take into account anything the defense is doing on the other side. It's like, that's dumb as hell. So I'm not overly tripped out by it, but it is a little frustrating here watching Kubiak running into 8 and 9 man fronts. I don't really get the benefit behind that. You're not going to be effective running the ball that way. You gotta make him pay the price over the top. Again, counting back, when you take the shots over the top, you're effective with it. You're hitting these shots down the field and it's going. You're making some headway with it. Yeah. These are those easy adjustments that where somebody else was talking about below that I completely agree with, where the adjustment here is not major. You don't have to do something earth-shattering or groundbreaking here. It's just you're doing a little bit of this to this degree. If you just kind of arch it this direction, man, you're going to have a lot more success to this. It's right there for you to be had. It just seems the team's a little hesitant to jump up and really try to take those plays down the field and really be aggressive with it like they could be. So I share your frustration with that, Nolan. I don't quite understand it as well. Darnold wasn't as good as he's been. If you weren't as deadly as you've been out of play action from under center, okay, I get you not running it. If you were better out of shotgun, I get why you're not running it. If you're finding running yardage out of shotgun but not from under center, I would get why you're not running it. But that's not been the case. It's been the opposite of all those things to the other side of it. So everything should be, from an arrow standpoint, pointing Clint into the direction of going this other way from the way you're going a little bit with it. We'll see if they maybe do some self-scouting through this sort of mini buy a little bit and go, okay, yeah, this shotgun stuff, put a little bit of that away, a little more play action from under center, maybe a little bit less of trying to run the ball at sort of like a 70% rate. Maybe that's not exactly sustainable, especially once we start to play some legitimate teams that are a lot tougher. Cardinals are a decent team, but we're going to play some tougher opponents on this. You play a Rams team like that, you can't just try to eke your way out through the game. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, well, there is a place in the Pacific Northwest called Shipwreck. There we go. That's where we're taking the Buccaneers in 2 weeks from now. That's where they're headed. Telling you. They're going down to the bottom of the Sound. To David Jones's locker. And that is where they'll remain for the 2025 season, I tell you. Arr, arr. Radu Turkan in the house. Thank you for the $5 donation. Yes, we want to run the ball, but it isn't working. Wouldn't a good team switch to what our personnel does great, which is a pass-first offense? I think that there's a big concern and worry here coming into this, that you have the specter of Ryan Grubb hanging over the top of this offense. And we've got to acknowledge that. You have in Mike McDonald, who spent all of last year facing his team needing to run the ball more, but having no commitment to do so, and him lamenting it over and over again, and him bringing it up in the media over and over again. And he probably got to some degree, I'm sure, as we went through this offseason, traumatized by the lack of their ability to just consistently stay with the run last year. After all, let's not forget, Radu, you were at like 70% pass to run rate last year. So Mike just got really probably put on tilt with that. And so he comes to Clint this offseason and he's like, you want to come in and be the OC? I want to come in and be the OC. You need to run the ball. I don't want to hear excuses. I don't want to hear about no stacked boxes. I don't want to hear about blah, 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 right? You can see how this conversation could go. And that's that over course correction. There need to be a course correction, but you took the wheel and you've pulled it down a little bit too far into the other direction. Now let's steady that thing back up between the two white lines, get this thing back on the center of the road. And that to me is less of, we got to run, we got to run, we got to run, we got to run, we got to run. You got to run, yes. You need to have a commitment to run the ball. But the teams are going to put this many guys up around the line of scrimmage, and you're not going to be effective at running the ball around those stacked boxes. The easy methodology and approach here is to go to more passing, on early downs. And I'm going to reckon to guess that you're going to still find your Seattle Seahawks, if not the most stacked box team in the NFL, the second most stacked box team in the NFL through the first 4 weeks of the season. And there is no more glaring stat that you could be looking at that's telling you throw the ball than teams that are stacking you at the highest rate in all of the NFL. There's an easy answer on this one. And what you've had from your receivers, from Horton to Kupp to especially JSN and Arroyo now getting in on the act this game, you've had plenty of pass catchers who are showing you that they can get down the football field and make teams pay the price for giving one-on-one coverage on the outside and not having safety help up over the top. So I think you do. I don't know if you got to get the full-on pass first. I think more first and second down passing, certainly, Radu, more passing from out of play action. I mean, these things need to be the staples of this offense going forward, because I think that this is really going to be effective going forward with so many teams. I mean, they are loading up for the run. How many times did we see tonight before you're even at the snapping of the football, the very first run of the game that we had? Go back and watch that first run. 2 linebackers taking 2-3 steps before the snap towards where the run play is going. That is how much they're loading up for this run game. And you've got to see that as an OC. You've got to feel that as an OC. And Mike's got to then take the reins off of Kubiak here a little bit and going, okay, look, I know we want to run the ball, but this is getting a little bit silly. We're running into a brick wall right now, and it doesn't have to be this way. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Woolen has it all. 40 speed, closing speed, height, reach, hip swivel, but he just sucks between the ears. A liability when it's time to be clutch. Yeah, he's a guy that I think too is a guy that played probably wide receiver throughout all junior high and high school and into the start of college. And then the last 2 years of college, he sort of haphazardly switches over to cornerback and finds some success there and finds some natural acumen in his ability to run as a corner there. But is he more of probably a wide receiver at the end of the day playing cornerback when it's all said and done? Yeah, kind of. And the strange part for me has been the ball skill side of it, Peter. That's been the tough part to watch with me. I go back to his rookie year, and Hollywood Brown's running a 9 route on him, and he jumps up and high points that ball in a 9 route and makes the pick. And you have a play like that press coverage look in this game where he's running step for step with Marvin Harrison and just doesn't get his head turned back around for the ball. And I don't know how you suddenly lose ball skills as a cornerback. How you have such top-notch ball skills in that first year to where they've suddenly just completely left you, and you can't find the ball in the air right now. And even when you do find the ball in the air, you have this weird habit of sort of falling away from the ball as it's coming towards you rather than attacking the ball up in the air, which should be second nature to him as a wide receiver convert. You know, there's certain things as a cornerback maybe you don't do well, but that part of your game, jumping up, attacking the ball in air, that one should be one that absolutely is second nature for you to do. It's what you were doing for years as a wide receiver. But he's got all the ability in the world, Peter. All the ability physically that you could ask for. He is a Madden create-a-player cornerback. But it just isn't quite all coming together for him. I feel bad for the kid too. He's in a contract year trying to earn money, and he's not purely bad. It's just the bad moments are really standing out and not giving you the flashes of maybe the good to the other side of it either. I mean, has he made one play on the ball this year so far even? T-Mac, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that, T-Mac, for the double dono. Says, I still can't get over that play with our own teammate making Bryant fumble the interception. Not the smartest play from Tyrese Knight. We have a section on my show for Seahawks Weekly Roundup that we'll probably be doing on Sunday this week called Come On Man segment. And there's going to be a couple here this week as far as come on man moments in this from this particular game. Woolen losing track of Harrison down the sideline. But that's going to be one of them as well, where you've got Tyrese Knight coming back on that play to try to block a guy who's pursuing Kobe Bryant and ends up hitting Kobe Bryant as he's trying to slide down there and then knocking the ball out of Kobe's hands. And my big problem with it isn't as much of that you run into Kobe. The problem comes in on that play that you're going to get penalized if you come back and hit that block. That's a blindside block on the play there. So even if you get the theoretical best case scenario of that situation, that's still going to be a 15-yard penalty putting you back on the return. For Tyrese Knight there, you just got to try to block what's in front of you. Don't try to reach back on that one as you're going to get penalized with it. And that's a defensive player probably not as aware of the rules on that one. Those are the kind of guys who are just going to try to just hit somebody after the play. But yeah, that was a rough moment in this one. And part of those moments in this game, T-Mac, where you go, a lot of this game could have been so much further ahead if you had not kind of shot yourself in the foot in certain moments, where it's less about the Cardinals taking it from you and you kind of start giving the Cardinals a little bit of the rope back on that one to give them a chance. Speaks to how good you play, though, that you can overcome these things and still come away with the win, especially on the road, especially on a Thursday night game. I think it's also we're dwelling on some of the unfortunateness here, but there's a lot of good within this too to be able to pull that away in that fashion. Robert Charles, thank you for the $5 donation, Robert. And you guys are always, as ever, so kind. We got a lot of donations stacked up, so I will definitely get through these, but you guys are amazing as ever on that. I really, really appreciate you. Robert says, I said it after the 49ers game. Woolen, Reek will always be a liability. Bench him before his handle gets ugly. I'm in the same place this offseason. I'm on record this offseason, and I had a lot of Hawk fans got very mad at me when I posted out there the thought process that you would look to move on from Woolen this offseason. And I felt like I had kind of seen enough at the end of the year with Woolen last year to go, look, he's not a bad player, and it's what makes it hard in this scenario. It's much easier to have a player go, look, this guy can't do it. Get him off. He can do it. He can play in this league. He's going to go somewhere and he will get a contract extension. He's not going to make the Sauce Gardner money, but can he get an extension? Yeah, sure. He's going to go get a decent extension out there. He'll still be a starter in this league. But the type of team you're trying to build and what you need to get out of the corner position and the positions of success, I think in a lot of ways this defense puts corners in a position to do so, because I think a lot of what Mike does with his system here is get his corners in a place to be able to go get those picks and get those interceptions and have the pressure up front, generate quarterbacks throwing the ball a little bit quicker at times to give you those chances and give you the opportunities to really shine as a corner in this thing without having to be a guy that's got to play necessarily lockdown man, cover this guy tight, where you get a lot of zone-based concepts in this defense as well to kind of protect you in addition to that. But it is hard to quite see this coming together for Reek and twisting in a different direction at this point, isn't it? And I think that we are a little bit at that sort of Rubicon area when it comes to Woolen in his career here with Seattle. That we already had Mike, I think, about a week ago talking about, is Woolen going to start next week? And we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to wonder after this one when they go back and look at him on this one too, if that's going to be more of a push here of the case. So I think it's going to be harder and harder with the guys getting healthier here, Robert. Part of what's kept Woolen on the field is the Witherspoon, Emanwari injuries that have happened. But you're getting deeper and deeper at cornerback now, and too many bad moments, I think, are going to start to stack up on him. We'll see, though, with that. And thank you for the $5 donation. Definitely some things that you're seeing in the game that I'm seeing, too, with it, where you just go, man, there seems something inherently here that's not quite all the way adding up on this particular player. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Too close for comfort, he says. To quote Dominic Toretto, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. Go Hawks. That's as good a Vin Diesel as I've got, Mark. It's as good as it gets. Winning is winning. And we are turning over some slight unfortunate things with the team. a little bit on this, coming off this win, that are at the front of people's minds, a little bit on some of these donos. But at the end of the day, you got this dub. It's going to be a great win and a great takeaway from this win to feel good about. Hawk fans, Seahawks shouldn't feel the least bit bad about coming out of this 3-and win or ugly win this way or that way. It's all beautiful at the end of the year. When we look at that win-loss column, it all looks lovely over on that side of it. So you just got to get the win by any means necessary. These Thursday night games are ugly. They're difficult. Your bodies are tired. Nobody's feeling right. You got a grindy NFC West game, divisional matchup. They're going to kind of go this way. You just know that's going to be the nature of the beast in certain terms anyway. And you fought through it. And you didn't let the officials get you in your own head. You didn't let some bad calls that worked against you get you in your own head. You kept playing. You kept going at it from a team standpoint of things today. And that's as much, got to laud that part of it. The sense of resiliency there at the end there, where it's very easy with the way that momentum started to shift there to kind of crawl into your shell. Go, we had it. We lost it. Damn, this day is maybe just not our day. But they didn't do that. They kept the pedal. They kept trying. They kept swinging there at the end. But you love to see that part of it, Mark. Thank you for the dono. Sean McLeod, thank you for the $2 donation. Sean, shouldn't have been that close. Mini bye week. Regroup, boys. Shouldn't have been that close. No, it shouldn't. And there's a lot here to learn from the lessons of this game, Sean, that I hope they can apply as we go through the rest of this year. And that, look, don't lean on leads like that when there's that much of a football game to go. Put your foot down. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. This is an offense that can put points on the board. This is an offense that can be effective. This can be an effective passing offense. Doesn't mean you got to throw for 4,500 yards this year, and Donald's got to sling it 40 times a game. But you can throw another 5 to 8 attempts on his back here. I think your offensive line can pass protect well for another 5 to 8 snaps here. And I think they'll make some of those adjustments in this bye. I don't know how you can't a little bit on that. Offensively, when Darnold is playing this well, how there can't be a little bit of a draw from the offensive staff to say, I think we can put some more on his shoulders here. I don't think that we have to at times be walking through these games with the training wheels on the offense a little bit, like we are with some of the conservative nature of our approach. Regrouping. Always nice though, Sean, when you can be, hey, we got to regroup off this 3-1 record. That's always a nice place to be from a team standpoint, I'll tell you that. Sean Collins with a big old $10 donation. Sean, thank you for that big old donation. Says 3 things. Need to see more trust in Darnold to put away games. O-line is lacking consistency. Might need one more interior offensive lineman. Taking or walking out in the red zone seems like a terrible thing to do. Walking out in the red zone. Taking Walker out in the red zone seems like a terrible thing to do. Yeah, I'd agree. He's been pretty effective down the red zone so far this year. I think he's got, 3-4 touchdown runs in the red zone this year to begin things out. And you're in the same place I am with this, Sean, where all the signs here point to you put more on Darnold's plate here. You allow him more of an opportunity here to do what he's able to do. I mean, some just great throws in this game, the decision-making. He's working with such a purposeful approach from within the pocket, and that he's making such confident throws in what he's doing in his decision-making. There's no tentativeness when he's letting that thing rip. He's seeing his read, he's trusting his read, and he's getting it out on time and putting the ball in the right place. That fade ball down to Barner, where he throws that thing with anticipation, as Barner's just kind of getting into it's not even a break, it's a skinny fade, but he just puts that ball in the right space, the right time, to where Barner looks back, the ball's landing right in his hands. Let's lean back into a little bit more of the trust into Darnold. And I think that certainly if you're looking at the number one priority, Sean, we're talking last night on the Seahawks Syndicate about what ultimately is the number one priority for this team right now as far as what to maybe address as far as the trade deadline deal. And I think center, right guard, if you can find that kind of deal to be made, if there's any team out there that has a really valuable guard to center that they're willing to give up, but you got to pay the price to do it, I'm willing to pay that price to do it if this team can stay at the same projection line that they're headed. Then you get to the bye and you're 5-2, 6-2, whatever you're at about that spot, that if you can go make that move, give up a little bit of the extra assets if you got to do it to get that guy in here. Because what a difference that could possibly make for this offensive line, putting another capable part out there that you can really rely upon. I reckon to guess that when we come out of this game, you're not going to necessarily see Bradford at a really highly graded level. I don't think Sundell played a particularly good game as well. and you have guys in Lucas and Zabel that are just kind of playing around more of a league average-ish bottom line, everything washed out kind of range of things and cross playing at a really nice level. And so, yeah, you could definitely use that on this team. The key there, though, Sean, just is, can you find that deal? Is there that move to be had? Because that tends to be a position that so few teams want to actually give up or are willing to give up. I'll do it, though, Sean. I'll give up prime assets if there's something out there. Jackie Treehorn, thank you for the $2 donation, Jackie. He says, thanks, B, for the weekly Tourette's therapy session. Anytime, man. My heart's still pitter-pattering over here myself, so I'm still trying to catch my breath off the back of that one. But what a game, man, on Thursday night. Whew, that thing got too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort. We're the guy in the movie, where he's like trapped in the, enclosure and the water is kind of coming up and the water's right up here, right? And you're like, oh no. And then just right as the water was right up to our mouth, it just started to kind of rise back down. And it was right in there. Andy Hampston, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Andy. I really appreciate that. We'll get out to members of the channel the PFF grades tomorrow on Friday for you. So please do keep an eye out for that, as one of the benefits we'll be getting to you. And then we got Thursday Night Football coming at you next week. So for members of the channel, do keep an eye out on your community post, as that is where I post the membership benefits over on that side. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for another $5 donation today. So very kind of you, and so many donos. He says, listening to McDonald's post game, he is sounding like he's already adjusting 2 and 4 minute play calling, still learning and feeling out a new offensive coordinator. Yeah, and I would reckon to guess that, look, Kubiak, I don't think did this in a vacuum. I certainly think that McDonald is sitting there in the situation, and what you would typically think is that, okay, we've kept this Cardinal team to a couple of field goals through a big part of this football game. We're into the depths of the third quarter. Hey, Clint. Yeah, Mike. Look, we got this offense on lock. I just need you to all I want you to do is lay down this clock through most of the rest of this game. Then you get down into the end of the game there, and Mike's still probably feeling like, hey, yeah, we're still in a good shape. Even after they got that one touchdown, we got them to one touchdown through 3 quarters. We got this offense on lock. So you're defensively, this is inherently we're going to get with a defensive-minded head coach, I think, a little bit. Like they're always going to have a little bit of a wiring to this, which Mike's got to be aware of. And he's got to be understanding that he's got to pivot off of that when that yearning comes to him a bit. Because it will come to all defensive coordinators like that. My defense is holding down this offense for the most part. Our offense is being effective enough. We got a pretty healthy lead. I want to lean down on that. But I think you got to fight that urge, because it's a head coach defensive-minded mentality urge, in my opinion. And so it's good to hear he's recognizing that. Mike tends to be a pretty smart guy in that, and that he tends to see what needs to be adjusted and where things need to be having a little bit of a, change a little bit there. But it's an easy adjustment at that. Hey, just be a little more aggressive. I don't need you to be as much on the run thing. We're obviously not being as effective with that. Sam's doing what he's doing. You're calling a good passing attack. We're not turning over the ball a ton when we're throwing the ball either to that side of it. So let's stay with what we're doing great. Let's stay with what we're doing most efficiently as an offense. And I would reckon to guess if you played this game again down the line, run into this kind of same situation and scenario, Mike's probably going to be a little bit more aggressive and allow Clint to go a little bit more unbridled in his approach. T-Mac, thank you for the $2 donation. Teams will now attack Woolen and Witherspoon. Well, I certainly think Woolen's a guy that's going to get picked on for sure, and especially when you got a guy like Joe playing like he is. With Witherspoon, we'll have to see. Certainly the Cardinals went after him a couple times down the stretch there with Harrison, but not everybody's going to be able to throw Harrison at Witherspoon in that same kind of challenge. And I think by and large, when you look at Witherspoon playing out of the slot, T-Mac throughout his career, he's not had the backtrack Woolen necessarily has. I mean, last year had some up and down moments, but it wasn't a purely bad season from Witherspoon. And at the end of the day, he's a net plus for you on the football field as a cornerback. He's not a guy that's a negative to me. But again, too, I think T-Mac, a lot of this gets mitigated with Witherspoon when he moves back to the outside. And that you rock him out there and you got your guys to the inside, and I think he's going to look better. But it was a tough night tonight for him. I'll give you that. It was a tough night. And he's had a couple of moments in the last year and a half of games where he's gotten a couple completions given up, a couple plays given up. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $10 donation. Jeffrey, He says conservative play calling is not going to work against playoff teams. When you can blow out a team, blow them out. Running 40 times into a fully stacked box is worse than dumb. It's incompetent. Agreed. I don't care how great an offense you are at running the ball. No one's going to be able to roll with stacked boxes. It's not happening. It's too many bodies down there. They had one play down there where it was already a stacked box. There's like 6 guys in the line of scrimmage. They're bringing an extra guy. Your tight end Saubert on the edge blows the block. That guy's getting back there. Then there's the free linebacker around there. So, okay, Charbonnet not only has to break the tackle of the tight end trying to block the edge, which he couldn't get done, but then you have the linebacker standing there right in the hole because he's anticipating a run play from a mile away as well. There's no chance for success on that. There's no miracle run that the running back's going to make to break tackles through that to go get loose. The answer is quite simply to come back to the passing attack there. Or at the very least, then take advantage of the defense's aggressiveness with like a trick play. Go back one way, come back the other, that type of thing. But none of that was being really instituted by the Hawks offense in this game or was much throughout the year so far in dealing with these stacked boxes. More often than not, we're running up against these stacked boxes. And in my opinion of this, I don't even know if we've given Sam the real freedom to face the stacked boxes and audible into more of a passing attack or give him the full reins to be able to go to the passing attack at all times when he's facing the stacked boxes as an adjustment, which you would tend to sometimes let your quarterback have that. Like, oh, they get out of the 2-eye shell, they bring the safety up into the box, 8 men dealing with our offensive line up in the box, you're going to go to a pass play. And I don't know on that one how that's gone so far, but I would hasten to guess that you haven't given Sam as much of that freedom to do that, and you're just kind of running into it. And it's going to be tough sledding. No matter what team you play, playoff team or not, it will be tough sledding to run into stacked boxes. I do agree with you, though, as far as the other side of this being that once you play better teams, you're not going to be able to get away with this. You've got the room for error in this particular game because this is probably not a particularly good Cardinals team. But once you start to face some of the better teams, and it's not a horrendous schedule, but once you get down the line on a team like a Detroit Lions team, let's say that I know you don't play, but if you play them down the line in the playoffs, you're not going to get away with that on this. You've got to maximize every possession and take advantage of every possession to the ultimate. And the Hawks struggle to do that necessarily today as they try to kind of lean on that lead. So pedal to the floor, Jeffrey. I'd rather go down swinging than trying to just, jiu-jitsu wrestle my guy down the ground and get him into the triangle. It's like, let's just keep throwing some haymakers and see if we can stay at it, Thank you for the $10 donation, though, Jeffrey. Appreciate all of your support to the channel. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5. Says, I feel better about our team at 3-1 this year than I do at 3-1 last year. Do you feel the same, B? 100%. Yeah, 100%. The quality of opponents has been better this year than where you were last year. The Broncos eventually rounded into shape as the year went along, but that was a rookie quarterback in Lumen Field for his first game. Every quarterback in that situation is going to be in over his head and is going to get overwhelmed and is probably going to, falter a little bit as the game goes along, which is what Bo Nix did. You got the Patriots, and then you've got the Miami Dolphins with was it Sherfield or something was their quarterback, or some guy that I've never heard about in my life. Is their QB coming in to play you? So you don't even have Tua. You've got that basically version of this Miami team last year coming into your house. No Tua. So I think that this is a little bit of a different scenario this year in who you played. I don't think the Cardinals are going to be a good team, but I don't think they're going to be a bad team. I think the Saints are going to be probably a bottom 6 team, but I think they're also really a tough team to play. Even with us blowing them out, I think that that's still a team that's going to stay in a lot of games this year, just by the nature of how they do play. And then, Niners, you lose that one. That's a close one right there down the line. So I do feel better. I feel like it's more cogent. It's more repeatable, Michael, like this Brandon style of play and how we're doing. I think we can sustain this a little bit more easier. There just feels a little bit more consistency this year than last year, even getting that 3-0. It does. Yeah. It feels better this year. It does, Michael. 100%. Senor Tiny Baby Goats, thank you for the $20 donation. Oh, very, 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 very kind of you for that. Thank you, Senor. I appreciate that $20 donation. This team looks complete, he says. The players are perfect for the system. Not every play goes perfectly, but it's a system of success. I believe in Darnold, and JSN is the truth. Go Hawks. Indeed, JSN without a catch in the first half, very quiet, not much going on, comes back with 4 catches, 5 targets in the game for 79 yards in this one. Really was money down the stretch in a major way. I'm a believer in Darnold as well. And I've tried to be down this road heartily throughout this offseason, and I wasn't selling a lot of fans on this, where I said, you guys, you don't understand, man, Darnold's going to be better than you thought. When I was in training camp, I tried to tell the fans, I'm telling you, you think you're bringing up the New York Jet days, and I get it, and a lot of people are out there, and a lot of people mention the ghost stuff, but this is not the player he was. You could see the sense of confidence he was playing with within even training camp, that you were going to get the best version of this player, and that there's a reason this guy was a top 3 pick in the first round. But the talent here is true in this kid. And it was a guy that everybody acknowledged even at the time. The people that were the most highest on Darnold, the New York Jets probably when they were drafting him, would have acknowledged to everybody that this was a guy that you were going to have to give time to reach the upside that he has flashed, that he would seem to have within himself. And I would agree, on top of everything else you said, I 100% agree with you on that this team does look complete. You have a defense that can stop the run, that can generate turnovers, that can play a different fashions of football game. This was a game where you didn't feel the need to blitz because you could generate the pressure on your own, as you've done throughout most of this year so far. But you have the stack boxes, you have the blitzes, you have the press coverage to man that you can run to the outside as a counter defensively. You're limiting the big play. You're limiting the run game. You're making offenses earn everything on every drive. Offensively, you're finding consistent drives overall. You're finding consistent points overall. Sam Darnold is playing like the most efficient quarterback in the sport. You have talented running backs that eventually you would hope this running game gets better as the year goes along, and maybe these offensive linemen can better understand and fold the system, especially in the run block element of things, especially if you can eventually, God forbid, pull some of the stack boxes off the back of the line. But I love how it looks too as well, Senor. 3 phases working together in this game. I know Myers had the one missed kick, but he made the last one at the end. Part of what he brings to play. Michael Dixon kicked his ass off in this game as well. You defended well on the kickoffs, on the punt returns, and you did okay as far as returning the punt too, to that side of it. So everybody's doing their part to pitch into these wins. And you were mentioning about Michael Bicknell was talking about last year in the 3-1 start, and it didn't all feel that way at all times through the first even 4 games where you were on a little bit of still shaky ground as far as your special teams went. And you still were trying to figure out what you had offensively in those games because you could be explosive in those games, but you weren't necessarily consistently moving the ball or consistently getting plus plays, essentially. So well said on your part, Senor Baby Tiny Goats. And Darnold and JSN, man. Hell of a game on their part down the stretch in that one. Hitting 2 of those shot plays down the field to JSN like Darnold did. Just tremendous throws in this game from Darnold, and he's putting these throws down the field to a spot in the right place. Even the incompletions like the one that he had down to Arroyo in the back of the end zone where Budda Baker has the PI penalty on that play, and he's got the ball in the right spot to give Arroyo a chance to make that catch. Even on the incompletions, they're very near completions, and it does stand out with Darnold in a big, big, major way. Thank you, Senor. Sorry a little late on getting to your dono, but we've got a ton of donations here, so I'm catching up slowly and surely here. I promise you on that. Random McDaniel with a double dip donation. Thank you for the 5 and the 2. He says, I was a big Sammy D proponent in the offseason. He has not disappointed me. Feel there's a lot more in the tank. Let's take the handcuffs off and let her rip. Amen, man. Amen, Randall. This is the place that I'm at in this situation. He is 4 weeks. We're beyond sample size. We're watching this guy execute this offense at a high level. We're watching this decision-making being undertaken at a high level. We're watching big-time throws in those moments that you ask him to make it, and he's landing those throws, and he's hitting the spots with them. All the reason, in my opinion, on this to lean into this heavily. Doesn't mean you got to be pass happy and throw 70% of the time and get back into where we were last year and live in shotgun. More play action stuff under center would be great too. But I think there's that room to open up and let's get some more attempts onto Sam here. Let's go from thinking that we're going to be hyper concentrated on running the ball no matter what, come what may, come what stack boxes may come. Let's not operate like that. Let's go pathway of least resistance. And if Sam's got one-on-one opportunities, you've got the receivers on the outside that can get it done. You do. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. K9's running style makes me nuts. Stop spitting at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, I think he got a couple words given to him on the sideline when he walked over after he did a little bit of that dancing behind. I think it's a bit, Randall, of it's the same thing of quarterbacks under too much pressure. And I know I've hammered it for a while, but Randall, I mean, the bottom line is that the team hasn't fixed it. You like a quarterback, if I have a quarterback consistently when he's dropping back, getting inundated with fast pressure, that pressure that gets to you in under 2.5 seconds, as is measured by what is a true pressure caused. You have a quarterback that is under that for too much, too often, inundated over and over, and you have game after game after game, and you have season after season after season. It is only a matter of time before that starts to add up, and you reduce down the effectiveness of your quarterback. You get happy feet. You get a guy seeing ghosts. You get a guy anticipating pressure that's not there and not anticipating pressure that is there. It's all of it across the board. And the same thing to me is true, Randall, when it comes to running backs. I let my running back get hit and slammed in the backfield right after the handoff over and over again. I've got multiple points of penetration on the play over and over again. You're going to start to make those running backs feel like every time they've got to be bouncing it outside, every time they've got to be creative after the carry to find a hole somewhere. If you give them some more generated holes, you give them some more space to work with and start to make them understand they can trust the blocking and trust the hole's going to be there and just stay to the play, I think you're going to get less of that dancing. But the forefront of this to me, and I could be wrong on it, Randall, but the forefront to me on this is, rather than it being about Walker dancing less, it's more about creating more of the consistent holes, and then the dancing less will come with it. And it's a guess. It's definitely a guess there, Randall, and I can see why it'd be frustrating because there are some times where he'll take the bit of I'll go back 2 yards and still not get the big play I'm looking to go grab when I sort of retreat there on that play. And it happened a couple times in this game. But the run blocking has just been so very woeful as well. / just too many bodies up at the line of scrimmage. Bit of both there. MJ Seahawk coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, MJ. You are the man. Let's go. Thank you for that big old donation, MJ Seahawk, and it's great to see you in the house. Another 5 years taken off my life. Should have been better. A division win on the road is always best, though. Yeah. I mean, I feel that way too, and I feel a bit greedy for feeling this way. There's a part of me that feels like, shut up and enjoy the win. You're 3-1. Take what you can on it. Feels good. But this was one that it stressed you out watching it, as you could kind of sense. And the chat was feeling themselves at that time in the second half, and they're looking at me and they're like, "Oh, we got this," and the Cardinals and the fans are booing and that. And I'm going, man, I still feel like we're still going to get a good strong punch here from this Cardinal team. I don't think that they're done yet. I think that we've got to put this game away. We can't just hope that we're going to try to just outlast them through the second half. There's too much time on the clock. There's just too much. So you had more opportunities to take this game away a lot more comfortably, to your point on it, MJ Seahawk, and part of what made this just way more stressful than it needed to be. But it is a bit back to the nature of the beast. You say it at the end of your donation there, which is just that division games tend to be close. It's very hard to blow out a division foe. And this showed you why today. I think all of the division games so far that have been played within the NFC West here to kick the season off have all been close games. And so you'd like the more comfortable win. You'd like to see them be a little aggressive rather than take the foot off the gas to allow that opening for the Cardinals to jump through. But you got the win, which is what matters most. You're 1-1 back in the division now. So you're right in alignment here to be able to look at that division and say, we got as much a good a chance as anybody to go take this thing this year, especially considering that Niner team that just has injury after injury after injury mounting. It's like one day after the next is somebody else going. We get news today that Brandon Ayuk is going to be delayed in his rehab. This is after Bosa has announced that he's gone for the year. Rams still remain dangerous, but maybe you've kind of been able to at least partially maybe put this Cardinal team a little bit away at this point on the other side of that. So big win today, MJ Seahawk. That's the part we can't undertake, is if you've gone to 0-2 in your division, with this division then starting out, with the Cardinals then going to 3-1 and the rest of the teams with only one loss in the division, you're really putting yourself behind the 8 ball and giving yourself no room for error through the rest of the year to go and take that division. I mean, especially with the 2 Rams games that you still have on deck, especially having to go on the road to the Niners at the end of the year. So there's a big win, MJ Seahawk. Well said on your part. It took years of our life, but we got the dub, so that makes it okay. I'll gladly melt those years away to get the dub from time to time. A little more grayer here after this game, about right down there the line. I think a nice little line in gray coming off this one. But you're very kind, MJ Seahawk, and you guys are unbelievable in your support. Thank you for all of these donations. I can't even catch up on so many of them. Cooper Gay, thank you for the $5 donation. Cooper says, I can't wait for next week from over here in Tampa in a house full of Buck fans. Go Hawks. Oh, that's going to be a tough week there. It's going to be a some enemies in that household in there, Cooper. Gonna have a few enemies in that household full of Buck fans. But it's gonna be a test. You want to say, okay, we're not going to get away with this against this team or that team. You got a team that's a valid team that's got some real good players on it. You're not going to be able to lean off the gas. You're going to have to take it to them. You're not going to be able to just hammer a running game, run into a brick wall for 3 quarters and hope you're going to get away through that. You got to go take that win, take it at home. And you got the Bucks coming into our house. Love the fact that this is one of those games that's at home in a week and a half from now, Cooper, where, boy, you feel, I think, a little bit different about this game out on the road, 10 a.m. in Tampa Bay, if that was the way this played, versus getting to play it at home, coming off this win, having that extra rest off of this win, having Tampa Bay come into your house, weakened as you could hope. Not that I want to lean on beating teams and having to have injuries, and that's how we're going to go get all these wins and whatnot, but I'm also not the guy that, give me the full strength every time. I'll take the easy ways. We're in the toughest division in football, okay? You give me some easy wins through my schedule, I'm going to go ahead and take some of those, and I'm not apologizing for wanting that. So, a game where you definitely got a great chance in this one, but you're going to have to rip it away from this Bucs team. Baker is playing really good football for them. They've got a solid team. As much as anybody, probably the front runners to go win that division. Emeka Buka looks like the truth. So, got to get it done, Cooper. Thank you for the $5 though, man. Go Hawks. Hang in there in that house full of Buck fans. Hang in there. Me coming in. Let's go, me. $100 donation. $100 donation. Thank you so much, me. You are awesome. Sorry I'm a little bit late getting to your donation on this, but thank you as you dropped big time donations in the past, the channel, dropping a big old $100 donation. Let's go. I love it. Thank you so much for that. They say, go Hawks. Best 3-1 team. Hey, best 3-1 team in the NFL. I'm going to say it right now. Best 3-1 team in the NFL. Ready to get this going. Thank you for the $100 donation. Me. Sorry, a little late to get an acknowledge on that one, but I love it. Go Hawks. Best 3-1 team. Hey.
Enough said.
Enough said on that. That's right. How about let's get a little Hawk chant for a $100 drop. Let's go. Me making it happen. You're awesome, me. So much. Very awesome. You're keeping the lights on here in the house of the offseason with some of those big major donations, dropping $100 before in here. I really thank you for doing that. That's very, very kind of you. Go Hawks. And they are indeed the best 3-1 team in the NFL. I don't care. Don't show me the stats. I'll show you the stats. DVOA. Who's the only team in NFL history for 4 straight seasons to lead the NFL in defensive DVOA? Your Seattle Seahawks Legion of Boom teams. So if you want to throw away DVOA, you can, but it has been a good metric in the past to indicate just how good your football team was. And if I'm not mistaken, coming into this football game, you were the number 1 DVOA team in the NFL. And much like Sam Darnold being the number 1 rated quarterback coming out of this game, I'm going to hasten to guess that you're going to remain the number 1 DVOA team in the NFL after week 4. Colby Jack, thank you for the $12 donation, Colby Jack. B, I love your genuine passion for the Seahawks. Did you see John Schneider sitting way up high with a chart and binoculars? Thoughts on the chart and what he was looking at? I was kind of trying to figure that out as well. Thank you first for the kind comments, Colby. I love this team, and for good, bad, the other guys. Sometimes I'll show you guys my ass, but it's always going to come from a place of passion. That's for sure. I did see John up there. He's got the binoculars working. He's got the guns out. And what could the chart have said? I'm wondering a little bit, Colby. It's been made famous here with the Colts owner who's taken over. The lady down there took over for her dad, I think it is. And, she's down there with the earpiece in, and she's got the play sheet, and she's like, I kind of think it's cool. People are like hammering a little bit for her doing that, but I kind of dig it from an owner's perspective of things. I do. Like, I might be kind of like a hands-on owner like that too. Not that I'd be in there like, here, call this play, Shane. But you'd be in there just, I want to listen in. I want to be a part of the process to have a better assessment of what's going on and, what I need to be doing from an owner's perspective as far as the moves that I need to be informed to make on the back of a little bit of what I'm hearing. And, people can tell you tales about what's happening on the field. People can tell you tales about what happens in play calling. But if you're listening in on it and watching it, it's, you're seeing it and hearing it true a little bit. So maybe John's taking a little bit of a page from her on that, because I've never seen John doing it that way. He's always been on the field, kind of rah, just sort of, cooking it on. So the first time I've seen John up there in the stadium doing that with binoculars and kind of looking on from up there. But I don't know what's on that chart. I can only guess he had an earpiece in and he was listening to the play calls, and he had kind of the play sheet on there, like a copy of the play sheet, so he could see the call that was being made. That'd be my only guess on that. But I didn't see an earpiece in his ear either. So hard to say. Kind of tough to say on that one. Maybe it was a chart of offensive linemen that he possibly can go out there and make a move for. He's trying to figure out which one he wants. Could be anything. He might have been just looking at the cheerleaders, Colby. He likes the Cardinal cheerleaders a lot. He's like, we got this game. Thank you for the $12 donation. I see what you did there, and appreciate you. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $10 donation. You guys are just awesome and so kind tonight. Michael, I know you dropped a variety of donos. Bryce Coots should be an assistant offensive coordinator to give a little hindsight to this offense. I think we will dominate the Cardinals the next time around, though. Last year will repeat itself. Indeed, I think that the Cardinals team, I came into this season, Michael, saying we're going to sweep this team. And I felt like we just kind of had the Cardinals number. I felt like, especially from a defensive perspective, that Mike McDonald had a really good handle on Kyler Murray, how to play him, how to take away the things that he wants, how to make him uncomfortable. I thought through a majority of this game with Kyler up until about the fourth quarter, you had him in the same place that you had the prior two games. And they snuck out a couple of touchdowns at the end. But I think it's more representatory when we walk out of this of Mike. If I don't have a lead and I'm trying to lean on the lead and I'm trying to play soft defense and I'm just playing you straight up, I can kind of dominate you, Kyle. I can kind of dominate you. And I'm going to feel the same way about it when we go back and play them again, especially playing them at home down the line. It's not like Cardinal fans are going to take over that stadium. I can attest to that. I've been in that stadium when we play the Cardinals, and nobody's showing up from Arizona on those days. So, yeah. I agree. And Bryce has got some great thoughts in regards to this offense. He's got some great ideas about things. Certainly, I know that he'd be one of those guys pounding the drum with the lack of the play action under center, the running into the stack boxes. I mean, he's a coach. He's an offensive coach. He knows as well as anybody that's just a plan to go nowhere. Teams are not going to be able to work off of stack boxes. And this is the old thing where football can get very simple very fast. For the majority of football's lifetime, in my lifetime in watching football, you're going to have the two safeties back. You might have one safety a little bit further back than others. It hasn't always been the 12 yards off, cover two shell kind of look. It's tended to be in history where you'd have 14 to 17 yards the free safety, and then you're going to have 8 to 9 yards the strong safety. But you always tended to have the two safeties back. And if you bring one of those safeties up into the box, now you're going to tell the offense, we're going to leave room on the back end for you to attack. And if you don't have an Earl Thomas back there that can be like a 2-for-1 player that can essentially play cover two from a single high situation, you should be able to attack that, especially if you have the playmakers on the outside that can get after it, that have the ball skills, that have the ability to beat one-on-one coverage. And that all just kind of comes back around to where I think the coaches are not going to have to look super hard at tape on this one. As Mike was even acknowledging, it sounds like in the press conference, that the adjustments you can make coming off this game aren't going to require a deep dive, but that you can just basically hit the surface level of it and be like, A, B, C, D, E, we do these things and we should see some good returns from changing our ways and our approach in these specific given things, like running in stack boxes, like not maybe trusting Sam just a little bit more, giving him some more attempts, allowing your offense to maybe find a little bit more effectiveness on the back of that. But I love it, man, Michael, and I agree with you 100%. I think you get the Cardinals, and I think you beat them by 2 touchdowns in the next game at home. I think you just have their number. I think they got a little bit of luck. They had a little bit of the help of the officials in the second half. Kind of were flailing a little bit, and they were able to scratch out a couple of those touchdowns. But I think Mike's got his number a little bit. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $5 donation, Frederick. Great win. But is anyone else starting to get worried about Spoon? His coverage skills seem to be getting a little worse year after year. I mean, I find myself in generally not that place, but I've got to acknowledge, Frederick, that we've had a variety of folks like yourself on just the donations alone. I can only imagine the chat that have felt the way that maybe you have felt on this, that there is a concern here with him. When I do go to Woolen and take a look at his coverage numbers, let's just if I can get this thing to work, try to take a look and maybe see where his stuff has been at here. So we've got his first year in the league, really good. He's targeted 68 times in coverage. He gives up 39 receptions for a 57% completion percentage. He gives up 400 yards receiving, and he gives up 4 touchdowns receiving in his rookie year. He comes back in his year 2 last year, and he's targeted 88 times, so he's targeted 20 more times. And he also gives up about a little bit more than 20 completions. So more targets, more completions. It goes from 57.4% completion percentage to 71.6% completion percentage. Then prior coming into this game, in the first game he played, 5 targets, 5 receptions given up for 35 yards in the one game he had played once the injury clicked in, and then we've got today's game. So have the coverage numbers gone backwards? He gave up 3 touchdowns receiving last year to the 4 in his rookie year. So that actually went down a little bit. But is there a little bit of some worry here, a little bit to me, on seeing a little bit of that jump up here as he goes along, as you think he'd be performing better? That you think he'd be better in Mike McDonald's defense than a Coach Carroll defense. But the defense hasn't seemed to be fitting him as much. My guess comes back on this, and it's just my perspective on this, Frederick, is that this particular defense, Mike McDonald's particular defense, is going to better fit Witherspoon when he gets to play to the outside. That you'll see him at his most effective out there. And partially why you've moved him into the slot had somewhat to do with the need and not having really good quality slots here as to why originally you put him in that position. You know, he can do it, but remember in college, he didn't live in the slot. He played mainly on the outside in college and occasionally got moved into the slot. But yeah, it is a little backtrack. I'll give you that, Frederick. You know, it's not moving forward with him on the coverage grades. Tommy, thank you for the $5 donation, Tommy. What's frustrating is our edges. Nwosu finally showed up, but Mafe and Hall are MIA. Thank God for Leo, Murph, and Reed. Still our biggest issue on D. Yeah, indeed, you are looking for a Hall or Mafe, especially to kind of come up there and pop a little bit. Nwosu with 2 sacks in this game. Leonard Williams with a sack and a half. Drake Thomas with a sack. Witherspoon with a half a sack. Jones with a half a sack. But you still are coming down with Mafe, who had 1 quarterback hit in this game. Derek Hall had no quarterback hits in this game. Say nothing if those guys through 4 weeks have nary a sack. And they're a big part of what you're hoping we're going to start to come forward a bit this year in their development. These are former second rounders that you're hoping just one of them pops. But we're still at a place with both of them that neither are quite popping. Neither are bad either as a player. Both are, I think, supplying some stuff this year, especially Hall, more than he's done in the past. He's been better against the run this year. I think Mafe is still a pretty solid run defender. But indeed, to your point on this, Tommy, you are having a harder time here in getting those guys home. You know, and I think that their pressure numbers through the past 2 weeks have kind of dried up a little bit. Just a little bit too on the other side of that. But like you say, at least you're getting it in there from Leo and Murph and Reed. They're supplying it in there. Mike able to dial some stuff up here in this game to generate some sacks off the pressure looks. But it is concerning, Tommy, and maybe one that eventually drives Mike in a direction, or John Schneider in a direction, to look for another edge to bring in here who's going to give them a little bit more of legitimacy, a little bit more of we know what we're getting, a little bit of less of the we're hoping this final step of development comes. A little bit of what you have in Mafe and Hall is the same kind of thing you have in Woolen, though they haven't been necessarily giving you as much of the ugly moments. But you have in these players guys that are tremendously talented that you're hoping are going to take the next step forward in their game, that you believe is there in their game, that the ceiling is there. We can see it in the practice field. It's right there. But that final step forward is not quite coming to be on these three particular players. You're kind of hoping it will. And you may have to make a move if it doesn't, but that does make it all the more important then that Nwosu's able to come in a game like this, go get a couple sacks, start to look a little bit more like the Uchenna Nwosu that we saw from a couple of years ago. That would be a very valuable addition there if that can kind of change, because then you don't have to go make the trade for it. You got it kind of in-house. But valid, man. Edges are still a little bit frustrated on the lack of the production you're getting from them, especially in a game like this, Tommy, where through that second half, you had the Cardinals basically throw. That should be allowing your edge rushers to pin their ears back and really get after it. And maybe some of it was you're doing the mush rush thing where you're, as an edge, remember too with this, Tommy, that when you're pass rushing Kyler off an edge, you've got to kind of mush rush it and be under control, and you can't just go crazy like you maybe normally would, because you're just going to leave your outside shoulder open, and Kyler's so quick, he can go take that outside shoulder, and that's where Kyler really does harm you at that point when he's able to break the pocket. So that might be a little bit of it. I'm not trying to make empty excuses here on it. It is a bit frustrating, especially since this is a 4-week kind of thing, not a 1-week thing. But I would wonder if a little bit of that impacted that today a bit. Y2K, thank you for 27 months, almost 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. Says trade a 3rd-round pick for the Cowboys kicker. Well, we still got Myers here for another year after this, man. I don't think that the Cowboys don't have a lot of good stuff. I don't think they're giving up the rest of their good stuff, Y2K. Thank you for the $2 donation, though. He says, trade Woolen and a 4th-round pick for the Dallas kicker. I don't think they're going to let him go, man. He's basically keeping that ship afloat out there in Dallas. But we'll see what they do with Woolen. Somebody else was mentioned in the chat, maybe a Coach Carroll out there with the Raiders will still look fondly on him and try to get into their front office and say, hey, go make a move for this guy. Maybe you go get a 5th-round pick at the trade deadline. I don't know. I think it's going to be hard to find much value for Woolen right now for what he's put on tape here recently. But you never know. There's room to get creative here, maybe potentially. And it's a nice problem to have, having so many corners ready to roll at this point. There's a lot of teams out there, like we saw with the Cardinal team here in this game, that are just trotting on guys that they're hoping can hold on for dear life. So it's a good problem to be in. I think the Dallas probably holding on to their kicker out there. Plus, I think we still have Myers for another year at this point. Y2K, he's kicking just good enough, I think, where they'd still hold on to that one. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. Henry, very conservative the last 5 minutes. Seahawks need to have a killer mentality. If he does, he does. I'm 100% in the same place on this, Henry. I don't mind a team. I don't mind if you're up by 2 touchdowns, Sam Darnold, and you're not running the ball, and you got into the late 3rd quarter on that, and you're like, F it. We're going to throw with Sam. And if Sam has a fumble, sack caused on that, if Sam has a tip ball that gets picked off on that, I'm not going to really get mad about that. Because this is what you were doing effectively. This is what you were doing well. And to your point, you're instituting the killer mentality that is absolutely a necessity if you want to be a great team in the NFL. You don't eke out wins. You don't try to do the bare minimum enough to get yourself to the win. You go and take that victory. We're not going to put it in the officials' hands. We're not going to just try to hope the clock can bleed out here. No, we're going to use this killer mentality and get after it and remain aggressive. And we kind of didn't do that in that second half. We didn't. That is part of that easy adjustment that you can make. And it sounds like Mike McDonald's already kind of acknowledging in the press conference. Certainly he's being asked about it by the Seattle reporters. How can he not? And I think that this game gave you a real clear snapshot for why that's problematic to go in this direction. And I think that it's a very important lesson here to learn as well, Henry, because of the fact that I think this team's going to be up in games a decent amount. I think this team's going to play ahead a decent amount with the schedule that you have on deck. So having more of the mentality where you can put the foot down all the way and close these things out, let's go for that. That's a sustainable way. And that's a way that carries on into the playoffs. You start building that kind of mentality, you get in the playoffs, and you keep it running at that point. And I think this team's got the ability to do it. If Sam wasn't playing as well, if Sam was a turnover machine, if your pass protection was a leaky ship every which way but loose, I'd feel maybe a little bit different. But you've been on the other end of the scale with how you played and performed in that way. So lean into what you do good. Lean into what you do well. Kay Toady, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, more meat for the beautiful cat. Oh, well, she appreciates it. You're getting some love. She says, hello, Kay Toady. She thanks you for that. She's going to get a nice little bit of salmon here after the show tonight. She's super jacked for that. Maybe a little treat too, because I'm feeling extra giving. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Austin Castman, thank you for the $2 donation. Austin, the fourth quarter was definitely embarrassing. Offense needs to control the ball. 100%. And that comes back on the aggression part of it. You tried to lean on the ball. You tried to run on first down, second down. You got very predictable with your play calling, and the defense took it away from you. You know, you weren't able to sustain as much of the drives and weren't able to put as much points up on the board. So it's a little more aggression, a little bit more first and second down passing. You got rewarded in this game when you leaned into it. You just didn't always lean into it at every turn. And I think that's the good news on this, Austin, is that, you know, so many folks are lamenting in just the donations. I can only imagine in the chat about the way you kind of eased off the stick a bit there in that second half, that it's got to just be, to me, when it's this noticeable, when it's this much standing out, that it's got to be kind of hitting the coaches over the head a little bit of like, come on. Like Gary Kubiak's got to be in his son's ear after this game being like, Clint, what are you, buddy? That's not how I raised you. That was the opposite of no risk it, no biscuit there at the end. They were holding on to their biscuit with two hands close to the vest. Randall McDaniel coming back, becoming a member of the channel. Thank you for that, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. Seth Parkinson, thank you for the $10 donation. It's a good time to be a Seattle sports fan. Thanks for your coverage, B. Hey, my pleasure. Thank you for the big old $10 dono, and you guys, all of your support. It's taken me about an hour and a half just to get back up on all of these donations. You guys are amazing in your support to this channel, and it's really, really appreciated. Thank you guys for letting me do what I get to do here. I love it, man. This is my time of year. We got a team that's good. It actually looks like it's about capable and ready to go make some noise. You know, we've been doggy paddling our way through things here in recent years from a football team standpoint, and hoping we can crack through, but not quite ready to crack through. And this team looks ready to crack through. But a hell of a weekend. Hell of a weekend is as good as you will find from a Seattle sports fan perspective. And just as a note on that, I will be streaming all of the Mariner playoff coverage here, as long as, again, it doesn't, overlace with having to do a prior show I've committed to, or we've got a Seahawks game going on at the same time. But outside of that, we will be getting all of the Mariner games streamed out here to you guys on this channel, and see if our Mariners can go get a World Series. So I'm really looking forward to that. Hope you guys are ready for that here on the channel with that side of it. But it's a good weekend, man. We've had some tough weekends as a Seattle sports fan in recent history. You know, we've had some rough moments. So it's nice to be on the other side of this and have the double dip working in such great favor. Mariners are magical right now. Seahawks got it rolling. Feels good, Seth. Feels really good. But thank you, man, for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, the talk on Spoon is crazy to me. Gave up a few catches and a touchdown. Do folks understand he's playing versus pros who also make plays? Not many guys pitch a shutout. No, I do find myself in alignment with you on this, Randall, where I have faith in Spoon. I think he's a difference maker for the position, and I think the talent is just too good on him to not show up, especially with how hard he plays and how, he's in on it. You got a time with Woolen where you look at him and you're like, is he partially checked out here? Is he fully engaged right now? I always feel like with Witherspoon, he's fully engaged. And if he's given up a play, it's maybe in the heart of the moment, bang, bang, something happens, but he's right there, driving on it, trying to make something happen. And I do think that the 5 catches, 5 receptions in week 1 that he gave up was a lot of it being back to the part people aren't giving a lot of credence to, which is really can't be undersold, is he spent all of this offseason and all of training camp playing outside corner. You got him all back on to doing that. And back into that role and back used to it. It's 2 different positions you're really playing. It's 2 different ways you're playing from outside corner to the slot. And that you had to in that game because 3 plays in, Nick Emanuwari goes down. You got to then slide him in, and it's kind of like you get to fish out of water a little bit in that point. But I agree with you. Look, Harrison made a couple of really nice plays in fairly tight coverage down the football field. It wasn't completely blown plays, but they stand out because of how important the moment is for people, I think, a little bit on that. But Witherspoon's going to be fine to me too, Randall. I'm not worried about him. I understand there's a little bit of the year two, maybe he had a bit of the tiny sophomore slump, but it wasn't egregious. 20 more receptions, gave up one less touchdown. Let's see where he's at when he gets to the outside. I think the plan is to move him to the outside. Let's see how he plays at that and see if he doesn't maybe turn around some people's opinion of him once he's out there rocking and rolling. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation, Y2K. I want one of these super kickers. Kicking a 50-yarder at 50% isn't good enough anymore. Well, there's definitely maybe room, down the line to look at that. It's just I think that he would have had to have kicked Y2K a little bit worse as Jason Myers up into this point to get to the spot where you're looking at the trade deadline this year to move off of him. He's 3-4 in this game, so he's starting out right now at 9 of 11, 81%. So yeah, he's 3 of 4 from 50 yards out. He's 3 of 3 from 40 to 49, and he's 3 of 4 from 50 yards out. I think he's had one blocked, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he's maybe had like the one pure miss. So he's over 50% right now. Last year he was 9 of 12 from 50 yards, so over 50% on that as well. The prior year he was 4 of 8, so that's at 50%. And then the prior year of that in 2022 he was 6 of 6 from 50-yard plus kicks. So if you take the last 4 years on this Y2K, he's got 24 50-yard kicks over the last 3 years, 24. He has hit 16 of 24. So %67%. It's not horrible, on that side. And if I go back one more extra year, he's got 6 for 6 on that. So that pushes that up to for a 4-year period, he's at about 78, 80% on 50-yard kicks at that point. LeBon, hey B, would you trade for Trey Hendrickson for a day 3 pick? Yeah, for a day 3 pick. I'd give up a 4th rounder all day long for Trey Hendrickson. But especially because of going back to a little bit of the, what was brought up a little bit about the Mafe Hall situation here. And it's not overstated. Mafe and Hall are not bad players, and that maybe is some upside here with these guys that we can still kind of count on as we can kind of maybe be patient with them. But I know what I'm getting in Trey Hendrickson. And I think the thing that stands out on this a little bit from my perspective is if we look at this trade deadline, LeBon, I kind of start to wonder about the availability for the positions at other places that we would like to address. We all would love to see an upgraded center. We all love to see an upgraded right guard. Maybe there's not that guy out there to be had at that position. Wide receiver, we seem pretty set. Running back, we seem pretty set. Tight end, we seem pretty set. Defensive tackle, you're pretty set. Linebacker, maybe Tyrese Knight at the will, depending on where his health is at with his knee. As you're sliding him and Drake Thomas in and off the field is kind of a combination package. So maybe there's something there. But you start to get down to the place on this as much of the fact that Hendrickson could be a true upgrade, that the fact may also be that you look at the rest of this team and you go, but yeah, there's not a lot of other spots that there stands out somebody we can go get who's going to be a tremendous upgrade over what we got at given position A or given position B. So day 3, that'd be very easy for me to pull that. You've got the cap space. Whatever his base contract has for the rest of the year, you can cover that easily. And there's no doubting that he would help your pass rush if you came here. And it starts to become a little bit concerned as we're 4 games into this and Mafe and Hall still aren't generating a lot of sacks. And remembering coming into this year, those guys haven't exactly been consistent in their pass rush generation. Mafe's been very hot and cold when he has produced sacks. Remembering in his first year, he produced nothing. Hall produced nothing in his first year. And if you go back and watch a lot of the sacks from Hall last year, it's a lot of cleanup sacks. It's a lot of the secondary effort because the quarterback broke the pocket and you're able to go track down the quarterback, but it isn't you purely generating pressure on the play and going and getting the sack, and doing it like kind of like a badass. Kind of like, you're fighting the play's lasting and it's lasting and it's lasting. And then you eventually go get your pressure. You eventually go get your sack. So I think it is a little bit of where the road is opened up here for you to go and attack it and address it in that manner. I don't know if it means that they will, but, and I certainly think with Hendrickson, there'll be so much probably competition out there for him being one of the real true, only valid probably pass rushers out there on the open market, to where the price is probably going to also be much more steeper than the day 3 variety of things. You're probably going to have to give up a 3rd rounder at least to bring him in. That'd be my guess. Spencer says, Kubiak came out of nowhere with that Jefferson comp. I was like, dog, maybe chill a little. He's 3 games into his rookie season as a 5th round pick. I'll tell you, Spencer, I think as much just beyond just the 3 games in this one, as a guy that was out there at training camp and kind of saw it in person for the days that I was out there and the reports that you heard from him in training camp, this guy was making plays every day in training camp. Like he wasn't just sort of like, oh, he's showing up every once in a while. It's like every game he's making multiple plays and not easy plays at that, where he's making some legit plays on the ball where it's like, whoa, stand up out of your seat kind of plays. Brian Myers says Spoon did get burnt on the Harrison touchdown. Perfect throw and catch. It happens. Yeah, I'm in the same place on it. Brandon Janis is absolutely nothing like a passionate mooning. That's right. Jack Dong, Tommy Cutlets equals future All-Pro. Derby. Spencer says JSN having the mind to get himself out of bounds on what was such a difficult catch already shows he has elite IQ and the game is officially moving in slow motion for him. Kid is a prodigy. Oh, he's looking so good. And yeah, and how clutch are those catches down the stretch too, Spencer? But you make a great point. To get over there and get out of bounds there and get that done was such a major play there for the Seahawks, because that preserves you, that gets you the 4 yards. I mean, that's what's so great about football and being a team game is we get caught on individual performances, and we should at times. But you can also have these moments of sequences of plays where you really feel how the team aspect works together there. Sam Darnold to have the balls to go take that shot there in that moment to get that. I mean, that's a high leverage throw where the Cardinals are trying to play against depth there. They're trying to play against you not having a chunk throw there. JSN to create separation to make that catch. JSN to then have the wherewithal that you talk about to then turn around and tap that ball out of bounds, make sure the ball hits out of bounds before his body does, thus preserving the timeout to then allow Zach Charbonnet to go get the 4 yards so you can actually afford to run the ball, have the timeout, get the extra 4 yards, which gets you just close enough to where that field goal attempt doesn't then drift all the way past the right up bar, and you can sneak it just inside there because you're just close enough. All working together, 4 different players on that play, say nothing of the offensive line to get the pass protection to hold up for you to hit that play down the field to JSN. Everybody doing their part in that to make that happen. And that's what football's all about. It's the ultimate team sport. It's the ultimate a variety of individual players doing smart things, have given their all, a tremendous effort, bringing you to a victory. And that's part of why I love this so much, is it isn't just an individual tour and your team that are kind of holding that basketball. I got my 40, I got my 30. The rest of the team just kind of gets by. Baseball, 2 guys in the lineup are able to club a couple home runs or get a few different hits with the guys on base here and there, but the rest of the lineup goes nowhere. This is a game where it is really all about the team there. And that sequence of plays showed it. Paint 808 is super confident. He says, we will smash the Bucks. Let's go, Paint. Love it. Give me 1 sec here, folks. I'll be right back. Yeah, Indy is surprising. We'll see if Indiana Jones can keep this thing going this week against the Rams. Now, here's their real stiff test at this point, but you got to acknowledge Daniel's playing good football. Kieran says, whatever my cat is giving me, stop looking at your phone signal. Yak Dong, Hawks should be undefeated. Theralis, can we stop talking about Spoon? Laughing out loud. A little bit of, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Spencer, go Hawks. Easy claps. By the way, CJ Stroud for Trey Benson. We got a deal at the Hawks Nest. Laughing out loud. CJ Stroud for Trey Benson. Okay. Maybe I've been offered some weak trades. That's why I've been not responding, Spencer's. I've been having some weak trade offers where people are trying to, they're trying to vulture me. They know my Burrow's injured, my starting quarterback, and so now they're going to vulture the rest of my lineup. You might have something with me on the Trey Benson. Yes. Send me the details, Spencer. Send me the fantasy details, and I'll sign off on that. Because right now I've got Justin Fields and Mac Jones and that's not it. So we're lucky they didn't have James Conner. Guy's a big part of their offense. I agree. I think you felt in Trey Benson a guy he is a good back, but he's a back that needs the holes. And if you don't have the holes there for him, he's not generating forward momentum and breaking tackles and getting a job done on his own. And Conner is that kind of guy. He's a guy you can have some penetration in the backfield, gets through the arm tackle, and goes in, is able to still get you the 5, 6, 7 yards through the back of it. Brian says the O-line's getting better every week. We'll be fine, and run game will become more productive. I love the confidence, Brian. Let's go. Brian, he says, you do wonder whether we'd be better off using the pass to set up play action when defenses stack the box. Get 7 or 8 in the box. Darnold ought to be able to take the top off the defense. This is my thinking as well with it, Brian. This is exactly kind of what I'm applying with my logic in place. When you backtrack with the West Coast offense and the whole, let's unwind this before we get to even Shanahan on this and back to Bill Walsh. When you really unwind to this offense, it's an offense that's going to set up the short passing to then eventually set up the running. So already inherently within this offense is the structure to sort of start out with passing attack. And part of the reason that this was set up this way back in the day. So the whole iteration of the West Coast offense comes about because the Cleveland Browns back in the day when Bill Walsh is the offensive coordinator have this like ultra talented quarterback, like as talented as you'll find, arm talent for days. He gets injured. They got to go to the backup. Backup's got a pop gun arm. So now they've got to redesign the offense to the short passing attack and get the ball in the guy's hands. But then it really started to adjust to the Niners where now he modified even more to where you're in the 80s. We're in a time when teams are taking running backs, like 2 running backs in the first 5 picks of the first round. It's a whole different era as far as the value of running backs. In fact, running backs are almost looked at as more valuable than quarterbacks in this early 80s era period. So you have defenses more loaded up to stop the run. So this creates within the West Coast offense more of the leaning towards passing first. Then you pull away the stack boxes. And then now you have more ground to go at as far as the rushing attack, where not only are you getting defenses that are dropping back into pass coverage to protect against the short passes, but the boxes also start to get lighter now. This was what Mike Holmgren did sensationally as well. Mike Holmgren was a real acolyte of Bill Walsh in that way, where he would pass on first and second down consistently and find effectiveness and get up on teams very early on. And you talk about a guy that struggled at times too as well with putting teams away, because he would get a little conservative after he got that early lead. That would be Mike sometimes. But he led that way. And so it's inherently in this offense to do this. It's inherently offense to throw early on the first and second down, to have some easy completions in there. It doesn't always even have to be about taking the top off the defense. It's just punishing them for the stacked box. And I think you can do it. Glenn says, I think we're going to give our running game some time to develop. Our offensive line is developing and Charbonnet is still learning. Yeah, it'll get better as time goes along, I'd say. DJ says defense on paper was good. 6 sacks, 2 picks, less than 90 yards rushing and 200 yards passing. Indeed. And even at the end of the day, you still landed at only 20 20 points when it was all said and done. So effective day at the office for the defense, bottom line. Tommy says, actually, both kickers kicked ass. AZ and Seattle basically averaged 50 yards per attempt. Yeah. These kickers are real now. Byron P says, let's celebrate this dub, y'all. Celebrate it. Feels good. Yeah, Bobo got in there with the catch. It was a nice catch, too. Darnold put some heat on that thing, and it was back away from his body. K. Toady, I can feel the offensive line getting smarter and more experienced every week. They're moving on up every day. Let's go. I love the optimism here. Let's keep this going. Crashy, I think the longer break will help everyone recover. Yeah, this is a really nice time for this to come in, Crashy, through the first 4 weeks of the season, through a long training camp, because it's all that training camp that's been kind of on your body too at the same point in time. You tell the players you get the dub. We'll see you back on Sunday, Monday, or whatever. And it's going to be very nice for the players. They can't undersell the benefit of it, and it's not even our true buy. You get that in the week 10 area of things. So nice way that this sets up for us. Part of why this is such a big win and getting you to 3-1 is that you're set up with a stage-wise, win-loss record-wise, but also maybe health-wise and how you can put this team together. You're going to be getting back him and Wari. I don't think that we have any real major injuries coming out of this. And through the first 4 weeks, as you look at it, you're going to have all of your starters on your defense. You've got all of your starters over on the offensive side of the ball. In addition to that, it's a good position to be in. Just one more kind of thing to feel warm and kind of fuzzy about a little bit. Trade for dangerous. And yeah, I agree with you. But Bradford and Sundell are right now they are the weak links on the offensive line. I would concur with that. Kieran says refs need to understand that just because some asshole falls doesn't mean it's a penalty. These guys smell like dirty farts. Yeah, the JSN one was so dumb. I mean, his hands are in the right place. He's got the block laid. The guy decides to just run him over and completely ignore the ball carrier. Like he's like, I don't care about Charbonnet. I just want to flatline JSN on this play. And then somehow the penalty's on JSN. Like, come on. Addicted Brandon, streaming all the Mariners games is good. Streaming all the Mariners games would be epic. Maybe someday, man. Maybe someday. Linda Catalano, thank you for being a member of the channel. She says, great game. It's a great game. Thrillhouse says, once BF6 drops, Arizona will fall off a cliff. They got till November, Thrillhouse. They got the best version of Kyler until November, and then it's all about the double point weekends. Tommy, the crazy thing about Woolen is that his problems are like Josh Allen footwork issue problems, completely solvable, and then he's a Pro Bowl. It's stupid mistakes he's been taught not to do. It's not fundamentals or lack of physical ability or traits. It's all coachable. I agree. I think it's a great point on your part, Tommy. I think it's part of when people lament, why is Woolen out there for so long? Why haven't they got him off the field at this point? Isn't it obvious to them it's not? It's like, well, yeah, they see, though, the parts of this game that are just seem to be always just about on the edge of just being able to push over to the other side of it, to become the player that he teases and tempts and would seem to be able to become. It's there in him. It's what we all kind of feel there. And I think the coaches especially feel it. That's why they've had that trust. But it's also maddening when it doesn't quite come forward, when it seems to also be that close. I do think Crashy, Nick, and Manwari plays next week. I think that the way that this is going to play out is Nick's going to go to the slot, Job's going to be on the outside, and Witherspoon's going to be on the other outside. So when you go to nickel, that will be your nickel look. I think it'll help having him out there too, Crashy. This guy was another guy like Horton that was showing up every day in training camp and how he was playing. Ross says quadruple tape, Manwari's ankles. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brandon Janis says, yeah, this should have been another solid two-score win. Don't matter. Got the dub. But that point spread was looking like a padded lock with only 6 to 7 minutes left in the fourth. Wild. Happened so fast. If you, this is a game of intensity. This is a game of snap after snap, bringing it. and bringing it with that level of intensity, always ratchet it up to the same level. And if you're play calling or whatever, things dial back just a little bit, you ease off that stick just a little bit. That's all another NFL team needs in this league of parity, to jump forward and go take that lead away from you. And so it's a lesson to learn. It certainly is, because it can go fast like that, Brandon. And back in the day, I remember mentioning Holmgren. Holmgren had a couple of famed games that were about like 2.5 touchdowns with like 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, and they bring it back. It's like, whoa. And it was that same feeling of what we had today. That's why I recognized it. I've seen it before in games in the past, and just you can feel it when you're doing it. Gibson says, only real issue I have is we need to improve run blocking, seeing as how we are committed to trying to run the ball. I wouldn't mind seeing it myself as well. I think it's the hard part of this is the stack box rate that I've talked about. I think I've mentioned this a couple times, but let me actually show you guys what I mean by this as far as the stack box. You can kind of see the percentage of this and understand that this is going to carry over, into this game. This last game was exactly another game that was right in alignment with being that. Let's bring it up here. All right. So, team offense, rushing offense. You can see I've selected that by the rushing offense. So you can see here, outside tackles, rush percentage, light box of the opponent, stacked box of the opponent. So when I filter by stack box opponent, you can see that only the Chargers by 2.3% are dealing with more of a higher stack box rate than your Seattle Seahawks are. They are the number 2 team in the NFL. The Eagles have less stack boxes with Saquon Barkley than your Seattle Seahawks are encountering by a 5% difference. By a 5% difference. That Eagle team with a 2,000-yard back in Barkley are getting 5% less stack boxes than your Seattle Seahawks. So to me on a Gibson, I think you're right. Some of it is the run blocking can improve. I also look at it too a little bit of just if teams are going to stack you that extreme, I don't know if there's a lot of headway to be had. I think you're just kind of running into that brick wall a little bit where it gets to be too tough when it's that extreme. I mean, well over a third of your snaps, you're dealing with the stack box right now. Well over a third. Run Dawes, Barner needs more love, produces touchdowns, does awesome celebrations. Yes, he does. Hell of a route he ran there, got down the field on a skinny fade route there. Showing off he's got some wheels for him for the position. Made a nice catch on the ball. Beautiful throw there. Perfect throw by Darnold. But yeah, Barner's holding it down. Tight ends are holding it down, I'd say. Even down to Saubert. They're all doing a pretty good job. Kieran says, in the fact that the ref said that the JSN making that catch on the sideline was a tackle in bounds, are they high? Worst officiating crew in the NFL. It stood out in this game, and look, some of the calls going against us were a big part of this, and that they really stacked up as this game went along. But it also just stood out to me, Kieran, because of how well our first 3 games were officiated, including the Niner game we lost. I thought everything has been called at a pretty good level, good even level of things. But this one definitely was slanting in a weird direction throughout this game. Erickson, Kobe was down, huh? I mean, I thought so. I don't understand how that's a fumble. I got to go back and watch that play to be sure myself, but I kind of was like, I don't see how that's a fumble. Realize Utz's absence was clear in the run game. Sounds like he's going to have a bit of a long pathway to getting back on the field this year, too. They got him on IR, but Mike was saying it's going to be an uphill battle for him, which sucks because I do agree. I think you did miss a bit of his presence in this one. Charlie the Unicorn, smash the Bucks. That is a bit too optimistic. Yeah, maybe. Why not? Let's dream big, Charlie. You get him at home, and you are getting a Buck team that is not going to be at the full height of their powers, that's for sure. We already know about a variety of very important players on that roster who are not going to play in that football game. Say nothing of the fact that they still have to play this Sunday. And they're not going to be on a long week of extra rest there until they play us and go on the road out there from Tampa Bay all the way across the country. Pedro fire Myers? We got some anti-Myers here. Myers was man. Car Wash, Seahawks win. Let's go, Car Wash. Hearing Sal Michaels wishes he was calling a Bucks game tonight. See now, idiot. Tech Matt, I can't wait for the Bucks game simply for the throwback uniform Nirvana. Oh, it's going to look tight. Got the creamsicles. Got the, oh yeah, it's going to look good. I forgot about that. I forgot. Yeah, we get the creamsicles, Charlie. And we're in, I don't think that's the rival runs, right? We're just the throwbacks, aren't we? King says, I'm in fantasy surprising Daniel Jones has held his own when I need to replace Burrow. Not going to lie. Yeah, I was thinking with Burrow, he's going to be really helping me this year, but man, it's left me scrambling a bit. Burrow ruined my fantasy too until I picked up Danny Dimes. Yeah, you're lucky. Danny wasn't available in my league. We got too many people too smart on that one. He was snatched. I tell you. Brandon says, was that a bathroom trip or a coffee break? Fast, either way. Damn. I'd always get a little bit more coffee. Be a late night for me. You know, I got to do the wrap up after the live stream tonight. So I figured we'd go a little bit lighter here with this. Sam Dargold. B-Film says Sam Dargold. Yeah, he's been titanium, babe. Titanium. Thrill says Sam might be the future $200 million contract in his sights. Luckily, you got him on a nice, good, middle-of-the-road deal for at least the next 2 years, this year and the next. But certainly once you get to year 3 of that, if he's playing like this, you're going to have no problem extending him at that point. That is for show. Matt Wood, King County. Bobo's catch was a thing of beauty. Agreed. Sam threw away from him with heat. Bo snagged that thing and took the hits. Yeah, that's the hard part about it. It's back away from his body, which if you're going to grab a ball that's thrown with just normal velocity away from your body, that's hard enough. But when you're moving a different way and that thing's coming in with heat as well, it's really going to rely on you to have that hand strength and grip strength to really be able to just reel it away from your body and really be able to just cinch down on that ball. But hell of a catch. And that got you into field goal range at that point. So it was a big moment as well where you second or third and 10 there, second and 10. So cool Bobo to come in there hard in that way where you don't get a lot of reps, and then you got to come out there and produce him with a little bit of what you get to do, and he did it. But big catch in that game. And you're right, took the hit too in addition to that after the catch. Gigi says the touchdown on Spoon was a perfect throw from Kyler. Nothing new. Yeah, I agree. King says Spoon's on. Concerned watch for me. Two of the last 3 games have not been great. See how it's going there. Garmin, we're still going. We're still rolling. King Bomber could be really hilarious if our best 3 cornerbacks are Job, Kendrick on the outside with Emanwari in the slot. Well, I don't think Kendrick's probably more of a slot guy than he's going to be an outside guy, but that would be pretty funny. Pedro Almichaels was talking about Baker. Sorry, I had the game on low volume. I didn't have the volume on, so I'm not sure on that. Big Chris, is there a player out there you think we should try to pick up? I think you definitely kick the tires on a Trey Hendrickson and see where he's at. Doesn't mean you have to make the move. If the cost is going to be relatively low for him, I would be open to that. Jackson Powers Johnson, Big Chris is supposedly a little bit in the doghouse with Coach Carroll. Carroll's also kind of doing that thing with him that's been a bit of the issue with Carroll in the past, which is sort of taking guys and moving them out of position from where they naturally should be playing, which I think Jackson is really a pure center, and you got him playing guard right now, which is just not a fit for him. So that's also a guy that I'd be out there kind of looking at a little bit. As it sort of stands in general terms, I would say there's not a no-brainer deal out there to be had that just, seems to make a lot of sense. Like the year we got out Leonard Williams and picked him up, that was definitely a deal that really stood out to you far in advance of making the deal to where you could say, a lot of sense to be had to go and make it with that. Right now, when I look through the teams out there in the league, there's not a lot of teams where there's a lot of alignment. Dallas Cowboys, Maze Smith, he's been underwhelming. Could he maybe give you a little bit of nose tackle help? Do you even have faith he's going to help you if you make a trade for him? I don't think you would. Titans don't have anybody you're really going to be looking at. Cleveland doesn't have anybody you're really going to be looking at 1 and 2. The Giants aren't going to move a Dexter Lawrence, so that's off the table. I don't know if Thibodeau is a real big upgrade over what you already have in-house off the edge. Do the Bears get into sell mode with them at 1-2 right now? We'll see there. I think they're more of a team that's going to kind of hold on through. Will the Saints be willing to move a McCoy? I don't think so. Eric McCoy, the center. And the cost will be too much on the dead money for them to sustain. / I don't think they really want to give him up. So I think that much of the issue might be that there's just not a lot of players available come the deadline. And also that, Big Chris, you don't have as many positions to necessarily address. It's very down to, can we find an upgrade at the guard or center position? Can we find a nose tackle? Can we find maybe an edge rusher? I mean, these are kind of the only positions that you really have to go out there and really address. King Bomber Leonard Williams had a game. I do maintain, and I think that Daniel Jeremiah was saying this last week on Brock and Salk, that Leonard Williams is playing like the best defensive tackle in the sport right now. I think that he did last year. I think he's continued to maintain that through the start of this season so far, and that he is bringing substantial impact in both the run and against the pass. He's just playing tremendously. B-Film, bro, us bringing in Walker and then Charbonnet for that touchdown with some 5D chess stuff. That's why I love our coaching staff. They've done a good job, I think, with the mix between Walker and Charbonnet. There's a lot of fans that are pushing B-Film for, let's get the starter, let's get the bell cow. And to me, I like the mixture. I think the mixture kind of keeps defenses on their back foot a little bit at times because they're such different backs in how they run the ball, too, especially. But good use of them. Good way to find effectiveness between the two of them in this game. At least no Baker Carr commercials. At least that. Thomas On says Woolen's going to be playing for Vegas. He very well might be when it's all said and done. I think Carroll definitely having some fondness for Woolen and eventually bringing him back in there, if not by a trade, but after this offseason, it certainly could add up to being something I see go down for sure. Thrillhouse says, yeah, Nwosu played like Arizona owed him money. You can't blame the guy for being super hungry. He's been off the football field for a couple of years now. Got his season costed last year because of a dirty hit. And that kind of guy that's been just like chomping at the bit, no doubt about it, it's finally getting his opportunity to go. And he's showing you he's a good player. We've forgotten about him a little bit because he's been injured for so long, but he is a good player. Joe Hendricks, CJ Stroud for Stafford. In fantasy, I don't have Stafford. But once he trades me CJ Stroud, I'll trade you CJ Stroud for Stafford if you're in our league. Charlie Unicorn, 8 Seahawks with catches versus Arizona. A little bit more disbursement in this game because that's also 8 receptions on only 26 passing attempts. Great stat you bring up there. But Charlie, it also shows with the low number of passing attempts that there was a little bit more of trying to disperse the ball rather than, I think, as we've seen at times here with JSN, through a few couple of opening weeks here of where you're just working JSN 24/7, just doing, just one after the other. And this offense is more set up to be able to disperse it through. Part of keeping the defense off balance is you're able to kind of work different pass catchers and be kind of balanced in that way. What happened to Oots, Kevin O'Connell? He got rolled up on at the end of the game on his ankle. And so high ankle sprain / used to be called a broken foot. But he's on IR now. So 4 to 6 weeks at least. And we'll see. The way Mike kind of talked about him, that he'd have a little bit of an uphill battle here coming back. So hopefully he can find his way. Shadowbot, we started loading the box too and blitzing. A little bit. We came into this game, Shadowbot, at the 31st rate in blitzing in the NFL. And I think we're going to come out of this game as the 31st rate in blitzing. You had a couple of select moments. You did dial it up a bit in that at the end there a little bit. I give you that for sure. I mean, Drake Thomas getting the sack, a couple other moments in there that you were able to work in there, but a lot of this game was just running the front four through the majority of this game and just kind of staying with the front four and saying, we think we can get home on this. We're just going to drop guys in space. A little bit of dialing up. Sorry, my cat's like crying for some reason in the background. I hear you, kitty. Yeah, you're talkative. Kevin O'Connell says, I think by Christmas we could be 13-2. I would love that season, man. Sign me up for that year. We're getting a bye. If we're 13-2, that bye is ours. I guarantee it. Kieran says, I mean, we're seeing stacked boxes, but we're lining up with a lot of 3 tight ends a lot. So what do you expect? I don't think that we're using a lot of 3 tight end sets. I think we're using it a decent amount. But you're getting the stacked boxes on 2 tight end sets too. So it's, it just, in general terms, Kieran, when you get to be the second most stacked box rate in the league like that, you're at that place because you're getting teams consistently, not off your formations. They're consistently looking at you and saying, we are going to stack your bot. We're going to have faith that you can't beat us over the top. I mean, it's not just like we're running 3 tight end sets, 75% of the time, and that's drawing the stacked boxes. I'd offer Kieran, it's probably more of the condensed splits that's as much opening the door for the stacked boxes. You bring the 2 wide receivers right to the line of scrimmage like that starts to make defenses feel like they can get away with bringing the extra safety up into the box. But that's a guess on my part too. And I'm not trying to undercut your point totally in that you are using a lot of 3 tight end looks too. So it's certainly is a bit of a factor, certainly. Film that Mississippi tackle, that missed tackle by Spoon on the game tied and touchdown looked pretty bad through my angle. I have to see. I kind of forget on that one. Film, I'm spacing that play a little bit. He tends to be a pretty good tackler, though. I mean, he's maybe had some issues in times here and there in coverage a little bit over the last year and a half, but Spoon's at least usually a pretty good tackler. King Job wasn't perfect in this game either. I don't think he was definitely the best corner on the field. I mean, who would have you given the nod to as the best corner on the field for the Seahawks in this game? He might have to get it, but he'd get it by default, King, as much as just because Witherspoon and Woolen didn't have as good a game for what they brought to play. It was all right. Brandon Janis says, I'm listening to SVP and Dame Woody talking about the success of the new kickoff rules that benefited us in this game, being able to start at the 40 after AZ's not hitting the landing zone. Kind of liking. This is why I love the kickoff rule too as well, Brandon, because I hate automatic plays in football. And what this new kickoff rule was going to do was remove the kickoff as being an automatic play as it had become. And you see the nuance within the rule here to not allow teams to kick that ball at the 25-yard line and bounce it and roll it in. You got to get it past the 20. We want a return here. We're not trying to get, we want an actual play to happen and occur here. And you really, really got the benefit of that. And also kind of shows you how cool it was with Jason Myers a couple weeks ago with Pittsburgh to be able to get that one kickoff and get that thing rolling because he put that ahead of the 20-yard line. And yeah, hold on one second. My cat's losing her mind. 1 second here. Hey. Chill. Relax. What's wrong? You're losing your mind, honey. Okay. Probably start winding down here. So the kickoff rules are awesome. It puts the play back into play, makes this thing something to where you've got to actually play it. You can't, Cardinals there trying to get cute. We'll squib it. We'll get them to catch the ball and the clock starts and we start burning the clock. So the Cardinals are trying to get the clock burning there. They're paying the price for trying to strategically take a strat where we're going to roll this ball up, but they're taking the risk by doing that of bouncing that in front of the 20 and then having it then land at the 40-yard line with no time off the clock. And that was huge in this game. The kickoff rules definitely benefited us in this one in a major way. But it's also the Cardinals trying to get cute with the situation too from their strategy of it. And that's why I love it. This is what football should never be about automatic plays. There's few plays in a game to allow for automatic plays. Have everything be a challenge. Have everything be a test between the two teams on every individual play. And love the kickoff rules, Brandon. But that was big in this one. Man, that was huge. You need every one of those seconds that you got on the clock to go get that field goal with the one timeout that you had. So to be able to take over the ball at the 40-yard line, that was so big. Juliet Ramirez says, what a great way to close out a Thursday. It got closer than it needed to at the end, but ultimately, we got the dub. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Juliet. Well said on your part. I can't put it any better. It's where I stand with it. Will there be a little bit of some frustration in this game and feeling that you should have come with it comfortable? Yeah, but that's not going to be the thing that ends up ruling the day on this game as we come out of it. You're 3-1. You got out on the road. It's an impressive win against a Cardinal team that had 2 wins coming into this game. Cardinal team that had played very well, that took the 49ers up to the brink last week and probably would have won that game with just 1 or 2 more offensive plays and they go get that win. So you nod your head, Juliet, and you go, got it done. By any means necessary. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to divisional matchups in general with those 6 games you play every year, by any means necessary, just get the dub. No style points, just get those wins, especially being in that, let's not forget this last final part with that too, which is that we play in the toughest division in football, or at least the top 2 toughest division in football if you want to get down to it. I don't know if there's another one that's better than us, but we're at least up at the top. So it makes these games even all that much harder that you're not getting the weekend opponent. You're not getting a Miami Dolphins team that you just get to kick the snot out of twice a year. No. You're going to have a challenge every week when you face a team in this division. Thomas on, Mullen plays for the bookies. Thrill House, Brando. Bryce is spot on about Sam's ball physics. Such great ball, and he's got that touch that Russ had, like a mix of Russ and Geno. Yeah. He's got Geno had sometimes a little bit it could be a little too fastballish, not always the layered in kind of throw, in there. And Geno had some tremendous velocity on what he could generate from a, throwing aspect of things. But yeah, I would agree. I think that Bryce is right on point with the mechanics on what Sam brings to play. He's refined these mechanics down. He's worked on them for years. He's worked on them from the ground up, from his feet to the throwing motion. He's got it all really, really refined down. And that this is a guy that's been on this for years, on this pathway to get to where he's gotten. And it's very impressive. It's watching a guy who is in a lot of ways mastering his position and how he's playing all the way around. Doesn't mean he plays perfect. Doesn't mean that there aren't even still some things with Sam that you can get after him on. But it just means that the good that he's bringing to play is so good and so negates any negative and overrides it so heavily, in my opinion, for where he is at on his career trajectory. He's in that perfect place that we find him at here, where the development is crossing with him entering his physical prime at 28 years old. And you're getting the positively best absolute version of this player that he will be in his career at this time because of that. And his upside, his rising upside, takes the upside of this team up with it. DJ says, our new I don't know is playing great. I'm not sure what you mean on that. I don't know what you mean on that, TJ. I know we're getting late. I'm sure we're clear on what we're saying. Username says, how'd you get Pumpkin? I got Pumpkin back about, what was it, Pumpkin, like 12? I think she's 12 now, 12 years ago. So I got my first cat, the one you're hearing caterwauling in the background right now. That's Cena. And we got her, and I was with, at the time, I was with my former girlfriend. And Xena chose me, kind of. She didn't want anything to do with the girlfriend. So the girlfriend said, I want you to go get a cat for me. So go get me an orange female kitten, and we'll name her Pumpkin, and that will be my cat. So girlfriend is no longer with the girl, but I ended up with both cats. So you can understand username. They ended up both picking me. But she rides with me every stream out here, does Pumpkin. She's always active and in it too. You can see right now. She's the edge of her seat. She's in the pocket. Emmanuel Velasco, JPJ for Woolen seems the most logical. Dude, I'll take that trade all day long. I'll be doing handstands if we can pull that trade off, Emmanuel. I love it though. That's creative as hell. Yeah, that would be cool. I think they're going to want more. You're going to have to kick in probably a fourth or fifth rounder for JPJ on that one, is kind of to offset it. But you're in the land. I think you're in the area. That makes a lot of sense. Thrill House says, so we could have gotten Ratledge for Arroyo. I like Arroyo, but it seems like Ratledge could be starting on the line. Yeah, that was kind of the guy that you went instead of one to the other there, Thrill House. Yeah, you did decide to go that direction, one versus the other. I will say that this has been a limitation of mine too, that I'm a little bit frustrated with and looking at and going, man, I don't know why you didn't want to maybe just double down that offensive line a little bit more. I think when it comes to Ratledge, there were some concerns with the injury side of it, which may have pushed this over, though let's face it, Arroyo also had the injury concerns coming out as well with his history of it. I will say that the pick does make a little bit more sense for me, Thrillhouse, coming off of a game like this, where I've really had some issues in the first couple of weeks where you make this guy a second round pick, and then you don't have a real pertinent plan in place to be able to maximize him. You don't even seem to have him as really a part of the structured game plan, offensively speaking. And if I take a guy in the second round and you're not going to be an instantaneous starter, you very, at the least, got to have the guy worked in as part of your game plan. And today you did so, and you had him attacking down the field in mismatch situations, and that's what you're hoping. Get him on a mismatch on the edge like you did down there with Josh Sweat. Get him on a mismatch in the back of the corner there in the end zone with Budda Baker. That's what you want to do, and then look to target him. It doesn't mean you find 8 or 9 targets in a game for him, but find him 3 or 4 touches throughout the course of the game and take some shot plays with him down the football field. I think that that's more of what you should build off of this game, of what he showed in this game. And hopefully they will do more of what they did in this one to just not validate the pick, but just make more sense on what the grand plan was for this year with Arroyo with that pick. That you actually have a plan in place for him within the structure of the offense every given week. Not that you got to feature him, but there's always room to have a 6'4" mismatch guy that you can work up the field, especially when we're seeing so much condensing down by the defenses up on the run game. That should open up a playmaker like this down the football field for you to be able to attack. And they did today. They did a couple times today. Let's do more of that with him. Brandon Janis says, facts, though. I bet you Spoon knocks that stuff down any other day. Spoon's a beast. I agree. I think Spoon's a beast. I think he'll be fine. I understand some of the worry and concern with some of the recent stuff that's popped, but I think he'll be patient with Spoon. This is not the same story of what we're dealing with Woolen. Not at all. Kevin O'Connell says, okay, let's start getting real here. Can the Jags put away the Niners this Sunday? And can the Colts take out Stafford? Let's have it go. Colts are rolling hot. And they have been, they barely even have punted as well. I think they've got like 1 punt or something through 3 games. So they're well suited to be able to take on this Rams team. But the Rams team is a good team. We saw. I mean, they took that Eagles team to the brink. They're playing at home in LA. It's not going to be an easy game for the Colts. So I don't know if I'm going to give the Colts the nod on that one. I think I'd probably say that the Jaguars have more of an opportunity to take down the Niners with no Bosa, with the quarterback position in the place that it's in right now with the 49er team. Still no Kittle. Injuries kind of mounting every which way but loose there, Kevin, on that one. But the Rams are one team that I think is going to just still be just, they are what we thought they were, and not in the Dennis Green thing, but in the good side of it. They are what we thought we are from the being a good team. Catalyst says, I think missing Robbie Hoots definitely affected our pre-snap formations. Brady Russell isn't a fullback. Yeah, he's not as comfortable in it, and certainly in laying those kind of blocks to the point of attack, it's not as much of his game. King Bomber, another week where it feels like the media should be giving us a ton of credit, and then we blow it late, and the conversations become, we got lucky. I mean, maybe. But I'm okay too. The national perspective and needing to give us credit. Let us fall beneath the radar here, King. I don't need the national media talking about us. In fact, I think it's better us staying under the radar. Underdog role is a good role for us. We're also, Brandon, I'd like my credit with the supporting the Geno and DK moves plus releasing Fant. Brandon, I'd like my credit with supporting Geno. Yes, I was with you on it, man. Props to you. Looking pretty smart. Yeah, we don't want the Niners and Rams winning. Catalyst, I don't think Bryce Huff will be as good at playing all 3 downs. I don't either. There's a lot on his back and shoulders now. Addicted Pumpkin's trying to solve the run issues. That's why she's so tired. There's so many things to solve within it, She's working through it right now. SZ Kokin, thank you for subscribing to the Patreon. I appreciate you for that, SC. Patreon and members, we got the same kind of benefits kind of kicking off to both, but SC, I will be on to the Patreon side of it, getting off the PFF scores tomorrow on Friday, as well as the members of the channel. So members, keep an eye on your community post, but of course, keep an eye on your Patreon over there, as I will be getting that off to you guys tomorrow morning, Friday, with the PFF scores from this game. We've got Thursday Night Football as well, SC. So members, patrons of the channel will be doing Thursday night only streams throughout the course of this year as well. So thank you for subscribing up. And of course, too, we'll get a call-in show here in a couple weeks as well, do another call-in show. We had a really good one here about a week and a half ago on that. So keep an eye on that membership benefits there, SC, as we're keeping expanding those. And do please join up as a member today or join up as a patron today. Show some support on the channel on that side, as we're keeping the membership benefits really going up on that end of things, and trying to kind of find ways to give you guys some added benefits on that as you guys help make this channel go with that support. Kimama Arroyo definitely showing up, but I still think moving back and acquiring Fannin was the better play. I wouldn't mind doing that either, man. You know I love me some Harold. Harold, man. Kitty, can you please be quiet? Oh my God. Stop caterwauling. Holy Lord. Big Chris, why do you think New York won't move off of Dexter Lawrence? I think the thing that gets lost sometimes with fans on this is there may be an intention by a team to move a guy, and that's one thing. The other thing that's a part of the process of moving a guy is that you have to have the cap space in addition to it. So it isn't just about, we're in sell mode, and that's what we're looking in our intent. If I can get this stupid thing to work. I'm trying to show you the over the cap here so I can answer your question appropriately, because I think that this will show this pretty conclusively as to why it's this way. Come on, thing. I hate this stuff. It glitches, it's all glitched out. All right, so I can't get this thing to... God, cat, shut up. My cat is like crying over the top, like she's like dying in the other room. Okay, so please first, just if you can for me on this one, Big Chris, take note of the bottom of this list if you could for me. So you got the Colts and the Dolphins and the Chiefs and the Bills. And if you'll notice at the very bottom of that list, you have the Giants sitting at $2.658 million. So Chris, that would mean that the Giants have the least amount of cap space to work with in the entire NFL. We'll go to the second part of this, which is now as you look at the Giants and their cap situation, you will notice that the man taking up the majority of the cap space, the highest amount of the cap hit on their football team, is Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence has a $23 million, $23.6 million cap hit number. The number to the side of that is the dead money that they would have to sustain, Big Chris. And I would always offer to folks that if you have a thinking about a trade with a particular player that you want, there's a guy you want. I think I sometimes see fans that want guys and they don't do this one thing, and it's a really quick thing, is just go check the over the cap. Make the quick check there before you go one to the other, because this one will always give you the real full answer one way or the other, yes or no on this one. And so $23.6 million is what his cap hit is. But it's $37 million just about, or we'll call it $36 million of dead money to move him. So it costs him, now factoring this in, it's going to cost them $13 million, Big Chris. $13 million of cap space that they have to have on their books to move this said player. $13 million. So we go back to that prior screen that I just showed you. You need $13 million. You got 2.6. So there's an $11 million breach there that the Giants would have to scale at that point to then move Lawrence. So they would have to essentially move other contracts on the books in order to make a Lawrence move, which means if you're moving for Lawrence, you're going to have to pay a gargantuan amount because he's already the good player with all the assets that they require. You're going to ask the New York Giants to eat dead money. You're going to ask the New York Giants to make salary modifications. In my past and covering and watching the league, when teams are faced with this kind of situation, Big Chris, that they're stuck with holding on to the player for another year until they can get to the place with the player where they're actually able to move on from the player and cumulatively save money, not be eating dead money to do it. So if Lawrence is going to be moved, it's going to be moved after the next upcoming season turns over, if that's a possibility. But it's that dead money that just, when it gets too far too fast and you're into in-season, Big Chris, if you're in the off-season and teams are sitting on 40, 50 million of cap space, you could eat the dead money there. But when you're sitting on so little cap space down to that side of it, and if you look at their contract structures as well, there's not even a lot of base to bonus money in here as well. I mean, Brian Burns, they're already in a position there where they're sold on that contract for years to come. They're not going to base to bonus that and get further into it. Bobby Okra, you could base the bonus the last of his 5.8, which is going to get you like 2 to 3 million there maybe. You could run you in the last like a 4 to 5 there, but we're talking 3 or 4 or 5 players you're going to have to restructure to then just move Dexter Lawrence. I don't see him doing it myself. It's a great question though, because he would be a guy that you would think maybe that'd be a possible target. You can go back down the road you did of Leonard Williams a couple of years ago. Throughout Ratledge just had the mullet, so I wanted to draft him. Him and Zabel seems like they become a good duo. I liked Ratledge a lot, man. I would have been with it. Kieran says talkative cats usually mean they're about to throw up on the middle of the floor. She wants some salmon. So, and I'm laying the stream, and they get this way when they've been on for a long time. Come on, Kevin O'Connell. The Texans Commanders are vulnerable, and we should worry about the Colts. Colts will be tough. Got to play them down the line. I agree with that, Kevin. Tech Matt, I'm really impressed by Drake Thomas. He seemed to be flying around tonight and had a couple of really nice open field tackles. Drake's a guy a lot of the fan base really high on when he first came here from the Raiders. I was thinking this guy could maybe be a player, and he is undersized. And we have thought a little bit of this being Tech Matt, that he's out there on the field as much as anything because maybe there's some injuries with Tyrese Knight, and he's not able to go full go out there. And this is why you're kind of splitting their reps. McDonald has indicated it's otherwise. He has said that that's not the reason at play here. He has indicated that that's not the reason at play here. He's speaking about Drake Thomas like, man, this guy's holding it down. He's getting the job done for us, and he's earning this playing time we're giving him. So I'll take Mike at his word when we're watching Drake out there, kind of making the plays like he is making. I think he has been impressive. Frogman, I think all around poor showing from our secondary. Job allowed over 100 plus yards. Spoon had 2 touchdowns allowed. Rick looked lost. Maybe just a write-off game. Definitely didn't look like the first 3 weeks. Yeah, I think it's, you got to chart maybe a little bit of it to the Thursday night, a little bit of the desperation of the Cardinals just kind of flinging it as they get in the second half, and bad results on the other side of it. I don't think that this is necessarily a rule of thumb of where your secondary is at going forward. And for most of this game, you had the Cardinal offense, passing offense held down. It's once you took your foot off the gas and once you started to kind of like, and the team can sense this. This is why I'm hammering it so much, Frogman, is that this is my reasoning behind this. I don't take anything away from it because I think a lot of this is coaching staff takes its foot off the gas, and the team is smart and the team is aware and the team can sense what you're doing from a coaching standpoint. And if you start to get in this role of we're going to eke this win out, that's going to carry on down to the team, and it's going to leak over onto a defense that was stout throughout the day, but starts to now get like, well, we're just maybe playing protective. Maybe we're just going to try to keep everything in front of us. And that's where that mentality cannot enter into your brain as a football player. And as a coaching staff, it's your job on that to not allow those players to start to sense that that's where you're going to try to live. So I may be blaming the wrong thing on this one from my perspective, but that's where I do kind of land on that one. The kitty's fine. She's just, we stream for 6 hours. Your animals want you to have some giving them some attention, give them some loves, give them some pets and stuff, Dilly says, JSN's, man, this is BS, had me laughing. Yeah, how about the look that the officials gave him? And he went to his thing like he was going to throw a flag on him or something. Like, get over yourself, official. It was a bad call. Thrill House Harbaugh was going to get ran out of town during preseason, and now he's going to get special teams coach of the year. Might just. Kevin O'Connell, Vegas called it to bring that touchdown back. The refs were awful in this game. Awful. It sounds like one of the refs has a bad history of making these calls. Talking to America, JSN. Kevin O'Connell says, man, we're watching the last games of Kyler in Arizona. This is the end. I think it's getting to that place of things. And, Kyler in this game, 27 to 41, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. I think the tough part for Kyler this year in particular is that there's been years where I think you could much more ardently hammer him for some of what he was doing out there. Some of this in this game, in that first half, Marvin Harrison's drops and, just some of the ways that things kind of played out where you go, it's not kind of all his fault in this one a little bit. And I didn't think this way last week either, where Cardinal fans were really getting on top of him, but when you really broke it down, there was a lot of other things going down that was contributing to the lack of offensive success. It's part Petzing, it's part been Marvin Harrison, it's part been the lack of playmakers on the outside, it's partly been the ineffectiveness of the run game. But you know how this works, man, Kevin, is that football fans and football teams and the way that this all seems to roll is that they sort of look for the bad guy. How can we all just, delegate this all down to kind of one thing? How can we simplify this all? How can we box this thing into this just being the problem here? And unfortunately with Kyler, when you've been there for 6 years, you lose the benefit of the doubt in that respect. And fair or not, you get him out that certain amount of time. And if you haven't made it fly at that point, it's just, you're not going to make it fly. I will say with Kyler, though he's not a guy I have a tremendous amount of faith in, he's a guy that wouldn't surprise me if he was to go to a better environment than the Cardinals, to a different team than the Cardinals, and find some success. I'm not saying he's going to reclaim his career if he went somewhere else, but depending on where the landing place would be at, I think there is a team that would allow him to be the starter. I could see him with finding a little bit more of the right kind of receivers that fit to him, that type of thing. Having a little bit, maybe more of a defense that's consistent in what they've done. I know they've gotten better and better and been decent at times, but there's been other times where they fall back, Pumpkin is crashed out, man. She's got the leg draped over the side. Look at that. She's chilling. Rendaz, Jason's so damn good at catching balls over his shoulder. He's amazing. Good ball tracker. Part of what makes a great receiver is you're able to track that ball in the air and pinpoint in the air from 40 yards out. And he's been really good at it. And how about his ability to take the top off the defense? He's done it, I think, every single week of this football season so far, for a guy that we wondered if he could work on the outside and do that. If he could be a guy that's more than just a dink and dunk slot guy. And boy, has he been, and since he's gotten here, he's been good on the deep stuff. A complete wide receiver is JSN. Catalyst, Nick Imanwari is going to create fire when he returns. Then Witherspoon can play outside, which is where he will explode. I love where Catalyst is coming at from this, and I feel the same way, Catalyst. Kevin says, haha, Russ and Woolen are going to be banished with Kyler to the Browns. Zena does have beautiful fur addicted. She's a sweet girl, too. She just gets a little loud sometimes. She gets a little yappy. Rundaz, I know it's unpopular, but I hate seeing Russ's downfall. No, I do too. I have nothing against Russ. I never want to see Russ be a guy that failed. He's revered from my standpoint of things. And I've had times through the years I haven't been able always to talk great about Russ because it was a little bit about discussing of what he had done, where he was at with the team and where he was at with his career and where he was kind of headed. It has been a really tough downfall for him on this, a tough end for Russ. And hopefully he has done, and I think he will have done enough to get himself into the Hall of Fame. That this end does not mean that he does not have the great behind him and that he will have done enough to earn that right to be Hall of Fame worthy. But it's been a tough end there, especially coming the week after you throw for 460 yards to get benched. That's tough. And certainly not his fault when it comes to that Giants team in general. It's, they're trying to shuffle whatever they can. It was always going to be the plan. They were always going to be hot to trot to get to Jackson Dart sooner than later. I got the cat in the divorce. That's right. Kevin O'Connell says, why don't they both lose? Also, 49ers are still downtrending. Let's see them with the Bosa loss. Bosa is going to be huge, man. And this Jacksonville team is strong enough to come in and test you when you're ultimately so weak and down. No Ayuk, no Bosa, no Kittle, no Mustafa back there. The variety of other injuries across the board, here and there and everywhere. I think it's going to be a tough, close game there for the Niners there with Jacksonville. I do. Kevin O'Connell says, hey, Russ wanted to go to a competitive organization, so away he went into the life of a mercenary. It's the old axiom out there that's another one of those just truths for every sport. No team will ever love you like your original team. And you may think the grass is greener on the other side of the fence, but oftentimes it's not. And, Russ did learn that, like a lot of other players have kind of learned that. Brandon Jensen, to me, Russ will always be a 12. Seeing his downfall does suck. I truly thought he'd be more successful post-Seattle than he has. Yeah, there'll be nothing but revering of Russ, I think, in the years to come. There will be on this channel from me, yours truly. I certainly don't want to see him come to a brutal, bitter end here with his NFL career. That would not be a good thing for me. I don't want to see that. See how it goes for Russ. Maybe there's one more kind of shot there left in the cannon. He says Russ has more money than literally all of us combined. He'll be fine. His pride and Jesus won't let him feel bad about anything. B-Film, I want Tampa Bay to take Eagles O so we can take Tampa's O, put the league on notice. Let's go. Catalyst, yeah, Russ's play style and Pete's philosophy absolutely meshed perfectly. Perfectly. Kevin O'Connell, once Stafford backs cracks for the final time, they will fall apart, or Puka twisting his heels. Either of those two. And they've got, right now, Devontae Adams has got a hamstring injury coming into that Colts game. So maybe something worth tracking in that one is they have, they've really leaned on Adams and Puka through the first couple of weeks of the season. SJ, hey Brandon, I'm wondering, as a new subscriber to your Patreon, what does that include? P.S. Love what you do, especially with the film. Oh, thank you, SJZ. There's three main components that make up the benefits to the members SC, and members and patrons get the same benefits. So if you're on Patreon or the members of the channel, it's the same. Tomorrow morning, I'll be getting you off the PFF scores from offense, defense, and special teams. We've got Thursday night members and patrons only football. So a chance to have a little bit more intimacy and talk in the chat and being able to go back and forth there. And then about once a month, twice a month, depending on how much of the turnout we get, we'll be doing a call-in show for members and patrons of the channel as well. And the hope is that this is kind of a baseline that we can keep kind of growing from there with the membership benefits and the patron benefits and that stuff. But be on the lookout tomorrow for a link in your email for the PFF scores. But those are the three standard things, and then we'll try to grow from there with that. Yeah, Catalyst, I agree. It's time for Witherspoon to go to the outside. Let's see how he does out there. You know? King, I hope Woolen bounces back, has a good 3 to 4 games, and then gets traded for a third. Can't trade him at his worst. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of trade value there for him right now, to your point. Agreed. The comp pick might be tough on that, King, because you are sitting top 7 in cap space right now. So I know you have some extensions you're going to get done. Cross extension, Witherspoon extension, JSN extension are probably all going to get handled. But they still might end up signing enough outside to offset whatever Woolen would get for a comp pick. I'm not sure what Woolen gets in free agency anyway at this point. Catalyst, the Cardinals run a ton of dime because their other linebackers despite Mac Wilson are terrible, that they might as well have a billion defensive backs on the field. I'd love to see Woolen traded for a center or defensive tackle, HHG, unless it's Jackson Powers Johnson with a draft pick kicker. I don't think you're going to find a center trade out there. I don't think the team will be looking for defensive tackle at this point. I'm not even sure if they would look for a nose as it stands. Maybe. But I don't know who you'd go get either. Bomber, I'm starting to feel like they need to pay Kobe. I hate paying 2 safeties, but he seems too good to let walk. I mean, maybe. I think both of the 2 interceptions he's had this year, King Bomber, have been on pretty bad throws and pretty bad decisions by the quarterback. Not that he hasn't been in the right place to make the picks. But I can't pay the 2 safeties at the top of the mark there, King. Again, this isn't just about the fact that it failed for you with Diggs and Adams and to say, well, that's just the one reason I need to say no to it. It's also remembering with this King Bomber the fact that no teams in the league are doing this. This is that thing we go back to where it's like they're smart, they're zigging when everybody's zagging, and then there's hard rule of thumbs when you got 31 other NFL teams are saying this is a hard no, and you're saying it's a hard yes. That's a tough sell to me on some of these points. And with the 2 safeties like that, paying him at that mark, especially when you're sitting on a guy like Emanwari, who technically speaking is going to be probably at his best, eventually moved to the safety position. I don't know on that one. I'd probably end up doing more of the let the walk thing there. Yeah, I just don't think you can give him that kind of money, King. I think you're in the right place as far as what he's going to earn. And I just think that's a little bit too costly. Kevin says Marvin Harrison struggling emotionally out there. Looked like felt bad for him. Yeah, I did too. And boy, people were beating up on him in the chat. That was for sure. And good on him at least to come back and show some resiliency there. I mean, 6 catches, 66 yards, came back on that and made a couple plays down the stretch for that team. Got to give him props there for that. Throw House, Harrison and Neighbors in purgatory. Curse of being so good in college. Yeah. You feel for both of them, don't you? Catalyst, Emanwari is not a deep safety. He could develop into that role, but his tape shows him much better near the line of scrimmage. He'd be the strong safety, so you're still going to play him strong than the free. You play cover 2 shells, so some of those guys are asked to do a variety of things. But all in college, Catalyst, he was in safety role. He wasn't playing the slot. The change of you moving him to the slot is a new thing. He might take to it and he might be amazing at it. And maybe you don't want to move him out of the slot because he'll end up being so good at it. But he certainly does have within his skill set an ability to play the strong safety position at the pro level. He wouldn't be a fish out of water out there. Big Chris, thanks for the breakdown. Could a team acquiring a Dexter help New York dead money by giving them money to go towards dead money without restructuring other players? The only way to pull that off would be that you would have to have a base amount. So you'd have to have a player on a contract with a high base amount. 2 things with this, Big Chris. It's going to take you having a player with a high base amount to offset the $13 million of dead money that the Giants have to come up with. So they don't have this, by the way. But this was essentially be like, if John Runyon was just on a $9 million, let's say they were willing to move John. And so John's on a $9 million base contract. And let's say John Ryan has no bonus money. So you have the $13 million you have to come up with, and you've got the $9 million there, and you move the $9 million with Dexter. Now that $9 million comes off the books, and that becomes part of what can then, to your point, that's then partly of what can then sustain to make the deal happen there, Big Chris. But you can see how this gets so kinky, because now I'm not only giving up Lawrence, now I'm giving up this player who may have value to me here, and I'm having to give him up because of offset the salary structure, just because we don't have the dead money to hit. We're having to give Seattle an extra player in this. And then do you have the right player you're willing to give up? Is it a player of a positional value that you don't want to give up? There's only going to be so many contracts on the books there, Big Chris. They're going to have that base salary not offset by the bonus to the other side of it. And some teams don't have any of the money on their books set up that way. It really just comes down to what happens here, Big Chris, is that when you're a team that's going to be the 32nd team in the NFL in salary cap space, that you've probably put yourself in a position to not be able to make these kind of moves because you've not left the door open for flexibility. You close that door down by squishing down so much of the cap space as far as how you did. So I can't think of maybe you can remember on this one. I can't think of a recent trade in recent history, Big Chris, where a team has included that kind of player into the package. So you have some prime player that this team wants to go get, and then this team has to not only give up the prime player, but has to give them the kicker in order to offset the salary dead money that they have to sustain to move that player. Especially at the trade deadline, I can't think of any recent deal that's been made in that kind of alignment. And that's where I come back to, Big Chris. What they'd have to really do is they'd restructure all the base deals that they have on their books, basically. And they'd have to do 3 or 4 of those kind of deals just to barely make it work. And it just becomes a bridge too far. It becomes too much that they have to do in order to do that, especially when you're talking about a Giants team who has to, in addition to this, Big Chris, freeing that money up would also mean that you're going to have to now sacrifice future salary cap space to do so. And if you're a team that's in the Giants who don't even know if you're going to stick with the coach moving into next year, do you really want to be in a position where you're putting future cap space into a dodgy position in order to move a player who's a very valued player on your team? Maybe the draft capital will be good enough to do that, but it hasn't been as a by and large kind of thing. Catalyst, Colby's the strong safety, but he's usually in 2 eye shell next to, yeah. And I mean, you're right in the respect of there's stuff that the strong safety is going to do in this defense that's going to be free safety-ish. I mean, even the pick that he's had, the 2 interceptions he's had. It's been more of a playing a sort of the single high safety in those situations to get those interceptions than it is him playing necessarily pure strong. But all of Nick Emanwari's tape in college is him out there as a safety. A lot of his tape is out there as a cover 2 shell safety. He can play to depth on tape. He can play up around the line of scrimmage. He's a very versatile player. Dig to trade Woolen in 2026 pick for a legit player would make me solid, would make me sold. I'm sign me up for that if you can find a team to do it, man. Hell yeah. I'm on board with it. SJ Koken, thank you for becoming a member of the channel too. Appreciate you that. An upgrade to $5 a month, as we say, New York. Yeah. Thank you, man. SZ, you're awesome for doing that. I appreciate you on that. And the members and the Patreon are kind of the same benefits that I do on either, because some people don't have the access to the being able to have a card on file for YouTube and that, so you can kind of do it over on Patreon if you're not as much wanting to put the card and associate it to the YouTube account. Gives people a little bit of an alternative direction if they want to on the support. But I thank you for that support, man. It's folks like yourself to make this thing go. So I really appreciate that. Very, very, very kind of you. Thrill House Brando, have you watched much of how Arisay, Mbao, Jackson's Vania been? I believe Arisay is one of the highest rated tackles in the sport right now, how he's playing. Savania has been a bit of a mixed bag. Jackson has been legitimate from the jump. And I have not been paying attention to Marcus Mbao. Not as of yet on that. But I know that Arisay and Jackson in particular have been doing very solid work. Steady. Arisay's been dominant a little bit. They might get a 4th round pick. I'm not sure who's paying Woolen at this point. To get the 4th round pick, King Bomber, Woolen's going to have to make like $13 million a year, $12 million a year. I don't know if there's a team right now paying Woolen a 3-year, $10 million a year deal. So it may be more 5th, 6th roundish. But again, too, you have the 7th amount most of cap space. And remember with that King Bomber in years past, when you have tended to be able to take advantage of the compensatory formula, you're doing it on the back of have a limiting factor when it comes to cap space. So when you're sitting on a lot of cap space, you got so much money to spend. And what's happened in years past when you've been in that position, King Bomber, is you end up overspending the losses that come out. And so it all ends up offsetting down to a 0 hour. And there's really no compensatory picks you get. Might play out differently this particular offseason, but you're sitting right now with $57 million of cap space moving into next offseason. Remembering as well, King, that right now you're sitting on about $28 million of cap space. So you could be having almost $100 million in cap space created for next offseason, which means you're probably not going to be in position to play the comp pick formula, even with the extensions that we have to give out to a Witherspoon and a JSN and a Cross, etc. Brandon says, yeah, JSN's been receiving God to this point. Man, does this offense look good by week 9? Whoo! Anyone's guess. Anyone's guess. I would think it would get better. I think with all of this new factors in play, new quarterback, new OC, new offense, that you would expect that it would be at its roughest shape at the beginning of the year and get better as the year goes along. It's definitely a bias being a fan that I want to see it that way too, but you hope. You hope. King, I hope Woolen looks really good the next few weeks and they trade him to Buffalo or something for a 3rd. I'd love to see it, man. He's going to need to step up a much bigger way to get that kind of return at this point. Brandon says, F the Niners. Massive swag fire fans this weekend. Trade deadline? Good question, Thrill House. Trade deadline is November 4th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you got some time here. You can make some assessments. Remember, the 5th of November. That's right. King says, at this moment, I feel like Woolen gets at least 10 to 15 if he turns this crap around. He probably gets 20. Well, you never know. It just takes one team out there, King Bomber. And I remember a couple of years ago just being absolutely blown away by the fact that Shaquille Griffin got, what did he get at that time? Like $14 million per year for Shaq Griffin when he went into free agency. So to your point, just takes one team. Maybe. It would make my butt sweat to be paying that guy $15 million at this point. King Bomber, it could be a mirage with Brian. It could be the Seahawks version of Geno Stone. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think a little bit of it is he's got those ball skills and he's shown from day one that he's got a nose for the ball as Kobe. But to your point on this again, like the two interceptions he has this year so far have been horrendous throws by the quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is throwing a fourth down prayer against the Steelers. And then this one was just a kind of a wild throw by Kyler. He just sort of winged it. So the turnovers are really good, and he has rounded himself into a pretty well-rounded player, but we come back to, again, just safety position is devalued. The safety position has been devalued for a reason. And you got to understand those reasons. You got to understand why the NFL so concretely has been in that position of things. And you tried to go counter to this. Not only has this been a hard rule of thumb, but you yourself organizationally said, hey, 31 teams are doing this. We're going to go do that. And it's going to be so damn brilliant. We're going to be so ahead of the pace, so ahead of the curve, so awesome because everybody's being so dumb going this direction. And we are going to show you safety is the new hotness. And it blew up in your face. It blew up in your face. So I wouldn't understand the intelligence behind throwing the money at Love. Say nothing of already some of the assets that you've thrown into this team, both monetarily and draft pick wise, when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. Because let's also remember on this that you're spending about as little of money on the offensive side of the ball as anybody in football right now. And especially with some of the line consistencies and whatnot, maybe there's a little bit of room there to balance a little bit of the books to the other side of the ball just a little bit. Kieran says, who says we have to pay Kobe top of the market money? Pay the guy, but top of the market? Give me like $6 to $8 million all day. I think when you're a safety that turns the ball over and you show consistently that you've been able to do that throughout your career, that's going to be enough to get you up into the double digits. So, I mean, I think he's going to be able to make probably at least into more of that $12 million a year territory on this. Let's look at Sports Track really quick here. So for the safety position right now, your top end average per for safeties, you have Kyle Hamilton at $25.1 million, Kirby Joseph at 21.5, Antoine Winfield at 21, Derwin James at 19. So, when you get down to Jalen Thompson, who's making $12 million for the Cardinals right now, who would you take right now? Jalen Thompson or Kobe Bryant? And if you even maybe go with Jalen Thompson, it's like Josh Metellus from the Minnesota Vikings, Grant Delpit. These guys are all making $12 million per year. Jalen Thompson making $12 million per year. I think I have a hard time seeing him not pull in at least that as a floor. And that would be a bit too high for me at that point. HHGB, what do you think it would take to get Block Bowers? No chance, man. They're going to they're going to consider him a foundational piece. Remembering with the Raiders that they don't have a lot of foundational pieces. So they're not giving up the few that they do have. Maybe this is all a fluke and it's a 5-head play to let the Cardinals come back so their faith in Harrison and Murray are restored so they can stick around for another year. 5D chess. Maybe so, man. Swedish, the Kobe picks sort of remind me of Geno Stone and Mike McDonald's last year at Baltimore. A lot of names land interceptions. How has Stone fared since leaving Mike McDonald to Baltimore? I honestly don't know. He hasn't replicated what he did that year, to your point, Swedish. And I think you're onto something here. I do. I think Kobe's got a nose for the ball, and I think he's developed into a very good player, but that also doesn't mean that I think you should be paying him that kind of money. And I think you got to be careful. Got to be careful if you're already paying one free safety so much money like you are in Love to be willing to go to the other one too and say, we're going to do this with you as well. King Bomber says, Stone's been atrocious in Cincinnati. Oh, so even worse than I thought. Fiji is Emanwari coming back, going to kick Spoon outside and Woolen being benched. I sure hope so. That would be my guess as to what happens, Fiji, Mark. I can't guarantee it, but I'd have a hard time seeing how the coaching staff with that extra couple of days to look at the tape and look at the first 4 weeks to say, okay, let's get our best corners out on the field all at the same time. And maybe Woolen's not one of those guys right now. King, I think Love was good in New York, got screwed with the Carroll defense and career revival with McDonald. Yeah, I agree. He was good in New York. Ross P would give Bowers for Woolen, but Tom Brady would be like, what the F are you doing? That's right. We have Tom Brady there to not allow us to take advantage of Carroll. He's holding us back. SZ Koken says, hi, I'm a bit confused. I signed up for both the $5 membership and the $2 patron. How do I cancel the $2 membership? I want to keep the $5 membership though. It's all done by YouTube SZ. YouTube does all of this on the back end. So I don't have any control, any functionality. I don't have a UI that allows me to do anything with the membership program. I'm not even sure on how you would adjust it from the 5 to the 2, other than I think you'd select the subscribe button or you'd select the member button. And then I think you could probably adjust it from the member button or go down to the subscriptions in your, I'm kind of 6 hours and 20 minutes on this one, SZ. So I'm kind of like in a part where I don't even know where to begin on trying to tell you where to go on that one. So maybe just try to do the Google search on how to adjust your membership level with YouTube. But I don't know how to do it, and I don't have control to necessarily I don't have manual control over the members to put a member down here or bring a member up there, or it's completely on your guys' end on the back end with that. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure really how. I think if you click on the member button, it should, I would think, then allow you to change the different levels if you click on the member button, where you should see the levels. But I'd have to Google search it. I'm not sure how on that. I don't have any. If I had control, I'd adjust it if I could there, SC, but unfortunately I don't. Don't at me. Thank you for the $5 donation. Don't at me. It says, thoughts on a Kobe deal similar to a Geno Stone. 2 years, $14 million-ish. I don't think it's going to be as much in play to do that. Number one, you're $7 million per year. As I said, I think that it's very hard for somebody to talk me into the fact that the thing you guys got to remember with this is that the numbers don't go backwards in the NFL. Even at a position that's technically depressed like the safety position is, they're not going to go backwards. So you're not going to have Kobe Bryant come through and go get you 5-6 interceptions this year and play pretty decently against the run and pretty well graded by PFF. And then you're going to get that guy at half the cost of a top 14 safety. So I guess maybe let me show you this, because I'm still seeing some people kind of harping on this a bit, to where maybe I just got to show you guys kind of the representations of this to kind of put this down and kind of take it. I'm not trying to kind of shut you guys down on stuff. I love this talk, and I think it's all worth considering to a degree on this, but not every deal is on the table. Okay, so not everything is possible because we want it to be. And you got to, when you look at these contracts, and I'm getting late here, it's not letting me go to where I want to go on this. All right, try to get this. Man, where is it at? It's not going to let me bring it up, huh? Okay. God, when this stuff does not want to work, it doesn't want. You're just gonna have to take my word for it on this, guys. It's not happening. You can want it to happen, but your want won't make it occur. Right now, Jalen Thompson is a top 16 paid safety at $12 million per year. Kobe Bryant is going to make an argument that he's a better player than Jalen Thompson coming at the end of this season. So you're not getting him for a red nickel less than $12 million per year. You're not going to get him for a red nickel less than a 3-year extension. There won't be a 2-year extension on the table. Now, don't at me if Kobe goes in the tank and he becomes less, then that's another thing, right? But let's just say he stays the trajectory that he's been at the past 2 years. That he ends out this season and he's 5-6 interceptions and he plays another full season. Geno Smith, part of the reason that he got the Geno Stone, the reason he got the 2-year, $14 million-ish type deal with Cincinnati would have been partially because he's an absolute nightmare when it comes to a run defender. Even in that really good year that he had where he got those picks in that season with Mike McDonald, he was still being taken off the field at times in rundown situations because he was such a nightmare as far as a tackler goes. You don't have the same problems with Kobe Bryant. So he's a better run defender than a Geno Stone. He's not operating off of just 1 year of productivity to then go get him that 2-year contract, the short sample size, if you were. So just there's more background here to work off of, and it's just not a possibility. It really comes down to the bottom line of, do you want to make 2 top paid safeties, 2 top 15 paid safeties at the same time? Is that a smart move? And I just don't think it's a really smart move, in my opinion. There's better ways to spend this money, understanding again that I'm seeing some folks here racing a little bit to spend more money on the defensive side of the ball. Now, are we at a kind of a point where we put enough here on the defensive side of the ball? Like, are we at a spot where we've put untold amount of resources into this to make Mike McDonald's defense, sing? I mean, is there not certain positions there should be on this defense to where we can go a little bit lighter as far as cost if we've got such a dynamic defensive-minded head coach? Or does he have to have everything stacked with the highest possible cost at every position to get the most out of his defense? And if that's the case, how good of a defensive coordinator is he? How good of a defensive mind is he? And of course, I think he is good. And I don't think that's part of what's pushing me on this. Don't at me. I'll give you this. There's a lot in the chat that seem to be very much in favor of this based off of your donation and a few other people I'm seeing post this. But man, I've got to push back against it and thinking, I don't think it's a smart deal. I don't think it's good money spent. I think that you just had this rule of thumb so thoroughly proven to you as to why this is not the direction to take that I'm kind of surprised that there are so many good number of people in the chat that are kind of wanting to sign back up for the same kind of situation. I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to me. I don't. I love what Kobe's done. He's a self-made player. He's got a nose for the ball. It's going to hurt losing him. It's not that it isn't going to be a little bit painful losing him on this, but you've already set the stage for this with the drafting of Nick Immanwari to be able to get around this a year from now if you have to on that. And say nothing of the fact with a Witherspoon. If Witherspoon doesn't take off at outside corner, let's say he struggles at outside corner and he struggled at the safety position at the slot here in the last year and a half as far as coverage goes. Guess where the next destination is going to be for Witherspoon? Safety. So you may even almost be too deep at this thing in the long term as it's kind of set up right now. But again, there's no team in the NFL paying 2 safeties top of the market money. There's something in that. I'm asking you guys kind of look at something in that a little bit. Like, why isn't that the case? Why isn't it, if it was smart, if it was the proper way of resources to allocate on your team, why aren't there more teams doing it? Are they doing it because they're just stupid and foolish and they're not seeing an advantage there that's readily there for you to go take? Or could it be that there's a reason that these positions are devalued in the league and that you want to put your resources to those things that aren't devalued? And that's the best way to maximize a ball club. Just my take on it. But again, don't have me. You're not alone on it. And there's a lot of folks in the chat that seem to be very hot and heavy on trying to get Kobe brought back here on a contract extension. So maybe I might be on the boat in the open waters alone on this one as it stands with it. But I just wouldn't myself be in regards to that. And there's just no way you're getting him at $7 million a year. He'd have to fall back this year. He'd have to become horrendous as a tackler. He'd have to get, lit up a little bit in coverage for you to be able to get down to that, range of things. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5. And don't have me thank you for the double dip dono. Keon, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Says, I just got back from the Mariners game. Now watching the Hawks. Darnold's touchdown to Barner was absolutely a gorgeous pass. Wow. Wonderful throw on his part. And you see with the confidence when he lets that thing go, Barner's not to the spot. He's letting it go with anticipation. He's throwing the layered ball in there just in the perfect spot. In a lot of ways, it was very similar to the throw that he made to Torrey Horton in the back of the end zone on the fade ball, where he can just put that ball in just the right spot, which a very catchable pass at that as it's coming in, very softly coming into the hands of the receiver there, but putting it in absolutely a pristine, perfect placement. I mean, you cannot set that ball. He couldn't have just about handed Barner or Horton the ball. If he was standing right next to him and he's just like, here's the ball. You couldn't have put it in a better spot. Absolutely a great throw by Darnold, and he threw a variety of dimes in this game. He had a bag full of dimes in this one, Keon. Very impressive. And congrats to the Mariners. How about the Mariners? Get the playoffs, get the division, get the home field bye. In addition to that, they're going to have as great a chance as we have seen in the Mariners' history here in any season through 50 years of going out there in the playoffs and getting the World Series. Let's go get it done, Mariners. And Keon, I will be streaming all of the Mariner postseason action here that doesn't overlap with already prior commitments like Seahawks and whatnot going on with that. So congrats to the Mariners. But Darnold made some big time throws in this game, Keon. He came into this game as the number 1 rated quarterback by Pro Football Focus. He is going to leave this game. He's going to leave through the 4th week of the season. I don't need to see the games. I don't need to see Indiana Jones against the Rams. I don't need to see none of it. He will be your number 1 rated passer in the NFL by Pro Football Focus through the first 4 weeks of the season. I guarantee it. Does anyone else notice that Baltimore's run defense is pitiful? Indeed, it's sucking wind. And that is where Mike, I think, recognized this offseason in a major way that this is a bit of the weakness within my defense. I'm going with the lighter boxes. I'm going to have to trust those front guys up there to hold it down. And I've got to make sure my guys are on their P's and Q's with that if I'm going to run those light boxes. We've got to improve at that. I can't let this be a glaring weakness to my defense. And so far out the gate this season, you've really turned that thing on its ear in a major way. And it's not naturally easy to do so. Talked a lot about the natural ease defenses have of playing our offense because of their commitment to stacking the box so heartily. When you're on the other end of it as a defense and you're stacking your box so infrequently, you're opening the door for offenses to have more success in running the ball. Harder to run the ball. Easier to run the ball in those light boxes. But the fact that you've been able to be stout despite that is pretty cool. SZ Koken says, I'll figure it out. No worries. All good. Thank you. I appreciate the support, SZ. And I wish I had a better answer for you. I wish they even maybe give you a little bit of control where I could just hit a button and adjust it through. But it's all done in the back end on YouTube side. The only thing I control is like the posts that I do for members on the community posts, or if I post a video for members. That's about as far as they take the control for me on that side of it. SZ says, what should we do with Bolin? He's a liability, especially in crunch time. Should we trade him, cut him? What can we get? I don't think you're going to get a lot of trade value for him at this point, SC, because of the fact that he has had some rough road over the last about a year and a half, and I think his trade value is probably about as low as it's ever been. So I just don't think there's a lot to pull back for him. I think you keep him on the roster, but he probably does go to the bench at this point. Part of why he's continued to be run out there in the last couple of weeks is that you've had a myriad of injuries in your cornerback room, so you've had to play him because you haven't had the guys that you can call upon on there to move him off the field. But I think now that that's going to be the case where you're going to have the opportunity actually to now move him and get a guy out there, and he's not just being given the job, which since day one of arriving, and he's earned it at times in the right to be able to play, but we have to acknowledge since day one of arriving with Woolen, a lot of the times your cornerback room has been so weakened that it's just sort of given him the job to start no matter what. Play good, play bad, you're going to be the starter. I don't think that we're in that land anymore necessarily. Florin says, I feel like the refs kept the Cardinals in the game. 15 yards for an offensive taunting. Well, the taunting one was probably one that's a little valid. I'm with you, Florin, that I think that the officials kept them in this game. I think that there were some horse crap calls in this game that were absolutely just brutal for our Hawks in that second half that kept the Cardinals alive. And it got a little bit to a point where it was getting just about to where I was about to go on tilt, quite frankly, because it was just like working the last nerve. The taunting one is a valid one. When they showed it on the replay floor, and it didn't make sense initially, but when you watch the replay and the extended coverage, Walker takes the ball and throws the ball at the defender. And you saw that last year with Geno Smith throwing the ball off the defender's helmet when he was frustrated for tackling him late out of bounds. You can't do that. That's an automatic penalty every time. So it's just dumb play by Walker. But there was easily about a half a dozen calls into that second half, Lauren. Easily a half dozen calls that were just absolutely just awful calls. And the worst of it being the JSN holding call, which is not only an awful call that's just wrong, but that you wipe 7 points off the board from the officiating, and you wipe 7 points off of, that would have put the game out. That would have closed the game right there and there. So if you're looking for one play above all others, that was just as miserable as it gets as far as the calls go. But this was the worst officiated game of the year so far, and it's not even close. And so as the game with Woolen too, I think with him, you put him to the bench. You call upon him if you get down as far as probably some of the depth throughout the rest of this year. But I can't think that there's really going to be much of a deal to be had out there just because he's had some rough games over the last year and a half. And the start of the season has not been good. Noob. So if you had the Legion of Boom today, are you paying Cam and Earl? If I have two Hall of Fame talents at the position, am I going to pay him? Yeah, if I have a Hall of Fame talent at the position, I think that's a little bit of a different deal. But if I'm paying two good players really good money at the same time, that's not the same as having two game-changing Hall of Famers either, right? So are there rule of thumbs that are hardlined? Yeah. Is there always exceptions to the rule? There's no rule in life, and noob. There's no rule in life where you're never not going to go down a direction, but you just chose the most extreme trajectory and direction you could to that. That's where you just took the argument. You went, what if you have this most extreme thing that never exists in any other circumstance ever anywhere there? Then would you do it? Well, yeah, if you've got that. But I think we're kind of a far cry in Julian Love and Kobe Bryant from Cam and Earl. I don't think if I asked 100 Seattle Seahawks fans that there's even one fan in 100 that's going to take Julian Love and Kobe Bryant, or one fan that would tell you that there's any sort of equivalency between the talent levels of those two players to the other two players. Kobe's fine. Julian Love is a fine player. Cam and Earl were absolute difference makers for the position. Earl being the best safety in the sport at that time, Cam probably being the best strong safety in the sport during his time. So, I mean, I understand the question. I do. There's always extremes, but let's not go to extremes. As I always say with this noob, you don't count on the outlier and say that's the rule of thumb. Having two Hall of Fame safeties is not the general rule of thumb. And I'm really operating more from a rule of thumb here that rule of thumb in the NFL is that there's no team in the NFL that's got two Hall of Famers at the same time. You don't have two Hall of Famers sitting on your roster at the same time. So if we kind of lean in the rule of thumb then, being that the position is devalued, and then it is one where you don't really pay the safeties at both at the same point in time, and that makes a lot of sense as to why teams have taken this approach and why they have devalued it. Because there's a reason for the devaluation too, right? It's not just that it's randomized and that just happens to be the safety. Because oftentimes with safeties, you're going to just see them playing to depth. You're going to see them out away from the play, not having impact necessarily on the action at hand. And so that's why I think the devaluation has come into play here a little bit. And that you have them playing the safety position where they're that last line of defense oftentimes, and it's taking away a little bit of their impact. Thus, you're paying so much money to those players, you're sort of throwing a lot of money out that you're not getting as much of the impact in. I think it also makes a bit of a difference when you're able to have a guy between those two to where Cam's coming down in the box and he's able to essentially be a linebacker like that in the box and provide a very set functionality what he's bringing. And then that leaves Earl to the back end, and Earl basically can play like a cover two safety to the back end. It's also the pairing between their two skill sets I would offer as well. Something else you're missing. Kobe Bryant, Julian Love are very good players, but I wouldn't say that their skills mesh to the same territory that a Cam and an Earl does. But again, that's the outlier, man. That's the most extreme potential version. And I don't think that we're close to that with the two guys we have right now. Bronze Sausage, thank you for the $2 donation, Bronze. Appreciate that. Says, go Hawks. Good to see you in the house, man. Thank you for that donation. Appreciate the support on the round table as well. JRD243, thank you for the $10 donation, JRD. Sorry I'm late. You guys are rolling late tonight. We got a ton of people in here still at 12 o'clock. Sorry I'm super late. One question. What is wrong with Woolen? He's a complete ghost of himself in year 4. Could it be the yips? Has to be the mental, because he's still young. It can't be an age thing. I think it's hard to press down on this to get to any answer that I could give you that would give you a certainty on this, GRD. I can't. There's a part of me that thinks there's a little bit of this after year 1 where, he kind of was like, I made it. If there was a sense of coming into that year 1 of uncertainty, can I play in the NFL? Can I make this transition? I better fight my ass off. I better work my ass off through this offseason. I better grind. I really felt like that year leading up of offseason to his first year, you really felt like he had put a lot of work in to fix a lot of the issues that you saw on tape of him in college. And I'm not sure that he's put that same level of work in the past off seasons. I'm not sure that he has the same level of hunger the past couple of off seasons that he did walking in that first year. I feel like there's a little bit of I made it. I'm here. I've done it. The hay's in the barn. So there's just a little bit of that, I think, is affecting this to a degree. Some of it also, though, is just the hard to pin down. I'm not really sure. He's in the right position at times. He's not making the play on the ball. Why last year against the Rams are you falling away on an interception that's right there in your hands? If you just take 2 steps forward, you've got a pick. Hell, you might have a pick 6. But then he does the very same thing this year, falling away in the back of the end zone, letting the 49er tight end go and grab the ball. I mean, the key here that you're seeing is that this is backtracking in the wrong direction at the wrong time. You shouldn't be worse of a player year 4 than you were in year 1, especially making such a new transition to the position like he did. You should have been at your worst in year 1 and progressively gotten better with time. So the fact that that's not happening, the fact that you're seeing mistakes get repeated, the fact that the penalties have started to now enter into the discussion, I think it's, whatever the reason may be, the time has run out for what's the excuse, what's this, what's that. You got good enough corners playing good enough football on this team that you don't have to rely on Woolen. I want this kid to be as good as anybody else, but it doesn't have to become hell or high water. It doesn't have to be that our season's going to have to ride or die on the back of Woolen starting out there 24/7. And if you got better options like we have, or can have, even if you want to go make a trade, then I think you got to just kind of pull that lever at this point. You've given him plenty of opportunity here to get this thing right. And quite frankly, when he's in press coverage, given throws up over the top, that should be the stuff that he neutralizes all day long. That should be his bread and butter of stopping that kind of route. It should be the in-breaking routes and the change of direction routes. That should be the stuff that gives Woolen issues. Not getting beat by Ricky Pearsall on a 9 route. What's going on? So it isn't just a bit of like the backtrack. It's how he's losing, where he's losing, the penalties, the being worse in year 4 by far as a player than what you were in year 1. With 2 defensive-minded head coaches to bring you along in Carroll and in McDonald, that you haven't made that progression. I think that whatever the reason is, you just arrive at the spot of the reasons almost don't matter. It's not good enough, and we can do better with somebody else out there at this point. And it's got to get a little bit to, I think, the cold-blooded point, because you've given the kid plenty of rope here to find his foot. You give him plenty of mistakes to kind of get the leveling out on this, and it just isn't really clicking into place. Poncho Honcho, thank you for the $5 donation. Poncho, is there a possibility of trading Kobe now while his stock is high? No. You're gonna go through this year and you're gonna let him play out the final year, and you don't want to hurt your defense right now, and then you don't know how Emanwari is going to play in that spot. You've had Emanwari playing out of the slot throughout training camp, so Emanwari's not even playing safety really as much. So, who are you rolling out there if you tried to move him at the deadline? I also don't think you're going to get a whole lot. Safeties don't return a lot via trade, Poncho, unless they're real difference-making kind of guys. Not just a merely good safety, but like a game-changing safety might, net you a little bit of something. But you're not going to get much for him as well. So you'll significantly potentially weaken your defense and get not very much even in that stock being as high as it ever will kind of return. Because remember, Poncho, whoever trades for him, has to get him signed onto a contract extension or lose him for nothing as a free agent after this year, or franchise tag him. And I don't think anybody's going to be franchise tagging Kobe Bryant. So, no, you'll hold on to him. I can understand a little bit where you're coming from on this, but it's more of this is the plan in place. You hold him through this year, you let it play out this year. And then you have your, you have the option on the table if they really want to sign the extension, they can. But I think that the plan in place is basically to transition there to Emanwari. And I think even that the team's got in the back of their mind, like I was saying about Witherspoon, that if Witherspoon if he can't be dominant as a slot, if he can't be dominant as an outside corner, a lot of people thought with Witherspoon coming out of college that he eventually would make the transition to becoming a safety when it was all said and done. So that's another guy who eventually the team might end up making that choice. I'm not predicting it, but that you have these other options there. But there's just not enough value back. Like, you're not getting a 3rd round pick back for Kobe Bryant on a half season of a contract. And with the way the defense is playing and how he's playing with Julian Love back there, I think you don't want to mess up what's what's rolling well. I mean, you're 3-1. You don't want to weaken your team at this point, 3-1 in the season. I get where you're going with it. I understand that approach a little bit, and you're trying to, get what you can. You don't want to have the guy go for nothing at the end of the year and just walk and somebody pays him and you get nothing at that point. But I think that's the risk you're going to probably take for the upside of that this defense can be at the full strength and maximize that strength out as far as it can go for this upcoming year. Keon Lund, I'm only midway through the second quarter and Kyler has thrown 4 passes on 1 foot or jumping. What awful mechanics. Dude is going to be done this year. It's a brutal first half for him, Keon. He gets things a little bit turned around in that second half, as you will see, but he's not looked impressive. And I do think that this is probably his last year there with the Cardinals. It'll be interesting to see where the landing zone happens. I mean, if the Cardinals moved off of him this year, where does he go? Miami? Not a lot of landing spots, I'll tell you what. Miami, New York. But yeah, he does a lot of the falling away stuff. And what's hard with that is if you're a big 6'4" quarterback and you're off your back foot and you're trying to kind of throw that up falling away a little bit, you sometimes have the size and kind of the girth to kind of do that. When you're a smaller guy like that trying to do that, you don't have as much of that you can lean back on and get as much oomph on the ball. And I felt a few of those throws that he made into that first half, especially with the back foot floater, those things kind of floated on him. Those kind of hung up in the air just a little bit. And he's a guy that can put some velocity on some of his throws, but he's got to get both feet planted in the grass when he wants to uncork it like that. And when he gets 1 foot up or he's falling off the back, he loses a lot of the velocity on his ball. But I do think that this will be the last year with him in there with Arizona. Maybe there's a possibility here he can turn this around and get this team right. They do have 2 wins. They haven't been purely bad this year. They have an easier schedule this season. But the fan base is starting to turn. The natives are getting restless, Keon, out there in Glendale. They're starting to go, when is this going to happen? We're year 6 here? And boy, they flashed his record against the NFC West, that's not an arrow in his quiver. It's not a feather in his cap that he's been so bad against the NFC West. That's kind of like, so the teams most familiar with how to play you have done the best against you. That's a bit of a yikes. Just a little bit of a yikes. I don't know where to your point, man, I don't know where he goes after this year if he does have to move on. Which team is going to be stepping forward to say, yeah, you be our starter here? And some of that's just that there's not as many jobs available in the NFL for quarterbacks right now. Hard to picture Kyler as kind of backup Kyler, isn't it? But he might have to slide into that role of things after this year. Jay Stern, thank you for celebrating 26 months over 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate that. Hey, B, good start to the season. Byron Murphy has been great so far. Can't wait for Emanwari to get back. Yeah, Byron played another really good game. I think he was showing up mainly in this one as much as anything from a run-centric standpoint, where he was really showing up there on that side of it. But Emanwari is a guy to get excited about, not just because he's a second-round pick. The Seahawks had a first-round grade on. And if you want to have faith in this, when talking about Byron Murphy and pairing to Emanwari, remember Byron Murphy stepping forward this year and playing so well here in year 2. And as far as statistically, he played well last year too, but that you're starting to feel more of the statistical impact, getting more of the sacks. Remember Murphy, this guy that they looked at as being the best defensive player in the draft. And Emanwari, you looked at as being a first-round level talent. And this guy was when I tell you lighting up, I'm saying lighting up training camp. Remember with Corbin Smith, he told us when we did that little round robin show there in person in Seattle, and he told us that he felt like Emanwari someday was going to be wearing a gold jacket. Corbin's not a guy to talk about guys like that in that manner, that flippantly. He's not a guy just to artificially gas up the fan base like that. And I think that speaks to him seeing it true. And I saw it on the field with Emanwari too. He was making some great plays out there. So don't underrate his impact. Guy had 3 snaps and a tackle for loss in that 49er game. And on top of the fact it could free up Witherspoon to maybe be better on the outside. Yeah, they've been great. And Emanwari is going to be a lot of fun for you guys. Thank you for understanding SC Koken too on the membership thing. Sorry I don't have a better answer for you on it. Nick, Brandon, did you ever hear back from the gal waitress from Dino's? Just teasing you, kind of. Roquan looks bad, huh? Oof. I think that I would pay Kobe and Love. I think they play great. Not sure how much Kobe plays with Emanwari when he is healthy. Now, Emanwari will be a slot. Kobe will be the strong. Long term, though, I think Emanwari probably slides to safety. Little Dallas Cowboy, damn. Brandon's still rolling. Good content. Win tonight. Darnold and Dak suck. Hey, we're loving Darnold right now. I'll tell you that. We're loving Darnold, but you're still off the Dak train, huh? Big Chris, Woolen for Thibodeau. New York could use his cornerback. I love it, man. If we can pull off that trade like that, I'd be okay with doing that. Brandon says, man, I've wished Woolen would develop into a solid cornerback mold for 2+ years now. It just seems silly to continue holding out hope for something that's not happening. Again, NFL years are short. 4 years for cut you off. Development is like a half a lifetime. It is. It's a long period of time to be given a run like that. And to not really come forward in your game, I think, is telling. And I don't think he's a bad player, but we're trying to build up a dominant defense. And it's going to be tough to make this a dominant defense if you have a weak link like Woolen's been on the outside. And Ward's going to get out on the street. And people are going to keep starting to attack Woolen at a higher and higher rate until he proves he can do something about it. It is frustrating, and I'd have had a lot of hope for Woolen. I love him a lot as a player because he's just so unique, and he's got so much upside that is real. It's not pie in the sky. It's not daydreaming of something that's not real, that's possibility. It's right there, and it sometimes feels like it's right on the edge of you getting over that cliff in a good way. But instead, you're just falling off a cliff. It's not a cliff to greatness. It's a cliff to the bottom of a rocky shoal below. And your body's going to be just mangled at the bottom. That's what it really is. So I'm with you on it. Just, it's been enough time where I think you've let this thing develop. I got through this offseason, and I was kind of already at this offseason in a place where I told you guys, I said, look, we're going to have to pay him $5.5 million this upcoming year. At $5.5 million, I don't think he's proven enough for me to feel like that's the money best spent to roll another year with him out there. And we were in it. Instead, we went out and rolled him again this year. And I'm looking kind of smart on that one for being willing to kind of move off of that and look to put that $5 million in other places at this point. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I wonder if Minnesota wishes they spent $35 million on Sam. I think, how can you not, from their perspective? How can you not? It was very much not clear. We know that from the jump with what they wanted to do. And there was a lot of like, should we come back to Sam? Should we do with this over here? Well, then are we going to try to move this? And the tough part of that came down to, if you kept Sam, you're going to have to move McCarthy. And if you move McCarthy, you were going to lose out on all of that draft capital value. Because what could you hope to get with him coming off a knee injury where he didn't play in his rookie year? I mean, if you spend a top 10 pick on him, now what are you getting? Maybe a mid to late second rounder. Best case scenario, maybe. So you have to sort of take in the pants on a tremendous amount of draft capital loss on top of then with Sam having the final 2 games that he had there, hoping that those 2 games were the outlier to what he was throughout the most of the year, which I think it was. And there was good reason to believe it was that. But teams don't want to do that with a quarterback you just took a top 10 pick on. And should they have? Probably smarter choice to do that. You know, when you get your quarterback in house that's working and he's doing the job and you got the right guy, even if you were able to pull him off the scrap heap and you didn't count on him being that, you just thank your lucky stars you found the one. You don't sit there and go talk yourself out of it, which is a little bit what Minnesota did on that one, I think, a little bit. And they're paying the price for it. McCarthy does not look ready. And he does not look close to being on Sam's level of where Sam is at from his progression in his career. Tough, too, for Minnesota, because that's really what they thought would be a Super Bowl ready-made roster. And right now it looks like their quarterback position is going to be a big mitigating factor. On top of the fact the rebuild offensive line hasn't exactly worked out great for them either. Bron Sausage, any corners we can go at after by the deadline? Well, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. I would reckon to guess that there's really nobody you're going to be trying to take a look at cornerback-wise, partly just because of the fact that you're going to be so strong in your cornerback room when this comes down to this. You're going to have Woolen sitting on the bench as a decent backup. You've got Job out there starting on the outside. You've got Witherspoon on the other outside. You've got Emma Warry in the slot. You're going to be having Darian Kendrick sitting on the bench. Nehemiah Pritchett out on your bench. So you still feel that. You got Shaq Griffin still sitting on your bench. So you got three guys that you feel fairly decently comfortable with, I guess. Maybe they released Shaq Griffin. I can't remember on that one. But you feel pretty decently about those guys. You got Trayvon Diggs. If you want to maybe try to make a splash one with the Cowboys, and they might be looking to move off that contract. Alontae Taylor's in the final year of his deal there with the Saints. Maybe the Saints can be in a bit of a sell mode if you're in on an Alontae Taylor. Greg Newsome with the Browns is a possibility out there. He's been maybe a guy that they've looked at as a possibility. Outside of that, I don't think there's really much of anybody, though, corner-wise, that you could be looking at there. Cal says, makes sense why Cincinnati's run defense has been absolutely atrocious since Jesse Bates left. Yeah, they were kind of bleeding out some defensive talent over the last couple of years there like that. Got your Jermaine Pratts that have moved on. Little here, little there. Sam Missile, Sam Dargold. Let's go. Dargold. Sam Dargold. Noob. John Schneider always wanted to be a safety in the NFL. He can't help himself. See, I always thought it was Pete, Noob, but maybe it was John. Pete's the former safety, right? Who doesn't love safeties but a former safety? Sammy Darigold. Cal says Roquan can't do it all, especially without much help at the will linebacker position since Queen departed. And now Quinn's playing out of position as a Mike in Pittsburgh. Like, what the F? Teams do some weird things, Catalyst. I never understand playing the guy at a position from where he would be at his best. I get that sometimes necessity is the mother of all things, and that you're driven by it, and the best laid plans can kind of go to waste, and you got to kind of scramble at times. But so it does surprise me sometimes people putting players that are pretty good players and moving them out of the position of where they will be at their best. But it is kind of a commonality you see in the NFL. And we just let the Cardinals come back, multiple touchdowns in the fourth quarter. You let good players go, and you're trading a known commodity for a lottery ticket. Indeed, there is a finite amount of resources, and you got to know where your bread's buttered on your team and how your defense is driven. I guess I would just ask on this one, Kieran. Is it a defense driven by its safeties, or is it defense driven by its front seven? I mean, it's a little bit more driven by the front seven. Brandon C. probably preaching gold. Listen up, peeps. Thank you, Matt. Bomber Job and Kendrick are both free agents. It's true. Yes, sir. Noob. John Schneider dream is a team of safeties. When John Schneider plays Madden, the only trades for safeties. He had Ed Reed at quarterback in 2008. Hey, Ed Reed can sling it, though. Guys, I wonder if there's another level to Mike's style of defense. We're already getting a ton of turnovers and sacks or starting to show up more. Yeah, I think there is. I mean, he's not really brought out a lot of the flourishes within his packages through the first 4 weeks here. They're playing it straight up with just 4-man pressure looks. They're dropping guys into depth. Even the stack boxes are being run pretty infrequently this year at a lesser rate than last year. You walked into this game 31st in the NFL in blitzing. There's a lot of buttons and knobs he can push here if he wants to. I just think he's trusting in his base aspect of things, and they're being so dominant at times in the base aspect of things that he's feeling comfortable with it. That's obviously a bit of a guess. Team Bomber says, could see something where one of Job and Kendrick or both come back on a cheap 1-year deal, only one of Nwosu Lawrence get cut, or Moffi comes back on a cheap 1-year deal, etc. Hard to predict on this one a little bit. I think Nwosu does come back, has another year left on his deal, and I think there's a good chance that you do have him remain. Lawrence is kind of a year-by-year basis with him. Moffi is an unrestricted free agent, so there may be a team out there that likes him, but some of this just depends on what does Moffi do his final year. He's got no sacks through 4 games. If he ends up with 3 or 4 sacks this year, Probably not going to be a lot of suitors lining up to go and enlist his services. King says Cross and JSN are getting fat paychecks, and the rest of the cap is getting rolled over. Amen. The JSN extension won't happen until the next league year, King Bomber, because of the 3 rookie season thing. But Cross is a yes. Gaz is crazy because Mike's defense is stopping the run in primary nickel without a massive nose tackle and in too high shell all the time is so impressive. It's incredible. It really is, man. It doesn't seem to go 2 and 2 together. When you're going to be this light of a box, you should be at least a little bit weak when it comes to stopping the run. Maybe it's not a glaring issue, but it should be at least a bit of a minor weakness. This has been a strength of your football team defensively to start this year out in every single football game. Doesn't matter what running back you're playing, Jalen Warren, Christian McCaffrey, Benson tonight, you are stopping the run and you're doing so with a light box. Ross K9 bye-bye too. Yeah, K9 probably as well. They got a lot of flexibility. It's a long season. I don't think the story's been played out as who you keep and who you let go at this point. I think there's still more time to kind of let that sort of settle. He was yanking his leg pretty bad with Walker. I get him being mad about it, and you hate the officials letting players do that little extended hold on to the guy's leg, stand up, and you're still twisting the leg. It's like officials, come on, let's at least get the guy off him at that point. But Walker does have to be smarter than flipping the ball at the guy because it's an auto penalty thing. SZ says, I really appreciate your work. It's almost 3 a.m. here in New York. Thank you for answering my questions. Anytime, SZ. That's what I pride myself on doing because I love it, man. I love having this interaction with you guys, picking your guys' brain. You pick my brain, and we all come out to, I think, a little bit more educated when we get out the end of this on both ends of it. So part of why I love going so long is we usually get to a lot more clarity by the end of this in a variety of different places. And that's you guys partly bringing me there on that. Poncho says, soon, I mean not now. Were you meaning about... You're meaning about Kobe? Maybe. I think the tough part there is, Poncho, that you're not going to put Emma Wari out at safety this year. That was never the plan, really. So you're not going to get a chance of really seeing Emma Wari much at that safety position to sort of make that move. He's going to be equipped into the slot. House, just stop the Seahawks. Just stop. The Seahawks are good. Now can we just enjoy and relax and watch what we have all been waiting for the last few years? Yeah. We're celebrating, man. Loving what we're seeing. Super stoked. PG, on the Sharp touchdown call back drive, the guy in front of me got up and left because Walker got hit in the backfield and he thought Sharp should be in. Some of these fans are unbelievable. The Walker Charbonnets thing has been pretty interesting to watch as far as the battle amongst the fans on this one, because there are Sharp believers and Walker believers, and neither the two shall cross. And they shall hate one another with a endearing hatred of their heart, despite being fellow 12s. Noob, do you think Cam Chancellor's getting the Hall of Fame? No, but not because of how good he wasn't, or because he carries the reputation that would get him in. He just isn't going to get in because he doesn't have the longevity. Sorry, it wasn't that serious a question. Oh, you're good, Noob. I love these questions, man. Brandon says, man, I am now in the minority of people that are still on the K9 train. No, I'm on the K9 train still with you. We're both seated next to each other here. And there may not be as packed a box that we're in here on this train, but there's a couple that remain. Think he can still be an above and beyond number one back over the next few years? Yeah. The simplified thing does. One second. I'm going to get some water here. 1 second. I still do trust in K9's talent. The bottom line here, Brandon, is you're dealing with the second highest rate of stacked boxes in the NFL. It doesn't matter whether it's Walker, Holani, Charbonnet. Nobody's finding consistent holes opened up there for him. I'm not talking about semi-truck holes that you could, fit 5 backs through. It's just wide open as can be. I'm just talking about a marginal hole. I'm just talking about a lack of penetration. I'm just talking about offensive linemen not being put on skates post-snap in the run game. This has been happening for years here. It continues through this year. It's changed this year a little bit because of the stacked boxes and that you've got so much congestion down there. Rather than Seahawks fans at times being smart and recognizing this, in my opinion, and saying, oh, look at all the stacked boxes. Nobody would find freedom at any point in those stacked boxes. There's no running back that's consistently going to get a lot of yards against stacked boxes. Instead of that, it becomes kind of down to more of a, is it K9 or is it Sharp? Pick one. Who's at fault? Somebody's wrong. Somebody's right. And so that's not really what's happening. So I think the answer to your question is this. We can further answer your question if we can at some point or another actually get K9 some consistent blocking up front. God forbid. And that's something that we have not been able to supply to him since the first 10 games of his career where he was going off. And he didn't even get to start initially because you had Rashad Penny here. So I think there's a real draw here to come back on K9, dance too much, doesn't have the vision, make this very simple. But I also think that there's a real hesitancy of fans of recognizing the fact that these stacked boxes are going to be very limited to the running game. And that the answer is not to keep running our head into that brick wall, but instead to look for plays down the football field for one-on-one coverage, places you can attack in the passing game. That's the way to go, in my opinion. That's right, Keem Bombers. Mafe Hall, 0 sacks through 4 weeks is tough. Wait, wasn't he better in the Sauce? Well, year one he was in Woolen, but I don't know since then the last couple of years if it's been that way necessarily. Sauce has had some up and down to his game though too. Yeah, Keon Hall did make a great play on that Kyler scramble. Able to get him from behind. Kieran says, I think if the league is not paying 2 safeties at the same time, you're probably playing some kid with a vet, and that's why you see a lot of terrible down the field play with lots of PI over ball hawking. Maybe. I think that's kind of a guess to the situation rather than it being backed up by actual representations of examples. So I guess I would like to see, maybe more examples of that, because then that would be, if that's something that's happening as a common occurrence, Kieran, then the adjustment would be coming from the NFL to start to pay 2 safeties. There would be more teams out there paying 2 safeties at the same time. If it's something that where the opposite has been proven true to these teams, Kieran, that the rule of thumb got to this place because teams realized that they could get by with the rookies back there. Teams realized they could get back there with not necessarily this grade A talented player that you just play to our coverages. You're in the cover 2 shell. There's less of those time periods now where you have a single high safety who's got to cover all this territory on the backside. You get 2 guys covering half a field by and large. Fairly simplistic responsibility, playing to depth, playing to the safety position. That's why you got the moniker, is that you're playing to that basically protective spot. And that will take you out of the play a lot of times to where you're not impacting plays. So to pay that guy, you're sometimes going to be paying a guy to drop to 30 yards into center field and not do anything on a particular play. And teams have said, hey, rather than do that, let me pay the defensive lineman up front who's in there impacting every play, who's a part in on the action on every play. And this is why also it's gone to being more of that. And as well on this to it, Kieran, you're a defense not driven by your safeties, you're driven by your front 7. Maybe that's another part to maybe consider on this. This is not a defense driven by the back to front end. It's driven by front to back. It has historically, and it maintains that. If there's anything you want in the secondary to be locked down in this particular defense, you're going to look for the corners to be locked down. That's where you really would want to put your resources into then finding that there, not the safety position. Noob says, I'm telling you, after the playoff against the Rams, he was never the same. Been the playoff against the Rams. Spacing on that one. Catalyst Leonard Williams not human. He's not human. Catalyst, from the tape I watched, Mike's defense is much more focused on interior pressure. Yeah, some of that is a little bit of kind of mobile quarterbacks. You got guys like Brock Purdy, and even Aaron Rodgers was breaking the pocket a little bit in the Steelers game. And of course, Kyler, that's his bread and butter in his game. You got a lot of guys that are going to, in the first few weeks of the season, that you're going to play that are, you got to do a little more containing in the pocket. And to give maybe Hall and Mafe a little bit of room on this one, where you have to, you first are sort of mush rushing in a game like this, which doesn't let you just go hell on wheels and attack the tackle and get after it. You know, you've always got to be aware about not letting Kyler have a backdoor escape from the pocket. SZ, Koken, what is a 9 route? What is the difference between a 3-tech and a nose tackle? Great questions. First up, a 9 route is what's called also a go route. A streak is also what this is called, Koken. So this is quite literally that you tell your receiver to get up the field and run as fast as he can to create that separation. So just a straight line route right up the football field. That's what technically a 9 route would be. As far as the difference between a 3-tech and a nose tackle, if I can find my... I think I got this over here somewhere. There we go. All right. So what you're going to see right here is you're seeing a defensive alignment that I'm showing you. And you have an offense here that's got its right tackle, right guard, center, left guard, left tackle, 2 tight end looks, okay? What you're seeing beneath those is you're going to see what's the technique. Technique is alignment. So when you think technique, think alignment, Koken. So you're going to have a technically normal plays and how you're going to run it on a defense. If you're not in a 3-4, but in your 4-down alignment, you're going to tend to have a 3-tech. As you can see here with the right guard, the 3 below him, 3-tech can be on either side. A 3-tech is going to tend to be the weak side, outside shoulder of the guard. That's what a 3-tech is. So they'll be to the weak side of the formation. They tend to, sometimes you can run to the strong side, but they tend to be on the weak side of the formation, outside the shoulder of the guard. Not on the inside shoulder to the center, but to the outside shoulder away from the center. You're then going to have typically a guy at the 1-tech position. The 1-tech position is going to be shaded between the shoulder of the center and the guard to the strong side of the formation. The 1-tech, like the 3-tech, can be on either side. So it can be on to the right shoulder or the left shoulder of the center, essentially, but you're going to be between the shoulders of a guard in the center, technically usually to the strong side of the formation. But as you can see on this, there's even techniques here that, you know, with just a step to your right, a step to your left. You can take it from being a 1-tech to a 2-eye, or a 1-tech to a 0-tech. Or you can take it from a 3-tech to a 4-eye, which is a 4 inside. You're a 4-tech, but you're to the inside shoulder of a right tackle. So it goes all the way up to a 9-tech. And what you see with the Seattle typically is that we're going to run 2 9-techs, kind of like that, or maybe sometimes in sort of a 6-7 technique a little bit too at times, depending on where they're at the formation-wise. But you got 2 guys on the wide outside. You usually have 1 3-tech, and then you usually have 1 1-tech. That's your typical alignment, Koken, for our Seahawks. Hopefully that kind of gives a little clarity on that. Curious enough, from what I'm seeing, the first 3 games, our edge rushers are pushing up the field way too far and getting bullied at the final point of attack and not turning the corner. Bad technique or too small. Yeah, some of it is how you have Hall rushes a certain particular way that's a little different from Mafe and how they have him rushing. But yeah, they're just not getting the job done too. We need more production than what we're getting from them. Kieran says, also, I apologize. Kendrick missed last year with an ACL. He's a restricted free agent next year. He's coming back for sure. Oh, let's go. That's huge. Be able to bring him back would be really, really big. He says DBs next year will be Love, Emanwari, Spoon, Kendrick, and someone else. I think you got Nehemiah Pritchett coming back too, King Bomber, for one more year. If he can continue to be pretty good. Keon says Kyler to Minnesota because AJ ain't it. That might be the move there. I don't know if he could execute O'Connell's offense, though. Maybe. O'Connell's pretty smart. He'd probably find a way to get it done. Would have loved Kenneth Grant through a house, but yeah, I don't feel too bad about Zabel either. Keon Lund, thank you for the sorry. I already read that one. Good question. Will Minnesota have regrets? Does JJ McQueefy take the Vikes anywhere this season? I think not. I think we landed a good one in Sammy D. I think we did too. And the quarterback position in the NFL tends to be one where even the quote unquote experts are getting this wrong, aren't they? I mean, when you got one guy in house that you still end up getting it wrong. And with Minnesota, I think we've got to acknowledge that there may have been some ownership pressure on this one with having drafted J.J. McCarthy to validate that pick just a little bit, rather than sort of already punting on the pick to stay with Sam. But Minnesota's in a tough position. You're in sort of one of the worst positions you can be in the NFL, where you've got a Super Bowl ready-made roster, and yet you're held back by the quarterback position. It becomes a limiting factor of your top end. And boy, that'd be a tough break for the Vikings with all the resources that they invested, because they went for it this offseason. I mean, they really, really went for it with the money that they spent. So if it ain't working there, it's going to be a tough look for them. Pumpkin is wiped out. That game took it out of her space. She's out here with her little leg doing the little dreaming, chasing after bunny rabbits or whatever. Keon, 30 to 40 million for a top 10, 15 quarterback is chump change these days. Yes, sir, Keon. Especially for a guy entering into his prime at 28 years old. Great value deal. Yeah, there's a lot of people in Minnesota thought that they should have signed him back. And it's, one bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. You have a hell of a time finding a quarterback in this sport. If you've got a guy that comes in and he lights it up, I don't care his past history. I don't care how many people had sold him down the river. You got a guy coming in and doing that. Think about the moment last year, King Bomber, with Darnold, where you're in the locker room after that game where I think they've clinched it, and you've got the players lifting him up onto their shoulders, and O'Connell sitting there staring over there just shaking his head like, I can't believe what he's seeing almost. And then you've got a guy that revered in the locker room, and you can't move fast enough to go in a different direction. I understand that you put the top 10 pick into McCarthy. I do, but you can't make decisions on what you put in investment-wise. You got to just make the right decision and remove a little bit of that emotionality of, we've put this into this, so we have to see what we got in that. Do you? Do you really? Especially in a guy in McCarthy who just didn't really know what you had in him. Very cool to see Nwosu get those 2 sacks. Yeah, I agree. You feel so good for that guy. He's had to bust his butt to get back. And he had such a bad break last year with the dirty play that kind of knocked him out. Kieran says, the one thing the too high thing is giving up kind of badly right now is passes to the flat and wheel routes by the backs and screens. Got hit on that a lot tonight. It is a little bit where the NFL is at too, Kieran. I think you'd see from around the NFL when you watch a lot of these games play. I mean, that's the little thing about the exposure to the back end as far as, rookie safeties like you were mentioning above. Not a lot of teams are being able to take as many shots down the field. It's a lot of, you've got to slowly work your way up right now by the way the defenses are playing it across the sport. And it's really as much driven by that too high shell safety look and playing a lot of depth, not as much maybe blitzing as we've seen in other places in years past. The combination of all this going together a little bit. And to me, it does come out in the wash at that point to where safety jobs are made just a little easier. The necessity of having the game-changing safety is maybe not as much. You're not doing as many creative things in the secondary at times to let those safeties go out and be the playmakers of Ed Reeds of the past necessarily. King Bomber saw a tweet saying we got a franchise quarterback again. Could be true. Could Darnold and the top 5 defense lead us to the promised land? I believe it, man. I think so. I do think that his upside raising like it has raises the upside with his team with it. Hearing my eyes glaze over every time someone brings up nose tackle. Yeah, I understand. It ain't sexy. King Bomber, I vaguely saw some coach yelling at Walker on the sideline near the end of the game. Wonder what that was about. I think it was Kennedy Polamalu letting him know that the little spin move he did to backtrack and lose ground and lose yardage there, even though he was able to get a couple of yards out of the play, get up the field, attack the hole. I understand you're getting penetration. I understand guys are in your face. Get downhill, especially where you're at on the field at that point. Jacob Taylor, I think Cam is my favorite player ever. Yeah, it's a good player to have your favorite ever, man. One of one, that guy. And a guy that you can still hear in the way the players talk about him that just had an aura to him. Poncho says, I got to beat. Makes sense. Why break something when it's not broken? Exactly. Especially this part of your team you want to lean so thoroughly upon being the defense. Keep it at the strongest you possibly can. You returned all 11 starters. DeMarcus Lawrence coming in and Chenna coming back and Emanwari into the flex. Like, this can be a team that's the number 1 defense in the NFL. They've shown that through the first 4 weeks. So just let that thing stay and keep it rolling. King Bomber, Brandon, I don't know about you, but the running backwards and sideways is frustrating to me. The play is dead loss, the yard and move on. All of a sudden, it's a 4 to 5 yard loss. Yeah, I agree. It is frustrating. And it's a valid part of Walker's game at times to say that the losing of the yards and not just putting the head down and going, which it's a valid concern. It's a valid issue with him. It is. I think some of it gets neutralized a little bit more, King Bomber, if you can just do a little bit more in finding some consistency in the run game. I'm not talking about open up 15, 20-yard runs for him, but just more of the, hey, he can see the hole there initially. He's there. And maybe it's only going to be a crack that gets him the 4 yards, but it's there. The penetration's not there. The pushing into the backfield's not there. And it has stood out through the first 4 weeks is that's just too much of a commonality in our run game across the board. And maybe I'm off on this one. I could be completely out of pocket on this, King Bomber. So it's in my own little thing where I live in this area on this one. But like I've referenced to this, I feel like it's like quarterback. I feel like you get a quarterback and a lot of people make an assessment of a quarterback and you'll find a QB who's been getting blasted in the pocket, who's had crap offensive play call, who's had multiple offensive coordinators come through, has had this and that and this and that and this and that and nothing working in his favor. And you'll have people go, that guy sucks. He's a bust. And I feel like the same kind of stuff can happen to running backs. And that when I look at the last 2.5 years with Walker here, King Bomber, you've had some of the worst run blocking in the sport. You've had one of the worst schematics in the sport set up in the running game as far as its creativity. Say nothing of the lack of effectiveness. And that when you have a running back that's going to get battered and battered and battered every snap and is going to have penetration every snap and beat up every snap in the backfield, that you're going to lead to a running back that's going to have bad habits eventually. And maybe Charbonne's not going to be the same kind of back in the way he's wired to fall into those bad habits, but they're two different backs in that way. He's a downhill back anyway that will never have that. Walker is a bit of a creative guy. That's part of the guy that you drafted is the creativity he brought and his ability to cut it back across the field and do those type of things. It's part of what makes him the player he is. So I guess for me, King Bomber, it's like, let's get to the point we can criticize Walker. I'm fine with that. But let's also make sure that we've taken off the table the aspect that you've done all you can as a team so that you can land at that spot. I think when we look at a guy like Woolen, for instance, you've done all you can as a team to put him in a position for success, to allow him to grow his game to that next level. I don't think that you've done the same thing with Walker. I think when you have an offensive coordinator through 4 weeks that's dealing with the second most amount of stack boxes in the sport, and he's not found answers on the back end to make them pay the price for stacking those boxes, that goes back more to the coordinating and the play calling, and it's less than back to the running back itself. It doesn't mean the running back doesn't have some point of responsibility in this process too, but it's that thing that we do where we weight this down to one thing all being on the back of this or all being on the back of that, rather than, hey, it's more of the heaping of this over here, and it's a part of the heaping of this over here, and then it's a part of the vision thing with Walker too, and the dancing thing too as well. But I can't undersell the fact that in watching the All-22 over the past 2 years, it has been god-awful watching the run blocking, and it is not the same across the league. It's not like what you're seeing here in Seattle and what you're going to see in Kansas City and what you're going to see at the Indianapolis Colts and what you're going to see with the Philadelphia Eagles. There are so many bad running statistics that add up to this team that it's god-awful. And it just can't continue to sustain this way. And I don't go back to Walker being the main problem at the forefront at that point. I think what I come back to on a King Bomber saying, man, once you get him some holes, you're going to see this guy dynamically run at a high level. That he's going to give you a crazy yard per carry average. That maybe even within those negative plays, you're still getting that yard per carry average because you're getting him some consistency up front with that. But you just aren't doing that. And you haven't done that. And you're not doing it for Charbonnet either. And Charbonnet is not doing well either on that. He's ineffective as well. His yard per carry is far below Walker at this point. That's where it's more of just, I'm trying to pin this down to what I think is the largest issue at play with this running game. Charbonnet, Walker, fans going back and forth. I want Charbonnet. I want Walker. Too much dancing. Can this guy get attacked? But to me, it's just down to, you got to run block better. And you have got to punish these teams that are going to stack the box at nearly the highest rate in the NFL. You've got to punish them. That's the answer. Kevin O'Connell, love you, B. Thanks for always being a real one. Oh, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome, brother. Nacho, yo, B, was at the game, so I couldn't watch the broadcast. What are your overall thoughts? Thought we played a very good game overall. Ref Stanley definitely didn't help, but oh well, we got the job done. I think you capture it quite well, Nacho. I think you overall, at the end of the day, played a good, well-played game, all three phases of the team. I do. There's some things to definitely pick upon that you can build off from this. I think that the offense has got to, the team and McDonald's got to understand at times that you got to put your foot on the gas, and the trying to eke the game out thing was kind of lame. And partly of you letting the Cardinals back in this game was you taking your foot off that gas pedal a little bit in that second half. You got a little bit too conservative. I thought Sam Darnold is playing like a top-end quarterback in the sport. I'm not going to say he's not that he's reached up into that top 3-4 stage of things, like he's up at the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson stage of things, but that he's playing like the most efficient quarterback in the sport right now. And his decision-making, some of the throws he's making, some of the high-level throws he's making down the football field, the timing of when you need these throws to be made, the fourth quarter there, comeback to go get that drive at the end of the game. That's one of those things that somebody would tell me with Darnold, that's not his game. You got to have a lead with him. He's got to play from up front. So you're up by 2 touchdowns into the third quarter on the road on a Thursday night game, Nacho. I think all in all, that's good. I think you mentioned the refs is valid. I don't want to put things on the refs I try to go down that road as little as possible, even if there's a lot of reason to drive down that road. And this is one where I'm like, man, they really did feel like in that second half, like they were kind of keeping the Cardinals in it with some of those calls where it's ticky-tack. It's not even close to being the call that they made. If there was 8 or 9 calls on this game that were on the line, like 7 of those calls went in the Cardinals' favor is how it kind of felt. You got like maybe one of the benefits of the doubt. So you captured it well, Nacho. I think it's an overall well-played game. It's frustrating a little bit that you want to come out of this a little more comfortably. But at the end of the day, you're 3-1. This is a Thursday night short week out on the road for an opponent that's going to be a tough opponent for everybody in this division. Every week they play it. I don't think anybody, the Rams, Niners, nobody's blowing out anybody in this division in that way, and I don't think. So at the end of the day, you're more than encouraged. Are there some negative things we'll talk about in this game? There is, but you're way, way, way more encouraged by and large on the grand scale of things, where this team is headed. There should be a lot of optimism and belief that this offense will get better as the year goes along. New OC, new quarterback, Cooper Kupp new to the team, getting an Arroyo worked in like you started him to see him get worked in today, actually getting him some targets, getting him utilized down the football field. I think that Google says defense is at 15.7 points after today's game. Interesting. That's going to be right close to the best in the league. King Bomber, Drake Thomas did have a sack. He had a good one too. That was a tough sack. He had to earn his money on that one. Second in points per game allowed, I think. That sounds right. Maybe number 1 after this weekend too, King. Brandon says, it's 3 a.m. here in the East Coast now. I've come to expect this for Brandon Kane streams after Seahawks primetime games. Dude's a beast. I think he went to like 1 a.m. or so Pacific Standard Time after a 1 p.m. game last season. You guys catch me going long sometimes, My eyes blink and the time just flies by. I'm having too much fun. Kieran, you also have to remember with rookies is the way the college season butts up right to the pre-draft stuff, then rookie camps, then full camp, then season, and rookies don't get an off season. True. So Byron and a lot of guys tend to take a year to start to make their impacts. Yeah, it's a good point. I think with it, Kieran, too, it's a thing where a lot of those off seasons where you leave college and you're going to that, like you say with the pre-draft stuff, a lot of the pre-draft stuff is you're trying to set up for how you can test at your best. And if you're working on how you can get your wind sprints right, if you're working in your 3-cone drills, you're not really working on pure football stuff like you would be on other off seasons. And this is why, like Coach Carroll had said, that players make their biggest leap into year 2. That's when you usually see that big jump. Yeah. Brandon says, couldn't agree more on the K9 take, BC. Well, thank you, Brandon. I have faith in K9, and look, I think the maddening part of how he runs is valid too. So I don't want to seem like I'm a glazer of Kenneth Walker, that there isn't some stuff with him that can be a little bit frustrating. That's why I got yelled at by the coach on the sideline in this game. But that I have had that theory sort of develop in watching Walker over time and watching this running offense over time of just thinking, it's human nature. It's like you have with the quarterbacks, where you get quarterbacks toughness, where a guy's been battered for 8 or 9 or 10 weeks, and then suddenly he starts to see ghosts, and suddenly he starts to throw a ball to nowhere, and people go, oh, look, he doesn't have any toughness to him. And I tend to think it's a little bit of that human nature thing where eventually it just adds up. And as a quarterback, you can just subconsciously start to brace yourself for the sack coming, for the pressure that's going to be there, because you're just seeing it so much. And we'd love these players to be able to just ignore that and treat it every time like that hole's going to be there. Hit it every time as hard as you can. But that human nature element, especially when it's been multiple years of this with Walker and the negative ground game. I remember the stat I showed you guys last year. I mean, here's another one. Just take this stat right here, which is absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous stat. And this one was just brutal from last season. Yards before contact per carry on runs to the A or B gaps last season. Okay? So what is the contact before your ball carrier is being hit? This is an illustrative stat on your running back getting decimated in the backfield, by the way. Because A and B gap runs are downhill. They're not outside zone. They're not pitch plays. They're not outside the tackle box. They're not giving more time for a defense to flow to those plays to create the TFLs. TFLs should be better set up and better suited to occur on more of those outside pitch plays. Like when that happens, it's understandable because that's kind of the risk. It's one of those things where there's also a lot of bennies when it hits on those kind of plays too. So yards before contact per carry last year on runs to the A and B gap, power runs, downhill, should have multiple opportunities to get plus yardage. Maybe just 1, 2, 3 yards, but it should be plus yardage. The Seattle Seahawks were 32nd in the NFL at 0.6 yards before contact. So they got a half a yard past the line of scrimmage on average on A and B gap runs before they're getting hit. The Eagles were at number 1 at almost 3 yards a carry. Almost 5 times the yardage before contact for the Eagles at number 1. So you just, stats like this to me just go, there's nothing my backs can do. I look at that, and maybe I'm looking at it wrongly, but I look at that and I say, there's nowhere to go. It's like Brett says, God bless the Seattle running backs. They're doing what they can. How are they not at that point? I mean, how do you not look at that stat and go, how do you look at that stat and say it's a running back problem, On A and B gap run, those are runs where that's not a running back having time to think and make a read. You're telling him to get downhill into those gaps. Catalyst says Mike's definitely blitzes more when Spoon's at nickel. I think he will with Emanwari too. He was doing that in preseason with Emanwari a lot as well, at least at training camp practice. I dig you, Brandon. Any chance for an extra syndicate video between now and the Bucks game, Roundtable and Syndicate? Our must-see TV for me. We are in talks right now with maybe trying to bump up the Syndicate to kind of a twice-a-month show. We're trying to kind of get a feel for where the interest is at with it, and build it up a little bit slowly. And, eventually, I'm sure with the Syndicate, the hope will eventually be on this one to get this, I'm sure, to to more of a weekly basis when it's all said and done. But we will be having the round table on Tuesday. Yeah, we got the round table on Tuesday. And then remember, Addicted, I'm heading out to LA this next Thursday, as I'll be going out there for the Thursday night game with the Rams and the 49ers as part of the round table. Remember, the round table is having that remote event. So I will be out there doing that. Basically, smoke one for me, Brandon. I got you. Oh, you're speaking to Branjana. Kieran says, oh God, we're talking nose tackles. I'm out. Good night, folks, before I get triggered. Have a good one, Kieran, man. I appreciate you, brother. Got a couple donos here. Let me get caught up on this. Jeffrey Thistle. Thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. I accept. I was wrong about Sam Darnold. Also wonder if the short week accounted for the dumb vanilla game plan. Wallet is in the doghouse now. Yeah, he's firmly rooted in that doghouse, no doubt about that. And look, it is never about being ultimately the most right guy, Jeffrey. All of us have opinions out here. I'm not smarter than anybody else in this chat on that side of it. You know, we get stuff good, we get stuff right, we get stuff wrong. To your credit on this, it's not about getting it right. You want to try to angle for that. You're trying to get for that. We're all shooting to be right on the forefront of things. But it's about getting it right to me eventually, that if you can't see it clearly initially, that you can take in the extra data to adjust your position. Because I do think that there is that fan that it exists in football that will take to a position and then they'll clutch to that position and then they won't release it. And that it ends up coloring everything that they look through in the rest of the game and the sport because of that. And that's why to me, I have a lot more of an appreciation for someone like yourself on that can go, hey, I see enough to know that I was wrong on that. I can pivot that way. I try to be that same way. I sense I'm getting something wrong in an outlook towards something to try to, move it into a different direction and to say, okay, well, I've kind of learned my lesson on that. And that's what we're all trying to do, is get smarter and more wise in our approach to this. And you're going to get stuff wrong, get stuff right, but you don't hold to the stuff that you've gone wrong. That you're able to, pivot to the right direction of things. So props to you on that, man. And maybe some validity behind the vanilla game plan being that you got the short week. There's only so much you can kind of institute in. You probably fall back on getting hyper conservative a little bit then because of that. Maybe that explains some of the conservative nature and where you rolled with that. But you're also right. Where Woolen, I do think, is in a bit of that doghouse right now. And I think he's got an outside looking in view to getting out there and starting when we get back off of this mini bye. King Bomber, I can't believe I had any doubt at all Darnold would be good. Also, Sam Darnold is tied for the most game-winning drives in the last 2 years. Let's go.
Enough said.
What a great stat there, King Bomber. I love that. King says, oh man, when the locker room loved Darnold, that was so awesome to watch, even though I was against us, I think, laughing out loud. Yeah. You see him doing that and you're just like, dude, that should have been a moment that really opened up the Vikings organization's eyes. Because that no guy just gets that kind of treatment by a locker room unless the locker room has bought into him in a major way in appreciating what he's doing. If it was all just O'Connell sort of carrying Darnold through last year, I don't think you get that kind of moment in the locker room. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon, appreciate you, man. Says, well, go hit it. Going to watch the M's go up against Shohei tomorrow. Thanks for the time, B. Go M's. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Keon. Yeah, we'll probably get a little bit closer here to the wrap-up point here as we're kind of getting to the wind-down spot of it. But thank you, man, for all of your support. Congrats to the Mariners. So cool to see. You can just kind of take it easy. Let Shohei do what he does tomorrow, whatever. We're relaxing. We're just seeing if Cal can get a couple more dongs, take the record maybe. Let him DH a bit. Let him rest those legs up, But a hell of a weekend for our Seahawks and our Mariners. Get the dub. Come back around, get another W this Wednesday. Mariners get the home field advantage, not just playoffs, not just the division, but actually home field advantage to the playoffs. Feels good being a Seattle fan right now. We don't always get to say that here. King Bomber, we're like the Packers, man. I'm so glad our GM is so good. He is. He is legitimate. Not perfect, but he is really, really, really good in so many different areas. Some of what we're talking tonight, I mean, Landon, the Darnold thing, and if he's the success that he could potentially go on to be and being so right on the quarterback position as John does, I mean, you can take other decisions in other places and offensive line or this, that, or the guy you picked here. There's a lot of good stuff in there with that on its own. I mean, hell, the Leonard Williams trade. Tell me that that's not looking like a bargain in retrospect for getting a guy playing at like a top end level at the defensive tackle position that you gave up a middle to late second round pick for. He's been so right on so many things. The avoiding of the landmines of the different quarterbacks that so many fans in this fan base wanted him to select. Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis. Go make a run at this guy. Make a run at that guy. Make a run at this guy. Hold on to Russell. But he's made the right decisions on the quarterback position, not just in the guys he's chosen, but in the guys he's avoided as well. He's a good GM. He's a good GM. Austin says if Sharp didn't get those 2 to 3 extra yards in the last play of the game before the field goal, there was a high chance Myers misses that field goal. 100% agreed, Austin. And it's a great catch on your part. It's a combination of a lot of things working together there at the end, of individual players doing something really great in those final moments to go get that, because that's a high leverage, high difficulty situation to get yourself into field goal range with one timeout and only a couple ticks on the clock. It's the Darnold balls to throw that 9 route down there to JSN and make just a pristine throw. It's JSN with the wherewithal to not only then be able to make the catch, but go from making the catch to going and trying to find his way to get out of bounds, to stop the clock, to preserve the final timeout. He does that. Charbonnet then fighting through the penetration in the backfield. Stop me when you've heard this one before. Fighting through the penetration in the backfield to literally carve out by hand like he was whittling 4 yards on the play, like he's whittling wood. And that 4 yards, I agree, was a little bit closer so that as that kick is starting to drift towards that upright, just able to get you a little closer to sneak it inside that upright a little bit more. And if you're 4 yards back, and it was 4 or 5 yards back, Austin, that's probably enough distance there for that kick to slide to the other side, and you're going in overtime, and God knows what happens then. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Consider it a win there was no Jalen Milroe plays. Yeah, we've got to put these away now. We've got to put these away. And not as much because Milroe couldn't add something onto the field here and bring a little bit of a benefit, but because your offense is being consistent enough, number one. And number two, because Sam Darnold is playing so tremendously. I don't want to take the ball out of Sam Darnold's hands more. I want to take that out of his hands less. On top of the fact you're bringing Milroe in at this point, it really just seems like he's in there to be a read option guy. And you're bringing him in there for read options to go up against these heavy stack boxes, which isn't likely to be successful. So if it's also that the defenses are kind of already naturally taking away the little kitschy package too, then just stay with Sam and let it roll. Austin, the 2 tackles are pretty solid. Zabel's a rookie. Also the center, they're very young. I think they need to bring in a veteran. I'd love to see it, Austin. And you might have to wait till this offseason to do that, but we have been mentioning here on the stream a bit, if there's a trade to be made on the trade deadline to go get a quality offensive lineman, if that's even humanly possible, certainly you'd love to see them jump on it with 2 feet. Spaces, we have the youngest offensive line in the league. Let's go. King says, yes, they could have taken Pooty over Haynes. It's also their first miss in the first 3 rounds of the draft in 4 years. And I'll take that hit rate, right, King? I'll take that hit rate all day long. Brandon, because Brandon got 554 likes in the stream. I've never seen him hit that many. Good stuff, people. Thank you for doing that, folks. You're awesome. And to this point, if you haven't had a chance to already, it's a big deal hitting that like button. I know it seems like a small thing, but it helps me show up on the algorithm here on YouTube as people are looking for hot content, looking for explanations about this game. When you're smacking that like button, you're pushing YouTube and saying, hey, make this show up for other people when they do the searches. So that's why I do hammer it so much and tell you, please do hit that like button. It's because it does make a major difference on YouTube is saying, hey, people like this content. Let's show this content to other people. Nacho says, also a great answer from you, B. Oh, and got a pick with Bobo and Coop. Let's go, Nacho. Let's go. Thank you, man. Brandon, haha, man, it's true. If you're a Seahawks fan, Brandon sees streams are the ones. I think people recognize that. Haha. We got great turnout, and the love I get from my fan base, and you guys traveling the round table, and it's something that's been in doing 6 years of this channel, Brandon. This fan base has been unbelievable to me. I mean, the support here and the amount of donations and people that come in, that's one thing. The people hitting the like button, the people turning in and watching, and the turnout that we get here on this channel is just absolutely tremendous. The 12 show the love. We got the greatest fan base in the sports. I truly believe that. But it's every time I go live, you guys show up and you show the support for me, and it makes it just so much fun to do what I do with just so much of the good vibes we have in here. Just the great discussion. It's really an awesome place, and it's as much of the community you guys have fostered in this. It's much beyond anything I've done here personally. It's really you guys that have made this place go, and it's a testament to this fan base. And I've said when I've gone to the round table, I've had every man on that round table, Mike and Jesse and Jake, talk to me about the fact if they've come into my chat, if you guys gone into their chat, and then they speak about how cool this community is, how kind it is, how giving you guys are, how the people we have in this are just so awesome. And it's like, that's you guys doing it. You know, that's you guys setting that tone. And think about how many other fan bases are so toxic and especially when I'm talking about you with rivals. These are division rivals here. You guys are being nice with it. So I appreciate it, man. You guys are the best. Brandon Janis says, roundtable putting you in enemy territory. They might have to, man. They thought I was feeling myself already. They thought I was already getting a little bit, lippy last week. Space says, peace out, guys. Huge win tonight. Everyone should sleep well. Catch you on the flip. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, brother. Appreciate you. Addicted Brandon, thanks for the Seahawks Syndicate. Hope you have a blast at LA. Find some Bria tacos while you're there. Super yummy. I'll be on the lookout, man. Thank you. And the Syndicate will continue to grow with time. I promise you on that. We will keep that thing rolling, and those guys doing some great work, of course. I think we've got some great chemistry on doing that. Just a chance to, the hope here is long-term is to grow this show in the way that we have the outside voices coming in. It's not really, this is as much, I know I've been a bit of centerpiece on this channel throughout and me being the one talk, but it's going to be about expanding this thing into the future in that way and making this really as much a full channel experience with a variety of different voices, not just mine on that, to get the different perspectives. Hiccup, is there any way JSN gets the most receptions and yards in the league? Doubt the triple crown, but hey, maybe the double crown. It's good. There's a chance of it. I mean, if Darnold's going to work him the way that he's worked him early on this season, there's going to be the opportunities to do it. And when you've got a guy like him who can go in the slot, it's very hard to double the slot. As we've seen at the end of the year, when you see Amon Browns and Jeffersons and the likes out there that do so much of their damage from the slot that it just gets hard to double team those guys, even if they're that effective. I think he's got a 1,500 yard season in him. 10, 11 touchdowns. I mean, just as good a season as we've seen from a Seahawks receiver at that point, going back to Steve Largent. So I think he's probably in that territory. I don't think he quite gets to a number of catches and yards and stuff, but that's as much of not held back by the fact that he's not capable of doing a kick up. That's just held back by the fact that you're probably going to be playing so far ahead in games. And like we've seen through the first couple of weeks of the season here, probably going to be some games where you're throwing the ball like 25 times. And then he just doesn't get the number of touches. Say nothing if teams try to make a point of emphasis of double teaming him. The Cardinals in the first half did way more double teaming, I think, than they did in the second half with him. So if they did have that kind of commitment to kind of take away JSN too, that's also going to make it a little bit harder. But that should open up for somebody else. Daniel, what is the solution to the run blocking? Do we need to wait till next year to sign a guy? Can coaching and play calling solve it? I think some of it's a bit of this and a bit of that. Some of it is a little bit of the fact that you need more talent on this offensive line. You still have a couple of positions that you're still getting by. Analytic folks will tell you that the offensive line is only as good, especially when it comes to run blocking, as the weakest link. And you kind of have two weak links right now when it comes to Sundell and Bradford. Say nothing of with Zabel, that he'll give you the good flashiness, but he's also going to give you the rookie moments too. So you get some variance there. So that's a bit of this. I don't know if that's the mainstay point of it, Daniel. You're second in the league in stack box rate. Only the Chargers have more stack boxes offensively. I think it's just going to be hard to run the ball when you're dealing with a league high amount of stack boxes. And the way to pivot off that's not to run harder into that. It's to try to then throw over the top of that. That's how you counter that. Poncho, thank you for the $5 donation, Poncho. What would it take for you to trade me DK Metcalf for Geno Smith B? Just accept the trade, please. Yeah, I saw it, Poncho. I saw it. I see what you're doing there. You're trying to vulture me, okay? That's why you didn't get a response from me on that trade offering. And I thank you for the $5 donation. So I appreciate the support. But you tried to fantasy rape me. You tried to trade rape me, okay? My little butt cheeks got a little bit twingy on that trade request. When you sent that trade request, my butt kind of went, ooh, oh. Is somebody trying to enter here? I feel like somebody's trying to enter here. What just happened there? Why did I sense like a disturbance in the force, Poncho? You saw me have my Burrow go down. My number one quarterback goes down. So you think, I'm going to throw him Geno Smith. I'm going to rip DK from him on the flip side of that. You didn't trade rape me. You didn't trade rape with me. You better put a roofie in my drink if you're going to try to offer me a trade like that. You better to drop a pill in that drink if you're going to make that go. It's going to take a whole lot more donos than that to let go of my Metcalf. That's my number 2 receiver. Geno Smith. Good try though, Poncho. Props for the attempt. But that's when somebody offers you, it's like, back in the old car business, somebody offers you a deal and you got a car for $25,000. Somebody comes in, I'll give you 17. You're like, you have a good day, sir. Well, have a good day. What? Yeah, you're not being realistic on that offer. I need a little bit more. A little more meat on that bone, Poncho. I need a little bump there. A little fantasy bump there. Little Dallas Cowboys up, Brandon. Great show and win tonight. Darnold. Dak fanboys really dug in. Dak sucks. Hey, you guys are consistent on it, Dallas Cowboy. I'll say that. And it will be interesting to see where I think finally after this year, if Jerry does want to, he's feeling like I think we've seen enough on Dak. Is he really taking us over top? Might be finally the year on that one, though. It could be hard to see and tough too, because you guys are in purgatory, little Dallas Cowboy, and it just looks like, again, you're probably going to be in purgatory again this year where you just win just enough games to get yourself out of quarterback competition. You'll probably be higher in the draft than you've been in recent years, but Jerry's just a mess. Did you like the documentary, Dallas Cowboy? Interested to see what you thought of that. I enjoyed it more than I wanted to enjoy it. Yeah, Schneider looking pretty good at the moment, Brandon. Daniel Bailey, if Vikings head coach can make the 25th ranked quarterback to 14 wins, let's see what he do with Carson Wentz. Hey, maybe he's the reinventor. He's the reclamator. Bomber, hey, I feel violated. I wanted Desmond Ridder for better or worse. We all got our guys we fell in line. I got Will Levis on my books, man. You know what I mean? We all got our pretty big misses, What are you going to do? Can't get them all right, King. Can't nail them all. King Bomber also, Myers has an 81% field goal rate this season. So far, not great. He's got 2 misses. I think he got one that was blocked, didn't he? Just had the one miss. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Not just 4 yards, but to the left hash mark too. That's very true. Good point on that. So you got over to what would be called the kicker's favorite hash mark, which is going to be where you don't want to, just like in football where you tend to throw to the right-handed, so offenses tend to be right-handed and how they roll because quarterbacks tend to be more accurate throwing to the right than they're throwing to their left. So it's the same thing with kickers. When you have a kicker and to this point, to Daniel's point on this, when Myers missed his first kick, he's operating from the left hash, so he's kicking to the left into the upright. So in you rushing that to the left side, you're getting it to the kicker's favorite hash, which is going to be the left hash rather than the right hash. It depends on how we're facing, I guess. So before you were on the right hash on the miss, and then you got to the left hash on the make, facing from the offensive side. But that did make a big deal too, Daniel. You're right. As evidenced by the fact that the miss came on the other hash mark on the prior time. Great catch on your part. Brandon, love your joke with Mike on the round table about you two in the Hawks Cards jersey at the LA game. Oh yeah, man. We're going to be back to back. I'm rocking my Largent jersey, man. unapologetically. I might get shivved, okay? This might be one of the last broadcasts of Brandon that you see because you might have headline today, Seattle Seahawks fan was stabbed in LA Stadium today by a collection of both Niner and 49er fans in a rare moment of solidarity between the two fan bases, where both were heard to say, "Die, Seahawks fan, die. What are you doing in this stadium in the first place?" Hopefully not. Hopefully I make it through. But I'm rocking my jersey. I'm representing. Be flashing my sets out there. What's up, man? Seattle, represent. West side. West side. Addicted, says Brandon Lovejoy. Have a good one there, Addicted. Austin, honestly, only time I want to see Milroe on the field is if they run that tush push. I think his ability to not only run, but also throw, you can design something cool. Agreed, Austin. I'd like to see, I'm in the same place with you on that. I'd like to see more of the tush push with him out there rather than Barner. I know Barner's been fine with it, but I think Milroe can be just as effective because as well, you can do some little adjustments. If Barner's out there, you know it's going to be a tush push. There ain't no chance he's throwing it. So I think Milroe can be just as effective as Barner, and I'm with you. Let's let Sam rock it. We don't need these packages. It's one thing if the offense is struggling. It's one thing if Sam's struggling. It's one thing if you're needing some shot in the arms at times throughout the course of the game to bring a guy like Milroe out there, but that's not the case. That's not how this played out so far. Thanks to Brandon 12s. Take care. I have an early appointment tomorrow. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, my man. Thank you for rolling with us throughout the channel today. I really appreciate you. King, how cool would it be if we won the World Series and Super Bowl? Food for thought. I would cloud nine. Cloud nine. Considering King Bomber, I'm going to be streaming every one of the Mariners game. I'm going to be, that's going to be a hell of a stream schedule for yours truly if we can pull that off. Not that I'm complaining. That's right, King. Keep the ball in Sam Darnold's hands, man. Stephen Goodard says, Brandon, maybe Nick Nolte is available as our strength and conditioning coach for our O-line?
I'm goddamn too busy on the payroll. I don't have time for your weightlifting and stupid football. I'm trying to relax and get it.
Nick's he's busy right now, Steve. That's what he said. He's just not in a...
I can't get this stuff done.
That's my Nick Nolte impression. I have to put my hand on my face and he just does his little wordless rant. Roundtable this week's going to be awesome. Let Darnold discourse begin. I'm just going to put it out there probably first thing, King Bomber. Be like, okay, does everybody want to now start to peel back some of their Darnold takes like I had you all peel back your Geno Smith takes with time? Huh? Like I pulled you guys out on that one. You want to come over here like I did before? And maybe I don't have to teach this lesson a third time to y'all? Brandon Janis says Jerry Jones. This sounds like George Bush. Oh, yeah, he does. Hey, George, my friend, okay? We go out hunting a lot. We hunt quail together, okay? He's a Dallas Cowboy fan. He's a Dallas kid. He's a Texas boy. He understands best team in America. Little Dallas guy, Jerry Jones. Is someone trying to enter here? I'm the enterer here. King Bomber, I think the Raiders want a refund on Geno Smith and Pete Carroll. Maybe so. You said Niners and 49er fans. Oh, that's one. Well, there's no Ram fans in that stadium, so I meant Rams and Niners. Kick up. I love the joke you said to Mike about Marv being number 4 in receiving. Also, I was a little mean with that one. I can be sometimes a little bit mean on the round table. I start feeling myself, especially if it's after a win. I get a little toxic. But that was a mean joke to Mike. So Kickup's referencing that I said we had the top 3 wide receivers in the NFC in yardage in the NFL. You know, you had your top 3 with it being Puka and JSN and Pearsall and whatnot. And then I was like, and then you got Marvin Harrison at number 4. And I was like, oh wait, no, you don't. Dallas guy didn't watch the doc, refused reading Forbes. Cowboys net worth is in 16 was $5 billion, $13.5 billion in 2024. Dak years have tripled Cowboys' net worth. Not sure Dak won't get a third record-setting contract. Damn. You might be onto it there. What's driving Jerry at this point? Are you driven to want the Super Bowl, or are you driven to try to be turning this thing into profitability, and that ultimately that's your most important thing? And I've got to admit, I've got a question in my own mind in regards to that little Dallas Cowboy. You should check it out. It's worth it for just remove the Jerry stuff out of it, and it's insufferable at times there with Jerry. But to watch the conference title games and the Super Bowl games and some of the footage they're showing you there, just tremendous stuff. Tremendous stuff. It really pulled me in a way that I was not wanting it to, but I just liked it. King Bomber JSN didn't have a target for half the game and still had more yards than Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, that's true. And I think that some of that he was getting doubled up in that first half. They showed some 22 footage of JSN in the second half where they're showing the Cardinals slanting some double teams in his direction. And maybe that freed up a little bit more in that second half a bit there where you got some more one-on-ones. But yeah, spent a half double team, singled up second halves and still outpaced Marvin. And that's Marvin with 10 targets, King Bomber. Brandon says, Super Bowl? Oh yeah, bro. Cloud F and 9. Super Bowl and World Series? Yeah. Brandon says, quick question. What were the Darnold takes on Roundtable? That he's not good? That O'Connell was the guy that made it happen, that he's going to see ghosts, all of the typical stuff you'd hear about any of the criticism, the lazy criticism that people toss at Darnold. But it was the very same place they all had been at on Geno Smith too. Oh, he's in the 20s kind of quarterback. He's a back-end starter in the league for you. That was their takes. And not just takes that was softly in place. Not just like, I kind of sort of think he's maybe in this 20-ish range of things. It's like, no, he's there. He's not good. It was O'Connell that made it happen. Those were the takes. And again, I went down this road with them not a year prior, and all of the three of them hit me with the same take as far as Geno Smith when I walked in the door there. And by the end, all three of them had to move off their spot. They had no choice. And it's going to be proven out the same way with Darnold too. King says, I'm going to have a huge grin listening to Darnold discourse. Haha, I have a huge grin just imagining it. The smiles are beaming. Yes, sir. I'm going to be right there with you. And I'm going to be a little toxic and I drop it on them boys. I'm going to be like, how are y'all feeling about those takes you had where you're so ardently in putting this guy at this one spot that this is who he is? Are we ready to start to move off our spot a little bit? Are we a little bit ready to reconsider? Ewan, Tyrell, good win. Should have made it a lot more easier than it was. I'm worried about the linebacker depth, Woolen and Spoon. I think those are valid concerns a little bit there, especially in regards to Woolen. A little bit lesser maybe to Spoon. I think he goes more to the outside of Ewan long term, and he'll be better out there on that outside when it's all said and done. Should have had it a little easier, but you got the dub, 3-1, little mini bye. Good position to get this thing to take off into the future. Brandon Jenna, was it Dak or was it the exponential increase in the cost of living in the Western world? Yeah, I think certainly the inflation stuff is hitting a major way to impact the sports. I think the other part to it is that the Jerry world opened in that time, little Dallas Cowboy. So remember with that too is that you have that big $1 billion stadium thrown on top of it, and that's going to help out the value just a little bit as well. Colby, it's frustrating always being sloppy on primetime. Should have won by 14. Yeah, amen. Should have had a little bit more easier. Weren't able to quite pull off what looked like was going to be a stomping there in that first half. Yamara, that one that pissed me off the most was all three of them talking about how Kyler was better than Darnold. Yeah, that's then the other side of it too. Yeah, you're right about that, is that they're also ardently on the boat, and they've been in this place, all three of them, for the past year and a half, that Kyler's a top 10 quarterback. And it's another place where I get to be very right on this, where I sat there at the start of the year going, what pelts has Kyler Murray put on the wall to deserve anybody to look at him as a top 10 quarterback? What has he accomplished to earn that right? And not that even being a top 10 quarterback is so amazing a thing, but he's not done enough to earn that. And not just better, but better by a huge margin, by a massive margin. It's as I say, when this comes to the quarterback position, you know that I'm very, very consistent on this outlook of things, King Bomber, and that of any position in the sport of football, There is no other sport, and look, it's the hardest to evaluate because there's so many items that impact it. But I think it's the most broken position as far as the evaluation by general fans, by pundits, by front offices, by head coaches. I think that the calibration for determining good quarterback play is just very hard, even for the experts. And I think what it does is it does, in my mind, then create what it has for John on this when you go to the approach of a Geno Smith and Sam Darnold back-to-back. And that it creates market opportunities because people become so black and white to the position. They become so unimaginative in their approach to developing quarterbacks, targeting quarterbacks. But it just goes to show you, man, it's a little twisted on that. But yeah, the part with the Kyler's a top 10 quarterback. Pops P, love the stream though, Brandon. Thank you, Pops. He says, I feel like the Seahawks play with their food too much. The Steelers game, it was us dominating, but we let them linger around. And the same with this game. If we play an elite team, we can't afford to play around. No, we can't. You're getting away with this because these are a little bit lesser teams. It's a great point on your part, Pops, and thank you for the props on that. I feel the very same way. I think you took your foot off the gas in the second half. You tried to just sort of drain down the clock. You got very conservative in your play calling. And this is one thing if you don't have defenses that are establishing a modus operandi for playing your offense that isn't consistent. And that's the thing. It's from the Steelers to everybody in between that's played you this year. Everybody has stayed consistent in how they're lining up against this offense. You're going to go down to the condensed splits. We're going to bring a stack box to counter that. You're going to have a hard time running into the stack boxes. So it's already a bit problematic to where you get the lead and then you're going to get conservative. It gets more problematic when you're bending that conservativity in towards stack boxes, which aren't set up then for you to then find success, which is then going to cause 3 outs, which is going to then punt the ball back to their offense and give them that chance to find their footing like the Cardinals did in this game. So it's a place I do hope, Pops, that there's as much of any lesson you learn from this game, whether to start Woolen or not. What do we need Witherspoon on the outside? Use this, that, more blitzing, less blitzing. But any lesson you walk out of this game, it's got to be that we need to keep the killer instinct through 4 quarters. You win in the NFL by going and taking football games. Nobody's handing you the game. You're not going to eke out wins on a consistent basis. Go grab it. Go take it. Put your foot down. And then putting the foot down in this particular game for me, Pops, would have been, hey, they're going to bring the stack boxes up. Logically speaking, that free stuff up on the back end for me to attack down the football field. And when we started finally kind of attacking down the football field in this game and getting after in that way, we found success on the back of it. Lean into that. I keep calling it, Pops, the path of least resistance. Every defense is going to have a weakness somewhere by its designs. All right? Some defenses want front 4, drop guys in coverage. Some are blitz heavy. They're going to sacrifice back end. The way defenses to a defense that played you has been the very same consistently from game 1 of that Niners team, which is stacking the box up, bringing down congestion, saying, hey, we dare you to throw it over the top on us. We dare you to hit deep on a chunk play. And that comes back on to Kubiak to design some stuff that then's going to work. Hit that stop and go route with JSN. They're squatting down the short routes. Hit him with the stop and go. He's going to try to jump the route. You're going to have an easy opening over the top. There's no safety over the top. Why? Because they're bringing guys up around the line of scrimmage. Daniel says, if you do some content like Tom Grossi, you should focus on your impressions, reacting to football stuff, laughing out loud. I think I'm kind of getting closer and closer to a place where I'm getting an idea of that and how to do that. But to your point, I've been trying to kind of turn over exactly how to do it. Someone was mentioning early, like doing some of those reactive videos like Tom and a lot of people do where they're sort of sitting in front of the TV and they're like reacting to the game, but like dramatically wise, and I've thought about doing something like that, but I feel like I'm starting to kind of circle around a given idea here, but I think you're kind of onto something there. Hoop Craze, I think the Bucks game and Texans games are very winnable. Absolutely. Absolutely they are. Certainly the Texans look very vulnerable right now, and the Bucks are a strong team, but as much of that game for the Bucks is you get to play at home. No Mike Evans. He's a long day at the office when he's there, still even at his age. Tristan Wirfs, we'll see where his health is at. Godecki, see where his health is at. Cody Mock will be out of the game for the Bucks. He's going to be missing on that offensive line. Kalijah Cansey is injured. He will be out. So it's a team that's going to be a little weakened. Say nothing of where they're going to be at through this weekend and how they land on that. Hell, he was better than every NFC West quarterback last year. Yeah, he was. Being Darnold last season, he was, absolutely. Brandon says, haha, Kyler's a top 10. Dude, because I'm not trying to be mean, but you seem to have the most sense of anyone on that roundtable panel. Really? May not be that much of a compliment. And I mean, Jake, I'll take it, Brandon. I'll take the compliment, even if it is the lesser of the four, the least less. I am still live, damn. C says, damn, you're still live? Still live, my man. I'm feeling good tonight. We are getting kind of close to wrapping it up there. But Hoop Craze, very winnable games, man. You picture that offensive line for the Texans with our front four. You're not going to have to blitz, and you're going to have CJ Stroud under a ton of duress. King Bomber, guys, I'm telling you, it's 5 DHS by McDonald to instill hope in Cardinal fans so they can stick with Kyler for another year. Don't worry, it's all part of the plan. That's why it was the last 2 drives. Pops B, the way these quarterbacks are coming out and performing, it might be better to try and rehab an old quarterback like a Anthony Richardson or a Will Levis. I would be leaning in this role with it. I think there's something to be said for some of these quarterbacks needing some time to also really develop and learn. There's been some QBs that have been able to come in and really pop right out the gate. There's others like a JJ McCarthy looks like this year, where he's coming out as a rookie and he still looks like the game's kind of moving fast for him and that maybe he's going to need a little bit more time. Certainly that's been the case with Anthony Richardson and what you've seen from him. CJ Stroud, when the pass protection hasn't been there as much, looks like still a quarterback kind of in development in certain respects. Although I think a lot of QBs would kind of fail in that environment. But that's where I lean to as well in this, Pops, and thinking that that's where the market opportunity now is as we go forward. So many teams are so hot to trot and driven to the fact of draft the quarterback, draft the quarterback, draft the quarterback. Well, what if you can do what you've done with the Sam Darnold, where it's like, let another team go draft that quarterback, let another team go through all the ebbs and flows and the ups and downs and the learning games in and out, boom, 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 year in and year out, and get then a couple years down the line, right to the point where we got a guy heading into his physical prime, where now you're going to get the best version of that guy who's also had a variety of different years to really learn the sport, to learn the toughest position in football to play, and to master it as well as he possibly can. You certainly would think you ideally are going to master it better, year 5, 6, 7 than you would have been in year 2 or 3. King says we should be 4-0 right now. I'm pissed. Should be. Emanwari is going to be a very fun, says Hoop Craze. I can't wait. Hopefully Spoon and Joe play outside with Emanwari in the slot. I think that's the way that this will roll, Hoop Craze. I think that's how you're going to play this one out. Yeah. King Bomber already pulling up receipts, calling us a bottom 5 offense. That's right. Looking a lot better than the bottom 5 offense right now, huh? That's right. Let's give a shout out here, sponsor the show as we kind of put a wrap up on this one. Let's see how your boy did on his picks today. How did we do on the old picadillos here? All right. Oh, just missed on this one. So we got the Barner pick, we got Harrison, we got Myers, and Walker just didn't get the anytime touchdown. I would have been all good if Walker had punched in a TD. I would have gotten a big old win on my $5 drop. But this is a shout out to the sponsor of this show, which is Underdog Fantasy. Just missing out myself on a 16 timeser by this much. But you can go out there and win yourself some money today. Get in the daily fantasy, variety of different sports, baseball, playoffs, football, your fantasy league suck and win while you can catch back up and get back some of your pride here with the Sleeper app. New apps sweeping the nation here as far as sporting apps go. And you get up to 100% of your first deposit matched up to $100 when you use my code NEST. That's NEST. Now, I know in the state of Washington there have been some limitations, but this is about to open up for you in full in the state of Washington in October. Use my code today, NEST. Get in on some of this action. Just missed out myself today of hitting hard there. Thought the Walker anytime TD would have been good. Probably should have just stayed with the 4 on that one, but it's part of the process here. You learn as you go along. You learn as you go along. Terms and conditions do apply. See Sleeper's site for terms and conditions. But thank you to Sleeper for showing the love here to the channel throughout this year. Brandon says, nah, dude, let a random C be Brandon T. C. Tom Grossi's cool, but let BC do his thing. This is a banging stream. Well, thank you for that, Brandon. I want to kind of find my own thing with it a little bit, like to the impression side of it. I've set up my green screen in one of my other rooms here in my place and got the big old background green screen. I'm going to try to use that, I think, for some bits and stuff to kind of work a little bit in here. But, we'll always kind of be in the bread and butter of what we do. This is always, I think, just kind of in our own lane on that, to your point, Brandon. King Bomber, good night, Brando. Awesome stream. I'm very, very excited for the future of this season. Need to clean up things and stop making mistakes, and we may be able to put up a fight in the playoffs for the first time since 2019. Yeah, still work to be done here, King. It's a very good start. It's a hell of an encouraging start. The blueprint for the model that you were looking to create to go get wins in the offseason has been playing true here so far, but there is some room to be cleaning stuff up. I think these aren't going to take major adjustments for you to clean up. It doesn't take you to have to go make a trade to clean it up. But yeah, there's some self-inflicted wounds here that are definitely opened up here for you to make a little bit more headway on this, find more success, and even become more dominant at that point as you can kind of round those things into shape. Daniel says, I'm curious if Jake will agree with the bad reffing in this game. He said that was the case for his Rams last week in a game where Adams got a 70-yard touchdown on a no-call OPI. Laughed out loud. I'll be interested to hear where they do stand on that. Mike, especially on this one, to see if did you feel that was fairly well officiated? Do you feel like that was a good officiated game? That was rough from my perspective. I was like, that was getting frustrating. Pops, I was thinking, is Barner better than Disley ever was? Love me with some Barn. So I always made this reference with Barner when he came out. Remember with me, Pops, I was a big Barner backer coming out of the draft. And the Barner comparison I made was Will Disley, Pops. But remember with Will Disley, he came out and he was lighting the world on fire through his first couple of games. And I mean, he was being fantastic. He was showing great ball skills. He could block. He was giving you yak stuff from the tight end position. But remember then he had the back-to-back major lower leg injuries that he sustained. And I never thought that Disley was ever able to get back to what he was before the legs. And when I said with Barner when he came out is I felt like he was Disley, but Disley as he was coming out of college with that level of explosiveness, with that body size that he had. So I do think he's kind of Disley, but Disley before the injury. And if Disley had never gotten injured, we might have had ourselves a Kittle-like player in this offense, I think, if he hadn't sustained what he had sustained. It's part of the trouble is we like to think these guys always come back 100%, but they don't always come back 100%. But I think he's got more potential to bring than what Disley brought. More upside than that, but also kind of the same when you take into account those other injuries prior. Daniel says, Brandon says, Daniel, Jake will never be a stinky homer. I'll be Tuesday Go Hawks. I can guarantee you that Jake will never be a stinky homer. It's true. CD Woods. We'll finish this up here with the last couple of comments. I was thinking now I can get 10-ish days of stress-free football, but I got Alabama-Georgia game coming up, so that's going to be tough, brother. I didn't like it. I think we got a false start that wasn't there, but I disagree with the fumble, the phantom holding. I think on that fourth down call, that's OPI. I think Horton's deep pass was arguably DPI too. I ain't disagreeing with you, man, CD. You know what I mean? And if we came out of this game in a loss, I think you'd see me a lot more apoplectic when it comes to the officiating in this game, because it did feel like it was slanted in the Cardinals' direction. And it kind of felt like it was almost being slanted in their direction to sort of quasi keep them in the game. And I'm not saying I know that for sure. Sometimes there's just a way it feels. But there was just so many bad ones that mounted up, and they were major game-changing plays. When you talk about that fumble being like that's a major change there where you don't overturn that on the replay. You know, the big play down or major play with, you're not going to have the OPI called there. You know, wiping the touchdown off the board on Sharps, major play. It's not just a penalty or a call going against you, but also how it swings everything around from the result of the given play that you're taking off the board. We did get the one off, like you said, there was the offsides on Leonard Williams that did go in our favor, but that's the 1 5-yard play that worked in our favor. You know, everything else seemed to kind of shift on the direction of anything on the line was going to the Cardinals side of things. Austin, are you going to watch the UW Ohio State game tomorrow? Oh, yeah. I really hope UW puts up a good fight, even do an upset. They got crazy momentum right now. Hey, they're looking good. The offense is looking really good. Damon Williams is a guy that's the kind of guy you want to go against Ohio State team where can this guy self-create at times? If things break down and they get instant pressure and he just suddenly gets you not only out of a bad play result, but takes you to a good play result with some of his ability to be inventive back there. And in Boston, a guy that can go up against those corners of Ohio State and be a problem for them. So I think UW's got a good chance. It's at home in UW. Ohio State's got to travel out on the road. That's going to be a tough environment. I think the Seattle crowd's going to be pretty tuned up with just things feeling good. You got the Mariners kicking ass, Seattle kicking ass. Everybody's going to be feeling themselves a little bit in that stadium on that. So they've got a good chance, but Ohio State has shown, man, they've become a monster. They've become that, they've returned themselves to kind of that machine. And they've got a lot of good talent. They really do. So it's going to take everything they can. Is OSU overrated? I feel like their defense is carrying. It's a little bit of they're in the reset mode, Austin. With college football, it's so much of like the UW sort of suffered last year where you lost all those guys from the Penix to multiple wide receivers, multiple offensive linemen, a couple defenders move on. You had built up to that point of that season that you had getting to Michigan, and then you were going to have to kind of reset things a little bit, with waiting for underclassmen to get a little bit now to sort of step in. And so I think with OSU right now, they're in that place. Last year's team had a lot of guys come back to last year's team who could have come out in the prior year's draft, and it sort of artificially stacked up that Ohio State roster last year in a major way. They really got the benefit of the NIL money, for instance. I feel like this year they are not nearly at the strength that they were last year, and they are much more vulnerable for you to take advantage of them, as you say, especially with where they're at offensively, having lost their quarterback and lost some running backs, and you're reshuffling some things. So tough part with Ohio State is that even when they're in a reshuffle mode, they're still so damn stacked that it's like they just don't feel like they're missing a beat. CD says, yep, college is always resetting, especially with NIL. Hard to keep track of. Yeah. NIL's definitely made it tougher too, because you can reset it quicker. You could be like, well, all of our seniors and a couple of juniors left, and like, well, we have not just these sophomore and freshmen, but then with the NIL, you can be an attractive destination location because they're like, oh, they just won a national championship and I can go there and there's a spot for me to start now because they've got a sophomore they're trying to rock and make it happen with. It allows, I think, for some of these teams who especially are cash rich to be able to sustain more consistently year in, year out without having to have that reset dip. Austin, I wonder if JSN will show up to support his team tomorrow. I do too. See if he's over there on the sideline. Brandon Jana, dude, love this channel. Won't be able to be here every stream, but our Seattle Seahawks are now 3-1 despite a week 1 game we should have won. Let's and go Seahawks. Let's get a Seahawks chant here. It's a good way to finish us off right here with a good Seahawks chant for y'all. Where's my Seahawks chant? There we go. That's the one. That's the one. Hey, 3-1's not too shabby place to be right now. And you're 3-1 with a bullet. You're moving in the right direction. A lot of expectation should be here, Brandon, that this is only going to improve with time and that this should get better as the season goes along. Offense gets more comfortable. Sam gets more comfortable with both coordinator and personnel around him. The blocking scheme gets more comfortable with the details of the zone-based centric nature of things. I think it should get better. Could be 4-0, but 3-1 ain't too bad. I'll take it. And I feel like we are moving in the right, proper direction. CD, with NIL, you can be good 1 year, bad the next, and go back to being good. Florida State, I think, is going to be a good example of that. Yeah, definitely puts you in a highly fluctuated state, and it doesn't give you a place, too, where you might look really in a dark state, to your point on that CD, where it's like, oh, man, we're in trouble town now, where you can turn around your fates with a couple of real key signings. Good draft class, or good signing of a class, Let's go, Seahawks. Everything has been so good and positive. I'm not taking how good Seattle sports has been recently for granted. I'm not either. Enjoy it. I'm a Mariner fan that's been around. I'm old as hell. I've been around since back in the 80s watching this team kick around, and how many bad seasons and how many seasons you got into September where you were just out of it and it didn't matter. And to have this team ready to go and make some noise and be prepared to really make some strong noise in the playoffs is so tremendous to see. And UW strong and Seahawks rolling good. And we don't always get all of our sports teams doing well at the same time. And we don't always get a lot of winners here in Seattle throughout my lifetime here. And we've had to sit through bad sports in different places at different times for many years on hand. So when you do get a good one, enjoy it, revel in it, do it. You don't get it very often. So well said on your part, Austin. It's part of the part that we always got to make sure we're remembering is that we love these sports, and if they're doing well, that we really do savor that, because it's always not for long. It's always a twist of fate turnaround where you're back into kind of a Loserville with this bad turn here or there. So well said. Well, very well said on your part. Hope we can improve on offense, and this defense is ready for the playoffs. Offense, which is expected, needs some work. Like you said, CD Woods, you expected that a little bit. There is time for that. You got the trade deadline, and maybe you can add something else extra on top as we get down the line of this. I'm certain that John's going to be burning up the phone lines trying to make something happen. So there's a lot of time. There's a lot of room for that improvement. And as you are sort of a quasi work in progress on the offensive side of the ball, quasi work in progress as a team, you've gotten to a 3-1 start. I want to thank you guys for watching today. We will be back here in a couple days on Sunday. We'll come back on Sunday with probably the Seahawks weekly roundup at that point. It's going to be a bit of a truncated schedule next week. We'll be doing the probably a Tuesday show, get a couple of shows out on Tuesday. Me and Brendan are going to be doing B&B on Tuesday, partially because I'm going to be going to LA this Thursday to do Thursday Night Football as part of the Roundtable Sports package out there for the Niners and the Rams. So be tuning into Roundtable Sports. We'll be getting a lot of content out to you guys next week. Got a nice little mini bye here for our Seattle Seahawks. Just put our head behind our head on Sunday. Folks, there's nothing better than you've got the Thursday night win. You're 3-1. You just get to put your hands behind your head, watch Red Zone all day, just enjoy a week of football, knowing your team's doing good. It's a great place to be. But just come back to Austin's thoughts on this. Don't take it for granted. Enjoy this. And let's see if our Seahawks can move their way on to a hell of a season and go make their own noise in the playoffs like I hope our Mariners are about to make as well. I thank you guys for a hell of a stream. I love doing what I do, and it's because you guys make this place such a great place to interact and have these discussions. We can discuss tough topics. We can have tough disagreements. Sometimes it can get even a little bit fiery. But we all know and remember at the same point in time that we're all rooting for the same team. We all want to see the same result from this team, to get to the championship, to get to the mountaintop. And in that spirit, understanding that whoever fellow 12th man you're talking to, they're like part of your family in here. They're like part of somebody that you should consider in that same way. And this stream, it seemed like we were able to really keep that energy. Certainly, you guys kept that energy towards me and the interactions. I really thank you for that, because that is what will make this place go. This goes as far as the discussion can keep it open and free flowing, and that we don't have to close down topics. And I love seeing that. Certainly easier to discuss wins than it is losses, as there's always going to be a little bit more disagreement on the edge of on the heels of that. But hey, there was plenty of somewhat negative stuff we had to turn over too from in this game as well. So I really thank you guys for just the great attitude you guys bring in here, the absolute tremendous amount of support, second to none here on YouTube with what you guys bring on that side. Let's make sure I've got, we got all caught up on the donations, which is good. You guys have been just amazing on that. I really, really do appreciate it. Back in about 48 hours with the Sunday show, talk about a couple other things here with the Seattle Seahawks team, get a couple of other advanced statistics out to kind of turn over, like the PFF scores, and see some of where the stacked box rates are to maybe better explain a little bit of what's going on with some of the run game woes. Better explanation, understandable explanation for that. But the Seahawks are moving in the right direction. There's things to clean up, but they seem easily clean upable, that they're not some Mount Everest-like climb that you have to get over the top of in order to overcome there. And it has felt like that in the past in certain positional groups that you've looked at, where there's just not been any answers. There's not been a lot of reason for optimism when it comes to this part of the team or that part of the team as you're in season. Right now, you look at the team, a lot of optimism across the board. You're winning football games with all three phases of the football team working together. That's not only sustainable, that's part of the plan, and that should get you much more encouraged to go in the future of this season, as the offense should get better, as the offense should improve with time as we go along as the health can hold up. And that's another part there that's just so nice about this team right now. You're in a really good shape as far as health goes. As the Niners are getting beat up every which way, but Bose is gone for the year, you're bringing guys back into the stable of things. It's a good position to be in. I appreciate you guys watching today. If you can do me this favor, hit that like button. Sub on up if you get a chance as well. I would really appreciate it, as we are well past 20,000 here, but we're on our way to 30,000 now as far as our subscriber count. And I'd like to hit that if we can as fast as possible. I'm going to get greedy with it on that one. I really appreciate all you guys do here for the channel on that side of it, whether it's hitting the like button, supporting the channel, being a member, being a patron. All you guys do over the channel is really, really well appreciated. Got the dub. Feels good. It's a little tighter than we would have liked. Probably took a couple years off of our life to get this one, but hey, all well worth it if it gets us down the line to getting a division championship and being able to make some noise in the playoffs. So revel in these wins, even when they're a little bit ugly, because they're all looking perfectly beautiful at the end of the year in that win-loss column. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. No style points in football. None at all. So hell of a win by your Seattle Seahawks. Got the job done. Mini bye week. Going to take on the Bucs here in a week and a half. Well set up now for you to be able to make a little bit of a run here. A little bit of room for the deadline. Man, there's so much on the table here for the Seahawks to go grab. It's going to be a fun year to see how this thing gets unpacked. But I think Seattle Seahawks fans, no matter what, you're in for a good Seattle Seahawks season. You ain't taking a step back this year. We're moving forward, baby. So don't you forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.